Ladies and gents, welcome back to the NA DPC Division 1 as we head over to the final days of the tour. It is the last days, those are the last moments, and the final chances to impact your possible standings. Let's see how this day rolls out. My name is T-Panda. I will be your host for today. And of course, joining me, two very flamboyant but very awesome personalities. We've got Sheepstick, we've got Mike. Good to have you here.
Is it because I'm gay, Panda?
No, it's because flamboyant because you're a radiant personality.
Wow, what a save. Nice one, bro. I've been kidnapped again. I don't like being here.
Well, what about Mike? You're on the panel. It's been a while since you've been here. How are you feeling, buddy?
I am feeling amazing, Mr. Panda. You must be so lucky. You must be feeling so lucky right now, having me and Alex in the same panel.
It's an absolute joy. And to be hosting with you people, I mean, can it get any better? Hopefully the Dota is also going to be proving off as awesome as it is. But talking about Dota and the games that we've been seeing, let's take a look at a recap that happened on the last day of the North American broadcast as we had 5 Rats take on Bait, and 5 Rat turned this into a 2-0 victory. The things about Bait, Mike, they drafted this Drow Undying not once, but twice in a first phase opener. We were kind of discussing, is that first phase Drow going to be as efficient as it is versus the DP? Probably is, but couldn't really find a place.
It couldn't find a place, very, very sadly. I mean, I think Drow Undying is one of the strongest duos you can have, but Bait sadly could not make it work this time around, which is, yeah, it's rather sad. But good news for the side of 5 Rat. My boy Speed finally got a win under his belt, and you couldn't be happy.
And also, Sheep, basically, there was Funnick experimenting with different offlaners. He's been playing a variety of heroes, and now he decided to bring up an offlane Coddle in Game 1. What's your take on this hero in the offlane?
We had one of these today. I believe Liquid played it, Zai played it, and it looked good. I actually really like it. I'm sad to see it lose here, obviously, but the hero is very interesting because of the amount of heal he can output. It just means that you're able to run these lineups where you have a hero like Drow and you just keep her alive through like Soul Rip, through your Coddle. So yeah, it didn't really work for them.
Yeah, and then they also decided to opt for the Viper in the second game. But talking about 5 Rat, things were clicking pretty well for them. And Red 2, who has been persistent with this Pango. He really wants his Pango in the mid lane. He lost the first 5 games he played with it. Now we got 2 victories in a row, Mike. Red 2 and Pango, the teammates were saying in the interview that he wants his hero. He's really good at it. Do you agree?
I'd say it's his best hero. Like, although 5 Rat, that was their first series that they won, like, this Pango has been consistently very strong for Red. So I was very glad to see. I mean, if they pick it up every game, I'd be more than happy. Like, this guy knows what he's doing.
Well, definitely, for sure, they did. And 5 Rat, they also opted to go for a bit of an earlier fight as well. Of course, in Game 1, Spectre built the Echo Saber, wanted to bring him out earlier on into the fights. With this Marcy, they had a very stable, snowbally lineup, but it was still a 39-minute game, which Bait, you could say, were able to stretch it out a bit, but they weren't in a dominating position at any part of this game. Is there a fault that you see in this draft on either side, or would you say it's more execution-wise things that Bait wasn't awake, Sheep?
Bait, I mean, the last time I watched Bait, they went 0 kills in a game. So I'm going to go ahead and guess his execution, mostly. Unlucky.
Yeah.
The team just hasn't... I mean, it's weird. I'm actually surprised they dropped that series just because they were like, you know, they'd won 3 series, right? So I don't know. It's kind of weird.
It was a bit of a surprise. But for sure, we saw another one. We saw DogChamp taking on Wildcard. I would say it's a surprise on one end, and I would have to say it is Wildcard Gaming. They still couldn't show up on the board. Yeah. They got swept in this series, despite the comfort picks that they had. Game 1 going 53 minutes, and obviously also playing against a stand-in Yuma, who really played well against, on the side of DogChamp. What's up with Wildcard? Why can't they just make it to work? We've discussed they have so many issues, Mike. They just can't get the package together. But what is your take on it? Is there something specific you've noticed during the cast?
I mean, I want to give props, right? Like, this series is probably the best that they looked, but it just doesn't feel like they're looking like really like a team. I don't want to pick on anyone individually, but I was making the comments in their previous series, like Yua wasn't... It didn't feel like he was kind of joining the team a lot of the time, like it was just constant farming. And I remember speaking to this with, I think it was Fear, and Fear was saying, well, he doesn't actually have much of a choice because the team just keeps falling behind, so he has to keep playing this farming game. I'm just not sure exactly what it is about this team. I think this is the best series they had so far in my eyes. Then again, it is against, a middle-of-the-pack kind of team in DogChamp, so yeah, for Wildcard, it's been a bit of a rough run. I just don't think they're really gelling together.
Yeah, for sure.
That is actually probably completely on point. As far as I'm aware, this is a team of quite quiet players. I think It seems hard between like Alone you are as cores. I don't think there's like a lot of talking there. And you have such an issue as well. I've seen them switching up their drafters, so that clearly shows that they're not entirely happy with how their drafts have been looking. So if you have communication issues, you have drafting issues, it's all gonna come together and just result in a lot of losses.
Yeah, and that game too, especially, Sheepa, when looking at the offlane matchup, it is a DP versus a Wraith King. That was the first time we got to see a Wraith King this tour. It's been showing up in other regions, but honestly, I feel like that's just an easy lane for the DP, in a sense.
Yes, I wouldn't want to be playing any kind of melee carry into a DP for the most part, I think. And that's just how it goes. DP, I think, is one of the best heroes for teams like Dogchamp, like middle pack, lower tier. She's just so simple. You execute your lane very easily. You have an easy way to take objectives. The hero is just super good.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And that was an important series, not for only just Dogchamp to win, but you look at the first series too, 5-Rat 4-Staff, they pushed themselves into their first victory. And as you can see from the leaderboard, that means 5-Rat, they have a chance to fight for a potential tiebreaker situation. And that would be against Felt if Felt is going to drop their 2 remaining series. However, we've already said goodbye to Wildcard. There's no chance for them to bounce back. Their final series is going to be against 5-Rat 4-Staff, so they can still pull them with them into Division 2. So that's always an opportunity and a possibility. But looking at the top end, Bait no longer has a chance for the major. They're going to be staying in the division with Team Dogchamp, but it's a run between 3 teams. TSM undefeated, 5-0 right now. And the first series that we're going to be seeing today is potentially a fight to secure, well, not almost 100% guarantee, but you're very damn close to it.
Yeah.
It is Rebellion versus Now is going to be the first one. But as we see the schedule in a second, we want to talk about this second series first. Some quick glimpses on the TSM versus Felt series. TSM undefeated. Can Felt pull off an upset? Sheepa, what do you think? That tells everything.
I have a lot of respect for Felt. Obviously covered Div 2, NA, so I got to watch them a fair amount. I think this is the team with Fade, right? He was so good whenever I watched him when he got his hands on like Beastmaster and stuff like that. So if he can get those heroes, I think that's probably the best chance they'll stand against TSM. However, I'm going to go ahead and say that they'll probably get 2-0'd. Unlucky. What can you do?
What can you do?
What can you do? And Mike, TSM, they're playing against the 2 qualifier, sorry, not the qualifier teams, but the Division 2 elevator teams, Felt, and then they're playing against Dogchamp, so they've got an easy hurdle, right? Can that put them, like, offset a little bit?
I mean, look, I don't want to be anti-hype. I think against Felt, yeah, it's probably going to be a 2-0. Against Dogchamp, you never know, right? These guys could pull off a miracle here against TSM. I would say TSM has to look a little bit weak for that to happen, but I'm not going to be too anti-hype. I think there may be a potential of a third game between these 2.
Yeah, it is reasonable to take the sure route on these 2. But talking about the first series, and let's actually take a dive on that as we introduce the team of Rebellion. They have been on a good run. They lost their first series, basically, which was a bit of an upset from TSM. It went 3 maps, but since then they have been going solid ride all the way. And it feels like Rebellion, there's no stopping this team right now.
I don't think they will be challenged much. Actually, I lied there. I was going to say, I don't think they'll be challenged by anyone that's not Nouns, because Nouns has always been the 3rd placer in NA, right? So this has to be like the most they'll sweat after TSM. I think when Wildcard was announced, people probably thought, oh, maybe this can be a team that contends around where Nouns is, but obviously that fell short completely. So yeah, this will be the closest one after the TSM match, I think, for sure.
They've had good things going for them, but the thing is it basically built on a hot streak, or is it the Rebellion that we're used to seeing that they're always consistent, Mike?
Look, here's the thing, right? Rebellion, sometimes they take it easy. We've seen them, sometimes they get forced to a 3rd game, and it was like, well, you guys got to be a little bit careful. But I think against Nouns, they're going to take this matchup very seriously. I think Nouns has been looking fantastic for most of this tour too, and I think Bulb is going to make sure that there's no messing around today, no games.
Yeah, not entirely sure if it's going to be an opportunity for Nouns to show up with the full roster, or are they playing with a stand-in yet again? Because we know the incident that went with Lelis. We already talked about that in previous streams. If you haven't watched them, go check the VODs and get yourself notified about that. But hoping they get their full roster, because this is the series that really matters. And talking about Nouns specifically, not only in the just have-to-win situation, how much do you think that this series really means to them in terms of series prep? Obviously, you always go like, well, we just play one game at a time. time. But Sheepo, preparing for a game and probably the hardest one that you face so far. Of course, not to exclude or include TSM from this situation. What's the prep going to be like for now? So what are the things they need to strike on?
Oh, God, it's got to be huge. I mean, both teams need to be very on it because Nouns for them, it's to get, they have to be either Shopify or TSM to take the NA slot that they usually don't manage to get. And then for Shopify, it's like, okay, if we ever slack and we do drop, because they can drop to Nouns. I'm fairly sure the capability is there. They need to make sure they don't let that happen. It's important for both. They're going to have to be looking into the drafts mostly, like the trends, what heroes they want to let through, what heroes they want to ban out, because that's the most important thing, especially when you have those higher up teams, because they'll have multiple strats. And it's like, which one do we prepare for? I think I would like Shopify to be aware, know of Gunnar's Lone Druid and not let him have a good game on that. Because, you've seen Abed with his Storm Spirits. I think some Storm Spirit pick into a Gunnar Lone Druid is probably one of the ways they could probably lose.
All right. There's one spicy thing kind of added on top of the facts that we've been talking about here is your personal thoughts and the talent predictions, not only for this first series, but for the second one that's going to be played along later. What do you think? Is everybody going to be agreeing with the same line?
Hey, let's go, Mike.
There's a bit of color. Somehow I knew.
You just have the two smartest guys on.
We're believers. I mean, if this actually happens tonight, could you imagine? We're like the greatest panelists ever. It's going to be amazing. Of course, Felt's got the second series in the bag, and Nouns. Oh, come on! It's easy wins here for these two.
I mean, it's definitely a wild scenario if that definitely does happen, that Nouns does take the series, because the thing is, with the games that they still have to play, Nouns, they have to match off against Felt in the finalizer of the division. And if they end up winning this one, potentially end up with the tie situation with Rebellion, because they have to play against Bait. And then, of course, Bait's going to surprise them, right? They almost took game one last tour, very close to getting that win. So then we would be playing tiebreakers for the major. But I think percentage-wise, probably like an 80-90% possibility it's not going to happen. And the winner from this one should be taking the major slot. But is there anything that you think that could potentially pull off an upset from either of these two teams? Did something spicy happen in the last few days? Maybe the stand-in situation mixes up things a little?
I mean, maybe. I think whoever wins this series has basically got it in the bag, but you never know. Like, I remember Bait vs Shopify 201. Abed kind of got wrecked by Dendi in the mid lane, that mid-witch doctor. So you never know. They could bring out something special.
That's a good point. Hasn't Moo played this Witch Doctor in the offlane as well?
Oh, he has.
So maybe we can bring some memes here, and it's Husky that plays the IO. So if Lelis isn't here, we got the strat. Still in the bag.
Well, the two teams, if we look at the comparison between the two, they have the least games played out of any other team so far, so kind of catching up to the pace with the rest. But also, it talks a lot about the stories of 2-0s on both of these two teams. There's only been Rebellion going 3 maps against TSM. Everything else has been a sweep. And for Nouns, they don't even have a 1-2. It's just 2-0s and 0-2. So what do these numbers, do they tell you any specific story here?
No.
Nothing.
Not
Absolutely
quite.
none.
Not quite. I mean, it's Shopify versus Nouns. I don't think this means really anything, sadly, T-Panda. I'd love to give you something, but...
Wow, these two teams are pretty good at Dota. They both have 4 wins and 1 loss. That's a pretty good stat.
Yeah, at least outside of that, Rebellion currently top 3 in stacking numbers and 9.7 stacks per game. They really love to do that. But Nouns, they've got the least. What do you think that translates into aggressive gameplay? Does Rebellion kind of shift away from the stacking meta and just play aggressively, contesting triangle, taking map control away from Nouns? Maybe if Rebellion does play the stacking game, should Nouns maybe exploit that a little bit in terms of drafts?
I think the stacking numbers might reflect the POS 4 pool. I'm not fully...
That's also true. Yeah, it doesn't count into it.
Because if you're playing a lot of these ranged 4s, especially in Europe, we have Disruptor a lot now, you're stacking the triangle very hard. And if you are playing 4s that are like Tiny, Tusk, Clockwork, whatever, things that are roaming and trying to go for more kills, then your stacking is just going to be generally lower.
Yeah. All right.
That's the end of my point.
There's just nothing else to it.
She's explained everything.
Exactly.
I'm done.
Thank you, Sheepo. The thing with, of course, regarding stacking is our offlane players. So if we take a look at the matchup between you could say, somewhat similar, but still very different type of offlaners. We have Moo and Saberlight, these two. Moo has been trying some different offlaners. He's brought up the Witch Doctor. He's brought up the Rickies. But then you look at Saberlight. He's been sticking to his comforts for now, at least.
Yeah, Saberlight's one of those guys that I wouldn't say they're too similar because Saberlight, I think he always goes for these cheesy kind of ratty heroes. Like he loves these micros like the Lycan, Broodmother, Beastmaster, things like that. Moo, I mean, we talk about this every time. This is a guy that literally gets bored of playing a hero after one game, right? So it's like, I think that the strength of Nouns here is you don't know what the hell this offlane's going to do. And sometimes when they get the kind of a positive pick into the draft, like you're able to just shut down the safe lane, Artesian Fly. They tend to maybe struggle here against Moo. I'm not 100% sure, but I think I think the offlane, at least for Nouns and for the side of Shopify, it's going to be very important for this game.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, the supports that align with them in those lanes as well, because in terms of heroes that they've been playing, Rebellion has been sticking to a lot of different variety heroes, but also playing some of the same, while as Nouns. Husky's only played Undying and Io. Lelis has only played 4 heroes, and then Theolicor added in the Hoodwink as well when he was standing in for the team. And Gunner's only played 3 heroes, the Leshrac, the Ember, and the Lone Druid. But he's barely getting countered in terms of bans. It's just inside the game that he's getting less priority. So which is very interesting to say at the least.
Well, I don't understand how you can have such a small hero pool. I'm assuming that there are other heroes that are just getting banned, so which is allowing them to get the same thing every game. Because yeah, Husky, Io Undying. I think if you can, Undying every game is honestly not bad. I'll be real. I think if as sad as it is to play 2 heroes, it's not a poor pool, and especially since they synergize with like Gunner's pool so much, and Yams, like all their heroes kind of work together. I think if you have a few strats, it's nice. The problem is more like, can a team like Shopify abuse that?
Yeah, and they have really opted to go for that Io Leshrac in the first phase. They've had multiple games where they play a sustained lineup with either with the Io or without the Io. They're adding in the Abaddons, they're adding in the Undyings, and then they maybe find that Witch Doctor for Moo to play in the offlane, get that extra pump in from that heal. They play a very different type of Dota in a sense of terms of the heroes that they draft, but the execution should be at least somewhat same. What is the biggest difference maker in terms of experience that these two teams kind of divide from each other? Rebellion obviously were known for a very long time with the roster, but now they're still trying to crack in. You know, they got a win last year from TSMs and Rebellions. They were able to contest them a little bit, but now we just haven't had that chance. So what do you think with Nouns? Is there any kind of factor that drives this team forward more than what Rebellion probably cannot answer? Is there anything Rebellion cannot answer here?
I think I do like Nouns in terms of teamwork. Like, I think laning-wise, they can definitely struggle against Shopify Rebellion, right? Like, I dare say the lanes are going to go a little bit better for Shopify, but I think after the laning stage, Nouns might arguably be the better team in just grouping up and trying to make things happen. So I think they've got to kind of utilize that strength. I also think, obviously, draft's going to be extremely important this game. I would like to see some cheesing happen here from them. That's what I want to see. Cheese the side of Shopify.
Honestly, I'm kind of down for it. But the thing is, cheesing's usually like associated with, oh, you're the worst teams, you have to cheese to get a win, which I don't necessarily think is the case. But I do think you should just make it uncomfortable for Shopify Rebellion if you can. The problem with the lanes is, like, usually a lot of these cheese rely on winning their lanes. So if you don't, it's gonna be shit, right? Like,
pretty much.
Yeah, like let's say you get some Batrider offlane from Moo, and it has the worst game of its life. It's gonna get super late travels. It's gonna get it won't be able to just go in and do its job, which is to lasso someone.
Yeah.
So if you can delay his BKB by owning him, yeah, they're gonna just be pretty sad. So. You gotta get out of those lanes.
Yeah, and to talk about positive sides as well, of course, a shout out to the sponsor making this broadcast possible, which is esportsbet.io. And they currently have a little interesting thing and a little deal for you guys. So if you go and register on their website, you can join the Watch to Earn platform and make up to 3,000 free tokens per hour, which is $3. It's still more than what Mike earns here. So that ain't taken into account. Go and head over to esportsbet.io and take a look at the links below the stream. If you scroll down a little bit, you'll find all the information that you need. But back into Dota, the fact that this is a potential breaker for the major. Is there any stress related to either of these?
Of course
teams?
there's stress, Panda. What a stupid question. Oh, boys, you want to just fuck around?
How does it show?
We don't have to scrim today.
How does it show?
Game. What do you mean, how does it show? It's going to be like...
Because we can't really see the shaking hands and, the hot-headedness, and we can see some emotion coming out from the cameras, but how does it really translate to the viewer, Mike?
Listen, I'm going to be frank with you guys, right?
Okay.
I've been speaking to Neff Sensei again,
Neff Sensei, okay,
which
yeah.
makes
All
me
right.
kind of
reliable source.
Yeah.
Very reliable source, manager of Nouns, and he keeps telling me that they don't care. That
Oh.
they're going in with zero cares. Now, I think that's complete garbage, right? It's Neff
Right.
we're talking
Sure.
about. But he's claiming they do not care. They're going to go and have a good time.
Okay.
So that's what he said. I don't believe it. I wouldn't recommend anyone believe Neff, but that's what I've been told.
That's okay. That maybe applies until you're like, up one game, maybe you lose the second game, it's third game, 40 minutes down the line, any single mess up can ruin the game, and you're thinking in your head, oh, if we win this one, we can
no.
maybe make it to the main, and that's when the stress hits. That's when you mess up and everything crumbles and you cry yourself to sleep that night.
That is a classic. We did hear from Moon Meander on TSM that he tries to talk to his players to get into that dead inside Dota feel so that you don't get emotionally attached to any situation. You just act as a robot. You just play for it. And we are playing for the draft, which should be live in just a matter of seconds. So let's see what is happening between the two teams. This is Nouns versus Rebellion here at the DPC North America. And we have an IO ban coming up on the side of Rebellion and the Furion, most importantly, from Nouns.
So we're going to get an Undying.
Surprise, surprise.
Whoa, my man.
Oh, immediate Saberlight Lycan as well. They're just going to go ahead and first pick it.
And Disruptor. I like the Disruptor a lot. I've just enjoyed seeing this hero so much. And I really enjoy seeing it get paired with some pick-off heroes too. Like if I can see Abed on some Spirit, like Ember or Storm or something, I would like that a lot. Just something to play side lanes and pick off. Because Nouns is playing with an Undying. They're going to be kind of like... Depending on the rest of their support duo, they have a potential here to not be able to make their own moves. So you could really abuse the map in that way.
Most importantly as well, Lelis is with the team and he is the captain. He is the drafter, so Nouns has the full package here today. And the thing is, they've got the Undying to start things off with. We have seen a core pick from either Yamsen or from Gunnar in the first phase. Do you think they want to show their carry, knowing that they already see the Lycan coming out, get the matchup locked in?
This is nice. I would have been quite unhappy if they'd picked the Drow Ranger. I think Disruptor, pos 4 with a strong offlaner is actually can punish this lane a little bit. I've seen it in the past with like a DP, for example. So yeah, I'm glad they didn't choose to go that route. Leave it open, and this Pango, just a generally super strong hero. I think it makes Lycan's game really hard if he can get to the point where he has the Ags and the talent where he's able to just use the, he just constantly get off disarms basically. Yep. And that should be able to help protect his supports as well.
Also nice with itemization, bashers, diffusal blades, get more damage, get more potential channel cancels, and most importantly, that's the first Pango Nouns has played, so they've yet to pick this hero so far. Why is that, Mike? Why does the Nouns want this hero?
I was very curious as well. I think they've been going Leshrac, almost every game for Gunnar, so I'm kind of questioning what lane this Pango is going into. I assume it's going to be the mid lane, but of course it could still be the off lane. I mean, maybe Nouns are just kind of hiding things, for these bigger matchups. Shopify Rebellion, they want to try and surprise them here in this draft. Again, I think the draft is going to be so important for this series between these two teams. And yeah, I mean, Nouns, I like something different. I mean, Alex already kind of mentioned it, but Pango very, very good against the Lycan as well. You just have that wave clear, you have that control. So, and obviously it's good against the Disruptor because you can't get glimpsed throughout the Lord of Thunder. So there is value in the Pango pick, but I'm just curious with what they follow up with here. And I'm very curious as to what lane this Pango is going into.
Yeah, that is for sure. Does Gunnar want to play it? Does Moo pull out the offlane Pango, which hasn't been, well, at least, I remember Fears always saying, like, it's just a bad hero to play in the offlane right now. It can work, but there's just too many matchups where you just struggle.
Honestly, we've seen it a couple times throughout DPC. It's primarily mid, but when it does go offlane, I feel like Pango's actually not that bad, and I think Fear is stupid and dumb. Because the thing is you're always going to reach level 6, right? Maybe you're not as strong as you used to be in lane. Like maybe you can't dominate, get an Orb of Corrosion and play that way anymore. But you can usually either drag waves or find ways to get XP, and then you hit 6 and you have Rolling Thunder, and you're basically playing Pango as if you had a fine lane. And I think if you can play it that way, and if you can eke out what is necessary, it's not the worst. Yeah, especially if you are able to take advantage of it looking like a flex in your draft.
Nouns got rid of some Spirit Heroes, and Rebellion decided to take away some Illusion carries here. So seeing the Pango already on the field, potentially not going to be like an Underlord game where like, oh, Naga, offlane is open, I'll just pick Underlord and I'll just burn through these Illusions, or go for a Maelstrom carrier or whatever. But right now, Rebellion, they can't really answer these Illusion-based heroes either with this Lycan. Disruptor can, but Lycan probably not so well. So what would you like to see coming out from Rebellion here in the second phase?
Good question. I mean, I don't think it's only Illusions. I think they're just two high armor heroes as well against a Lycan who doesn't necessarily enjoy high armor heroes. So Shopify getting rid of those. I wonder if they just focus on another POS 1 here for the side of Nouns. I suppose they probably will. Seems like they're going to be putting a lot of emphasis on Saberlight having a good laning phase. And it is fair to kind of say as well, because Saberlight, I tend to notice if he doesn't have a good lane, Shopify really start to struggle, right? Because I think Abed tends to be a little bit more of a sacrificial mid. He does not play greedy, so you can't always rely on the man, even though he is probably the most reliable player on the team.
It's true. They have the 15th and the 18th on Rebellion, so potentially we might just see a support come out here for Crit.
I hope so.
And that's his second most played support hero after the Tiny, the Snapfire. So they got themselves a bit of extra team fight. And since Nouns have already picked up the Undying, I don't think there's much of a threat for a Silencer pick that where you just use your Global to cancel out the Mortimer's Kisses. What do you think? What does Lelis want to bring out? He's also just played 4 heroes. The Tusk could maybe work out. You at least get a bit of extra damage because the Howl from Lycan is going to hurt in team fights.
I could be okay with, well, it depends, because if they already have an Undying who's going to be playing more on like backline support, make sure he's getting the heals off. I've seen people double down on that type of strat and just go like more heal, so they do have ideas like Coddle, for example, could be in there. Maybe something else. I was thinking Tiny could be okay if they want, because you have 2 like pretty squishy backline supports right now on Shopify. It would be nice to be able to jump with like your Pango or jump with another hero and just make that happen. I'd like to see maybe some hero that can run around with Pango in general, so maybe some damage. Oh, he doesn't play that. I mean, Rubik is fine, potentially. It makes your support duo a little low damage though.
There's the Primal Beast, which is usually considered a good Pango counter. Could it work with the Pango in the team? Okay, Rubik's the choice. All right, we can scrap the Primal, yeah.
Okay, well, I'll just reiterate. Well, what the hell?
Hey!
What the hell is that? But yeah, I think Rubik and Undying can be a little low damage. You look at like Shopify, if they have like some mid that's a big bursty, like let's just say Ember, Snap, Disruptor, they're going to be able to go mesh it up, you know? They're going to do a lot of damage. They're going to find people on the side lanes and kill them.
Yeah, I agree with that point. Like, I think you do have a much more aggressive kind of support duo from Shopify. I think Nouns went for the value play of, let's get to that mid game, let's get past the laning stage, and this Rubik does have a hell of a lot of value. Like, I can't remember what game it was, but Rubik against Disrupt is kind of disgusting, right? Because you just take Glimpse, and it just makes it a mess.
Yeah, it does.
Rebellion did play that one fun draft with the Disruptor, the Tiny, and the Pudge, where you would glimpse into toss into hook.
Okay.
But
we're
not going that route.
This is way too many combos now. Okay.
All right. Life
So
Stealer.
basically, spells are going to be everywhere.
Yeah, pretty much. But they bring up the Life Stealer. You've got yourself a Taxi Driver in this game. Nice combination already there. The laning matchup seems pretty decent versus the Lycan. And Rebellion, they decide to bring up the Puck, which is decent against the Pango here, but does it bring something else to the board?
It brings control for your Snapfire Kisses. It brings a way to make plays. It's just a nice hero that can play with them. I think as well, you have 2 silences now, which makes Lifestealer's game a little bit more scary. If he's found, it's not like a guarantee of survival with like Rage. So he needs to be careful with how he plays this game. I'm actually not convinced of the damage Shopify can output onto Lifestealer, but like during the silence though, especially if he might buy like a BKB down the line. I guess then it's how threatened can they feel by like Lycan and his impact in the game? Or can they pick a carry here that's got like a really good matchup? And that's what Nouns have to ban now.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Ursa ban a lot. I think that would have been really suitable here. I'm trying to think of Arteezy here as the moment that are kind of fit against the Lifestealer.
I feel like Saberlight, he's frisky enough to build an Aghanims potentially later on down the route. But also, there's an interesting factor here, which is a West European strat. I will say it's a West European strat, but it's probably played in China too. We are the copycat region after on NA.
Excuse me?
It is the Overlord helmet and the Clinks. So
yes.
would RTC potentially bring up a Clinks, buff himself up with that Overlord creep with his ulti, get extra 2,000 HP, and just win the game? Can you play it in a game like this?
He's not going to do it.
He's not going to do it. All right.
I'm down. I'm actually
You wanted
down.
some cheese, yeah?
Yeah, I would actually love to see that hero. I think it's not bad at all, especially because he likes to buy Gleipnir, which is pretty decent against the Pango until he gets the Shard, or you can force his Shard, which is pretty nice. And then you also can get a Hex layer down the line as well, which is really good against the Lifestealer. I've also seen Bloodthorn build, again, nice against the Lifestealer. I think his itemization on Clinks is actually pretty decent for this game.
Yeah. And he is going to probably see his matchup here as well. They banned out the Doom and the Night Stalker. Night Stalker is a very nice ban concerning the Lycan. Now he can actually build the Overlord helmet, not have his creep eaten the whole time, the whole game, basically. But for now, Pango's still the flex between mid and off lane.
I mean, kinda. I guess we can all agree Gunner should be on the mid Pango. If you ask me to guess what Moo's hero is going to be, I mean, that's kind of impossible because it's Moo. You know, this guy just gets bored every game, and there you go.
Another new hero.
I don't know how to feel about this. Like, I personally love Dawnbreaker as a hero. It's one of my favorites, but is it good?
Oh, pickups. Is it good? I think what it's meant to do is it's meant to make it so that Shopify have to commit their ults to fight. Like, we're going to drop the coil, the kisses, the disrupt roll. And then Dawn's going to be like, okay, I'm going to help my team survive through that jump. Like, my Lifestealer gets silenced. I help him survive through that. And then he can get rage off. And then we turn the fight. So that's kind of the idea there between her and Undying. It's just meant to give enough sustain that their Lifestealer can 1v9. Can he 1v9? Maybe. It's a little hard. I do think they're going to struggle with Lycan split pushing all game. Especially because no one naturally buys... Actually, I guess Dawnbreaker is going to have to deal with those waves. So it's not bad, actually. Yeah, I like it.
All right. It's also an undefeated hero so far as you can see. One pick, 100%. That's mint.
Is this a bad Arteezy SF game? It doesn't feel that bad,
It's never a bad Arteezy SF
That's
game,
true.
Mike.
That's true.
What are you saying, Mike?
I mean, I feel like you could just SF here if you're Arteezy. Like, works well with the puck, higher damage here against Lifestealer.
I love the ult into the coil combo.
Oh, amazing.
That's just busting.
Where do you come from with all these damn words?
Where do you go?
From the youth. Maybe you could pick Morphling. I think they lack the stuns necessary to deal with a Morphling this game. Oh no, it's banned. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Well,
Guys, I'm blind.
RTC, he's played 9 heroes up till now, and that's going to be number 10. He brings up the Razor.
Cool.
So, we can talk about the Razor, or we can talk about a little bit how do these lanes match up against each other. Who do you think is going to win more lanes than the other, looking at the heroes on the board? Are we seeing more ties? Are we seeing a potential 2 versus 2-to-1 winning lanes? Somebody stomps.
Razor's meant to win his lane. I think Puck will farm mid. And then the other one is Lycan. Yeah, quite. I think Lycan and Lifestealer. How is that? I think Lycan should maybe have to drag waves.
Yeah.
I feel like everyone should farm, but maybe I'm high.
Yeah,
Who knows?
I think the
High on
Lycan,
copium here.
the only lane that kind of might suffer is the Lycan. And I think as long as you just pull waves, which is kind of the meta right now, is like, oh, I have a hard lane, no worries. I'm just going to pull waves all over the map. And I don't think Shopify is going to have too much of an issue. I really like the last pick Razor into Lifestealer. I don't think the Dawnbreaker is going to be able to deal with it very well.
Yeah, Razor should own.
Yeah. So I think Shopify probably came out on top.
All right, well, the panel thinks that Shopify Rebellion has the chance to win this one. Does Nouns have a chance? However, we've got a caster pair to introduce to you. It is Mr. Nomad and Mr. Fear.
Thank you very much, T-Panda. Yes, indeed, we're just a pair of patriots excited to get into one of the best seasons of the one of the best series of the season, hopefully.
Yeah, for sure. Just cast an all-American match with an all-American man here, so it should be a lot of fun.
Damn right. What do you think of these draws, Phil?
I mean, I think they both have their merits here. I think the Lycan could have been punished more. Right now, we don't see a lot of Lifesteal. Sure, Lifesteal will free farm, but I'm afraid Saberlight might get too much here, whereas Moo, on the other hand, the offlane Dawnbreaker, might get punished pretty hard by this Disruptor plus Razor combination. But they do have a small window to make this kind of work in the laning stage. But if they don't manage to kill Arteezy a bit early, this lane is going to get pretty damn hard really fast.
And do they have the options to kill RTT early is what I'm looking at.
Maybe. Like, Rubik has a lot of nuke damage. You will be really strong at, like, level 3 with Mu with the Celestial Hammer plus Starbreaker combo. You got to burst him right away, and I think he knows that, and he'll itemize in a way where he's hard to burst. As we already see that he has a bunch of stats lined up and a Magic Stick in his stash, just dropping a Sentry to block the big camp. Quite good.
Indeed, indeed. And what about our mid matchup? Because that's something which has been really important for Nouns, is that Gunnar has a good game because he is the tempo controller of this team. You know, if he doesn't do well, Nouns will tend to struggle.
He should be fine, honestly. Like, this matchup isn't that difficult, I think. I think Gunnar's just a really good mid player, but so is Abed at the same time here. They should just be a wash here. And I learned recently that if you just buy the shard, yeah, nice D word there. If you just buy the shard on Pango, you get out of coil for free, so it makes you magic immune. So this matchup, which I thought was a lot better, isn't as good as I was thinking. But your first couple rotations, we know Rebellion is a team, they love to make rotations onto this mid lane. So that can happen before the 15-minute timer, and that will punish Pango quite a bit. And we know Crit loves to gank Abed's lane.
Damn, look at this fighting going on around the 1 minute runes. This is crazy. The bounty runes, everyone's scrapping, but Shopify coming up strong. They're going to get all 4.
Yeah.
All right, game's over. Call it. Game 2 on the way.
That's a 1k gold advantage just right off the bat there, getting 4 bounty runes. That's quite going to hurt all of your other lanes because you can get your early timings on the Lycan. That gets even closer to that Helm of Iron Will where you can sustain. In the side lanes as well, RTC will be that much closer to maybe getting his boots as well. He bought another Ironwood branch. He already has 4. The man just is bringing a 5th.
All right, he's statted up, ready to go. Is that his kind of answer to this Dawnbreaker hero then? Because I guess they're going to be brawling a lot. You know, these are two very kind of, I'm not sure if lane-dominating heroes is the right word, but they like to bully each other. So the ones with the most stats is just going to be able to be more effective, I guess.
It's he's not going to buy any regen, and Fly is going to give him a bunch of tangos, and he's just going to use his branches to eat tangos.
Easy peasy.
Yep, that is the strat. And he has 1 salve in case things do go wrong.
Yeah, in case it gets messy.
Yeah.
Well, over on the mid lane, things off to a pretty normal start. Malbed just shoving in the wave with those orbs and getting a ton of harass out onto Gunnar at the same time. And, nice little dodge there from Malbed as well. Great start from the puck, actually, as he's won the HP trade, but going even in CS at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, this mid lane should be a wash, I would imagine. I imagine to see a lot of, like, action in this top lane. That should be the one that's really going to be heavy in the fighting. The bot lane is just going to be Crit just trying to pull waves. Lycan's a hero that really has no kill threat unless you get some, like, wolf block. It should have no business getting a kill if you're Lycan in this lane, right? You potentially can't really die either, I think, for the side of Rebellion, because Lifesteal is just not that type of carry that's going to kill you in the laning stage. So it's all going to be about top lane, where probably first blood will happen. Unless some outplay happens in the mid lane or something.
I mean, even though there's an Undying down in the bottom lane, you don't think it's going to be a result in any kills, because obviously sapping away at 2 strength heroes is kind of going to hurt.
Yeah, it'll hurt him, but I think Crit's just going to pull waves, or he's going to drag waves by himself on Saber. Like, there's going to be very little hero-to-hero interaction. All right, we're getting some water runes here in this mid lane. I mean, Abed's shown a little bit of aggressiveness here so far. He might actually zone out Gunnar here as well if he wants to.
Oh, he's on him. Look at him go. Once again, dodging the shield crash here. Gunnar, though, he's got the water rune, so it's just right clicks, but Abed absolutely peppering Gunnar here. Really not letting him see the wave. And right now, that's not showing in the CS, but over time, it might start to.
Yeah, I mean, it might not show exactly in the CS deficit here, but it's going to show in economy for sure, because Gunner's going to have to keep bringing more regen. If you look at him right now, his bottle's empty. He's bringing some tangos, but I don't even know if that's going to be enough to lane. I think Abed's just going to sit on the hill. He's got good lane control right now. This lane is definitely disaster now for Gunnar.
Oh dear, we'll start to see that affect them as time goes on, and it's not stopping here. Gunnar's in again. Abed, he's taken a lot of damage from the creeps, though. Is that going to stop him? He's going to dodge the tower hit there, blows him up. Down goes Gunnar, and that'll be first blood for Abed. Solo kill in the middle lane.
Yeah, I mean, I think Gunnar realized there, like, he's in a really bad situation, so what he's going to do is he's going to trade as much as he can. Realizes he kind of has to give up first blood there if he wants to come back to lane, or Abed would just, like, bully him for, like, the entirety of the laning stage there. So, a little unfortunate for him, but at least he's coming back to the point where now Abed's a little bit low.
That's a hell of a silver lining there, Phil. Yeah.
That's the best you can do. It would have been worse if he would have just stayed in the lane, just not getting any CS because he has no HP.
Yeah, sugarcoating a brick somewhat there, but we'll see what he can do with this. Meanwhile, on the top lane, a little bit of action as TZ getting pretty low. Lift ups there, moves on top of him. The right clicks are coming in, and Lelis brings him down. TZ going to be the second kill here in this game, and they're looking for Fly as well. There comes a swing, smack from the Starbreaker, and Moo is going to kill him. It's Lelis with the double kill on the top lane. That went downhill really, really fast for Shopify.
Yeah, that one exactly is like kind of explained earlier. At this level 3 timing of the Dawnbreaker, like they had to make use of this if they wanted to win this laning stage. And will they be able to do that again? I think it might be difficult to do so. And right now, Layla's ran down. Sableye too.
Oh, the cookie saves him. Crit's gonna keep him alive.
Wolf blocks, maybe?
Yamsun, he's the one who's gonna fall. Crit blows up with a shotgun. Sableye coming back in. The Wolves doing work there for sure. And it looked like Sableye was in trouble, but in the end, it's the carry who dies. Lelis is limping back to base as this high-octane laning phase continue.
He's on top lane. Moo trying to walk away here as well.
The right clicks won't be enough, but even so, that's another hero walking back to base. So Shopify stabilized things up in the top lane at the moment. And with Yamsun dying, it has to be said, this is looking like the Shopify's laning phase at the moment.
Yeah, even though they had that good kill on Arteezy on the top lane, like Shopify still have like such a big lead just because they're not shutting down this Lycan whatsoever, and Abed is just destroying mid lane in a 1v1 here. Didn't really expect it, but he is level 6 now, and I could see Crit making some rotations if he does want to end up buying a little more region, because I think if you just drop the coil on Gunnar now, not even level 6, he might just be dead.
Crit rotating to the middle lane, what an unusual circumstance.
He may or may not do it this game, because I feel like he is winning his lane.
Yeah.
And this is kind of the concern I saw with the Lifestealer pick as well. You're not shutting down a Lycan with a Lifestealer. It's no pressure. You just kind of farm. But Lycan's a little bit better at that in the farming department. And plus them getting some kills just made things even worse here. So, yeah, 2K gold lead at 4.5 minutes. It's not good. It's not pretty.
Not ideal. We'll see what Nouns do to equalize this. I mean, do you want to see them do anything in particular? Like any rotations you want to see them make?
I mean, the 6-minute rune, for sure. You can't let Abed get this. But
right,
both teams realize this, so we're bringing 6 heroes to the mid lane, baby.
Let's go. It's a brawl. Down at the bottom where we got the fight going on, but it's Fly up at top who's being beaten down, and Lelis is going to scoop that one up. Abed is going to bottle the haste rune, though, so that is the headline here. A little bit of fighting down at the bottom rune as well, but no one dropping down there.
Yeah, I mean, they got the Disruptor, but more importantly, Abed did get the rune. I don't think you're too sad about if you're Rebellion. It doesn't really change your lead by very much. And now Abed has this tool. He's got the haste available with the coil. Could make a rotation to kill Moo if he wants to. Lifesteer a bit harder, but he doesn't have a point in rage yet, but he is saving his skill point, so.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be tricky as, once again, the Dawnbreaker just being chased away, but you can't really play under your tower for like the next 2 minutes or whatever it is until the haste rune runs out, but at the same time, you do really don't want to get caught out by Abed here and give him an even better game, so.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm looking at Saberlight now. Helma Dominator is completed now, pretty much. And when you play against Lycan, this hero doesn't really have great comeback mechanics. You can compare it to Beastmaster in a lot of ways, but this patch, you're not designed to win as Beastmaster. You stack Ancients, you'll come back eventually. You don't have that option with Lycan, and that's kind of like the strength of playing against the hero right now is you can punish it. But this hero is even stronger than Beastmaster in so many ways if he gets a good laning stage. And that's really bad news right now if you're Nouns. Looking at this Lycan just sitting at the top of the net worth here with the puck, they're not going to be able to answer this very well. I mean, you have Pango who can do it, but that's not until a bit later, until he starts getting the Ags. But the start that Gunnar's having, that's a long ways from now.
And the high-octane play with the haste rune we were looking for is just going to be farming the enemy jungle. So
there you go.
All right.
I mean, you're pretty close here to the Witchblade, huh, on Abed. I think right now he's just going to get his farm, and then once you get this Witchblade, you're going to make heroes like the Undying and even the Pango to some degree, and especially Rubik, their life hell. You're just going to have so much damage.
Yes, in the top lane, RTZ just chasing back the Dawnbreaker again and again. Look at how poor this Dawnbreaker is. My God. Moo just not having a lane at all. This pick, at the moment at least, is not seeming to have worked for Nouns.
Yeah, Layla stole all his kills. I mean, unironically, he actually needed those kills pretty badly because he's not really getting much farm in the right-click department, so like having those couple extra kills would have been really nice for him. But at the end of the day, you just got to make sure you get the kill. So I want to talk about something that I really dislike this game, and it's going to be Yamsun's build. He's going straight into Radiance, into Manta. And like, I normally say there's nothing universal in Dota that's like an absolute, but I think Armlet on Lifestealer might be one of them.
Well, in the middle lane, they're moving over the creeps to help push the middle tier 1 tower. So Saberlight
farming
helping
bot,
out,
yeah.
but up at top, Fly's being lifted back. The glimpse is there, though, once again. Levis and Husky looking to run down this kill as RTZ just pieces out in the trees, wants nothing to do with this, and Fly will take the full.
Dominating.
Picking up yet another kill.
I mean, he's having a good game on Layla's at least.
Mid lane, Gunner's coming in to try and defend this one. I mean, they fortified up, so they really want to kind of do some damage here, but it's not looking like they're going to be able to do a whole lot. But Arbet just behind the tower now has the Witchblade as well, so that right click is going to be so annoying for the Pango.
Yeah, they're going to try and defend this, but as you can see, Saberlight sending more creeps in, denying the rune real quick, and then this is a really cool play. I actually like this play a lot because he realizes he can't really pressure that much right now against the Lifestealer, so he's helping get the mid lane while still just farming bot lane. I think he actually probably could bully out Yamsun with this creep, as he is going to bring it back. But however, he did a lot of damage to mid lane. He's kind of just helping his team out here.
Yeah, that level 7 timing on the Lycan is so painful. And Lifestealer doesn't really have that many other options at the moment. So, like, does his Radiance mean that he's just not really going to be turning up to fights very much early on?
The Lifestealer?
Oh, hold on. No, we're chilling. You can answer.
Yeah, I mean, I think Yamsun just wants to farm it up here, but I unfortunately think even when you finish this Radiance, Lifestealer is a hero that is deceptively squishy. Especially because he is playing against the Razor as well, but Fly yet again is gonna... No, not yet.
Yeah, Moo couldn't quite get out of that kinetic field, and now he's the one taking damage as Quick wrote some rotation through, and it's going to be Moo going down once again, and Husky is also going to be on the receiving end of RTZ as he gets himself a double kill up here in the top lane.
Yeah, I think they're trying to realize that, like, the only lane that they can pressure right now, right, Gunner in the mid lane.
Yeah, the creeps are here. The creeps are here. And then comes a Lycan eventually as well, but he's not even required. They're going to get the kill onto Gunner just with the coil and the creeps. And now this tower is going to fall. Nouns are crumbling at the moment. It's an early start for Shopify, but 4K gold advantage at 11 minutes in. This is not good.
I mean, you're playing versus a Lycan too. That's like the scariest part of all of this right now is this lead that they have can often turn into a very, very quick game if you can't stop this potential that he has of farming right now. And when it gets to the Helm of the Overlord, it's only going to get it worse here. And which of their heroes can really stop Saberlight right now? I feel like they need to find a way to gank him. He has no shapeshift right now. I realize RTC is kind of an appetizing target right now because he's not very strong. He just has treads. He's level 6, not having the best game ever. But his 2 cores are just going to carry this game way harder than he can if they don't stop this Lycan and Puck.
Yeah, and RTZ has been a bit of an expert on avoiding ganks as well, so actually killing him might be kind of tricky.
Saberlight has not been an expert in that field, so maybe if they kind of like read the field a little bit on like past performances, they might be able to find an opening there. But for now, they're just going to take a trade. They do have Moo with level 7, so I'd like to see them... It's going to be a little bit hard. They're going to have to use Roll as well with the Solar Guardian, and I unfortunately think Yamsun is going to have to join a fight pretty soon here if they want to win it, because unfortunately just the numbers advantage is the network's just too bad if they want to have a fight that's like 4-on-4.
Yeah, it's not going to work, so again, we'll see as Coil comes out once again, dodging the shield crash, meaning he's not even going to be that tanky now. I mean, Fly's going to drop the ultimate, but Gunner's still dying regardless as Fly goes down as well. Husky looking over towards Arbet. Arbet, he just wants to take down that tombstone, and now looking over towards Husky. Husky's trying to fight, but he just can't. Arbet gets another kill here as he's just feeding on people in the middle lane. And now down at bottom, they're going to go onto the Lifestealer, but he infests inside the creep to get away, and Yamsun will be all right.
Yeah, this is one of the things that makes the Lifestealer versus Razor matchup really annoying. Even if you infest, the static link will still persist there and drain your damage. So if you pop out, you still have no damage here. But I do get the fact why he's going the Radiance. So, like, you do have the ability to do the little bit of burn damage while you're being drained. I'm just afraid his survivability is going to be not enough. He does have the Solar Guardian. He does have the Soul Rip eventually. It's only level 1 right now. We'll see what Husky decides to level next. It's a little concerning, but he does need to keep his farm up right now. That's like the big thing.
Yeah. And with 2 silences on the board as well from the Puck and the Disruptor, it's going to be really hard to make sure you use that Rage, but then don't use it too early to the point where you're vulnerable. Like, it's so important to get it right this game. As Arbet's going to just unleash onto Moo. Moo snaps the cable off right away. Is it going to be enough, though? Moo, unfortunately, looking like he is going to drop here, and that is another death for the Dawnbreaker, just not coming online. 4-0-1. Arbet is owning.
Yeah. I see Moo queuing up an Aghanims here as the first item. This is quite unusual, but versus the Lycan and given the state of the game right now, I think the read is actually correct here. Because if they manage to make Yamsun unkillable and can just do some type of man fighting and outlast him here, while Gunnar is also getting on the back lines and hopefully killing these squishies like the Disruptor and the Snapfire. We've got a roll going.
We do indeed, yeah. Gunnar, initiation into the mid lane. They just want to target down Fly, go for the easy pickoff, and they will be able to do that. He drops the ulti with his last breath as Husky under the tower just being chased down by Saberlight. That's going to be another kill. They've traded supports right now, and now it's just trying to hold their own against this dragon, which is doing so much work to Gunnar. They need to chase back these creeps. They want to actually try and kill them off, but Saberlight's just going to resummon, and that'll put an end to that.
But he did lose the dragon, and he got a Ancient Ice Shaman, so that's a net loss right there and a half.
Well, the odds from our partner esportsbet.io not looking good at all for Nouns at the moment. 10.75 to 1.03 for Shopify. That is intense.
Yeah, it's quite intense. But the game state is also intense, so I don't blame him too much for that one. Yamsun, however, there's redeeming qualities here. He does have the Relic online, so getting closer to that Radiance. So they definitely need to just like hold on for a little bit. Try not to feed too many kills here. Get the Diffusal Blade on Gunnar. That's coming soon as well. And then I think you just really need to punish the fact that Rebellion likes to play a bit aggressively on a couple of heroes like Abed, maybe Saberlight. These are like some piggy banks here that are just waiting to be cracked open.
I love that terminology. It's basically once they have this Radiance, it's not so much Nouns going out looking for action, but more them looking for opportunities.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. And you can see how spread out Rebellion is right now. You can take advantage of it. So Rebellion will get a huge lead if they continue to play this way,
and
as long as they don't die on the side lanes.
It's so sad to watch them commit so much to trying to kill off these Helm of the Dom creeps, and then he just resummons them every time.
Yeah. But he does have to go back to his ancient camp to get something down, unless he wants to settle for something else.
Wait, is that? That's a big wolf. Is that his own wolf he did it on? All right.
Oh, he did it on Layla's wolf.
Oh, right. I was going to say, I swear
yeah.
that doesn't work. Okay.
Yeah. It's not exactly what he wants, because when that timer expires, that will also be gone there. So
yeah. Well, he just didn't want them to get the gold, was all.
Yeah. Sure. All right. Well, there you have it. Now he got a good creep, finally.
Indeed.
And I'm wondering what they're waiting for on Rebellion before they make another play. They've taken most objectives in the game now, so they're getting close to the point where they just want to choke out the map here and make sure that Nouns can't farm anything, as the lead hasn't really gone past 5k for some minutes now. But I do believe that's going to be RTC's BKB timing is their next type of objective they're looking at.
Yeah, and that was really, really close to Yamsun losing his Radiance there, actually, just because, I don't know how he does it. Saberlight, he's got the Zuma eyes, as he was able to keep an eye on the courier and actually almost kill off Yamsun's courier there, which would have been insane, but luckily Yamsun was able to defend his noble steed.
As you see RTZ and his positioning right now, he just dodged a 4-man gank right there, a 3-man smoke. This man... I bet when you're playing against him, it must be very, very, very frustrating. Kind of feels like he has like map hack in a way, but it's really just game sense. He knows when the ganks are coming. You try to make them happen. Like you might be able to kill him in the laning stage, or maybe he'll dive your fountain and give you gold, but you're not smoke ganking this man. No. He's gonna avoid every single one of those. He's
been insane in this season, actually, in particular. I mean, the major we saw a lot, like a decent amount, but during this DPC, he's just read every single team like an absolute book. It's been so impressive. And now, Shopify Rebellion are going to grab themselves an Aegis on Arbed as well. This puck is just an absolute beast right now. Oh dear. Nouns, I mean, they're able to plateau at the very least.
You already know at one point Abed is going to use this in a very aggressive manner, probably over-aggressive, and that's like one of the weaknesses of Rebellion right now. Sometimes when they're a little far ahead, they like to have a little bit of fun. And I think if that ends up happening, Nouns do have a lineup that potentially can get really strong. I think, you know, Carry Razor and Lycan aren't going to scale better than the side of Nouns here. It'll be close because I think Dawnbreaker does have a lot of room to grow as well if she does want to go outside of this pure support build and get for a little bit more damage and not just go for straight Aghanims. I'm hoping that it transitions into like a Shard Deso later on and tries to become a physical right-clicker at some point.
Yeah, and this is kind of going to be like a exercise in discipline from Shopify as well, right? Which we really didn't see from them in their series versus Wildcard. Like they still got a pretty easy win, but there was a few moments, 5 rat as well, in those series where they kind of gave away a bit more than they should have.
Yeah.
And again, in the interviews, they were very chill about it. They were just like, yeah, you know, Bulb was saying like, you know, we all saw it. We all know what happens.
Yeah. It is what it is. It's just how they play sometimes. And bot lane here, they're trying to flush him out here. They got the Wolves on Laylis, and they got the Glimpse. That's the combo.
It is indeed. It is indeed. The Wolves with the scouting, the Glimpse comes in, and down goes Laylis. For the first time this game, I believe.
And Abed with the Aegis, look where he's at. You already know.
Yeah, on top of Husky here, on top of the Lifestealer as well. And Tombstone will not be defended. Yamsun jumping out, trying to look for an opportunity here, but again, cannot use the
Yamsun
rage.
needs to get
but
out
he
of
needs
here.
to rage at some point, trying to bring down Abed. He's going for the TP. Is there enough damage? Yes, there is. Yamsun goes down. The carry is dead on the side of Nouns, and the rest of the team, oh no, not more, not more. They're looking for the mid laner, and I think they're going to find him. Gunner's going to fall as well. Saberlight and Fly with an excellent setup there. My God, you think you're safe, and you're just not.
Yeah, this is the 2-1-2 Dota I talk about, where you play 2 heroes on both side lanes and 1 in the mid lane. Try to farm both jungles, but at the same time, Gunner's like, oh, he got bottom. They all must be bottom, right? Nope. They're still hanging around in that top lane and get a +1 for that. And that's how net worth leads start to explode, because now they have both jungles to farm, all 3 lanes to push out. It's a lot of net worth.
Yeah, this lead is just going to extend and extend.
Okay, so now we have a Blade of Alacrity on Yamsun here.
Okay.
And you're asking, what is that going to do? Exactly. Can he please buy an armlet? I really think like it is a sin in Dota. It's fine to go Radiance first, but armlet is the best item in the game on Lifesteer. It's so cheap, and it gives you so much. And I don't think this Yasha is going to do anything for him. He's still going to get linked. He's still going to die in 2 seconds. It's not going to give you that much armor. Oh, armlet gives you a lot of damage, a lot of HP, and a lot of armor. It's amazing, but that's my rant for now.
I don't know. He wants to embrace the speed. He wants to be monk of speed.
Yeah. No, you can buy the Yasha after the armlet. So.
Okay. We'll let him know.
I mean, like I said, there's no absolutes in Dota, but maybe buying boots on at least 3 of your heroes in the game and buying an armlet on Lifesteer are mine.
Those are the 2. Okay, all right.
That's it.
Write that down, kids. So Nouns are looking to put up some sort of defense on this tower. Obviously, Mua's not with them, but in a way, Mua's always with them because he's got an ultimate.
Yeah, he can always join the fight, and it's a strong ultimate now too. He did complete the Agnum Scepter, so duration's longer. You get the evasion, get more heal. It's not easy to fight into, actually. It's a very powerful timing.
Yep. The Nouns are trying to make some sort of use of it by defending this bottom tower. Getting rid of the wolves as well. This has been very annoying for them, those scouting wolves, but you know, Shopify, they come forward here. Rage early from Yamsun here. And yeah, I mean, this is all that Rebellion need. They're like, all right, you've raged, that means the tower's off. Like, that's literally what it's coming down to this game at the moment. These tiny, tiny spells, but any minute advantage which Nouns gives up, Shopify's just like, yeah, now you're not strong enough. If you're not at 100%, you're at 0%.
Yeah, it's starting to look like, unfortunately, a very Shopify-esque game when they're playing in the North American region here. Just dominant laning stage, into having a draft that can take objectives, into methodically playing the map, and not feeling like you can do much about it if you're Nouns. And I agree, there's not much they can do here. Like, their infest target is what this game?
Yasha finished though. Look at him go.
Yeah, I mean, look at him
Blimey.
go. I mean, regardless of his build, they're just so far behind. I'm not gonna be like his build is what lost the game, right?
Of course.
It's definitely not gonna win him the game either. So I think right now the way they need to be itemizing is getting the most cost-efficient items that they can possibly get to help them fight right now. And they also need to take fights where they have a major number advantage, which they do. But in the case of Rebellion, they've been really good at dodging ganks, especially RTZ. So they've been trying on Nouns. They just have not been able to find anything.
Yeah, that's true. They've been making the movements, but nothing's really connecting. But it's also the case of like, it's really, really hard with the heroes they have to set up for a single kill. They don't have that kind of strong, blink in, stun kind of hero. It's basically a Rubik. It's all you're really looking at. Maybe a Pangolier, but even then, it's not easy. It's high commitment to go for the Rolling Thunder, so very, very hard for Nouns to actually set up onto someone, and we are feeling that.
Yeah, and speaking of cost-efficient builds here, Arteezy's doing one of those himself. Going to BKB, he needs it to survive. Go straight into Mask of Madness here.
Wow.
Not something, this is definitely not a Razor build you see a lot of, but he also kind of understands the state of the game right now, that he wants to hit a power spike right now that allows him to fight, and he realizes he's not like the hard carry of the game, so he does not going to take up a lot of net worth, and he's going to buy items that just helps him hit his peak a little bit faster.
No. It's all about the speed. He saw the Yasha and he's like, I need speed.
I got to catch him. Yeah, for sure.
30 movement speed from the Mask of Madness. This isn't Dota anymore. It's a drag race.
Yeah, all right. Well, that's fine too. Then maybe next he should queue up his own Yasha.
Yep. Saberlight going to pop the ultimate here, but also stolen by Lelis. He's going to be running around as well. Everyone's just kind of running and rolling, and, well, I mean, Husky's died. That's about it at the moment.
There's an infest.
Looking for more. Oh, this is big. They get onto Gunnar here, who's got Yamsun inside of him. Yamsun jumping out the other side. The ultimate coming in for the Dawnbreaker as well. What can they get done, though? Shopify are just kiting it out, and now Moon is in the fight. They do find Fly, but that's about it. Yamsun trying to look for a target, decides to try and break down the wall, but the resummons there again. Stolen ultimate once again from the Rubik. Just not really landing onto anyone, but Saberlight has gone down. Arteezy linking up with Yamsun here, trying to bring down the Lifestealer, forcing him out of the fight as Gunnar just dies as a side thought, and now Yamsun's going to fall as well. Shopify turning up to the fight with all their heroes, and even though they do lose Saberlight, they bring down 3 in response.
Yeah, that fight looked okay at first for Downs here, getting those kills here, but the moment RTC was able to join that fight, he ran directly, knowing that he was needed there. But it was good read by Downs too. They saw RTC in the top lane, so like, this is our fight. And I 100% agree, they had to take that fight there. So good attempt there, but net worth lead is just a little too much. They took too long to kill the Disruptor even, who's already sitting on just drums, tranquils with the fluffy hat. It's a very tanky boy.
It's that fluffy hat.
It is the fluffy hat. It took him that little bit of extra HP, or maybe it was the Yasha on the Lifestealer not being able to do the damage to kill him. Who knows? Maybe a little bit of both.
Absolutely, and it was actually for them in the end, because Husky, the fight took so long that Husky respawned, so he was alive at the end of it, but he was the first one to go down. It's
the life of an Undying.
It is indeed, and honestly, like it's so hard to play this game. It feels like for Nams, because you can't keep anyone inside that ultimate from the Dawnbreaker. Like, sure, you keep your heroes alive a bit longer, but I mean, Shopify don't really have a draft which is going to run out of power in fights or anything like that. You know, it's not like they need to win these fights in the first 5 seconds. So it seems conceptually a little tricky as they move on to Yamsun here. He does get the rage off somehow. Okay.
I guess just the corner of that edge there just wasn't hit by the Static Storm, and Fly will just pay for it.
Unlucky Fly.
Just a little bit... Not the best placing of the Static Storm there.
No, it's got to be said.
But it was really close. It looked like it was
It looked like it should have been fine, but...
very thin margin.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Very unfortunate. But yeah, just to go back to your point of nouns and how this game is hard, it's absolutely really hard. You don't even have the better laking scaling lineup here. And you're down 13k gold. So how do you get back into this? Maybe they can take a Roche fight. Maybe you can somehow get a pick off. But right now, Abed has not been very generous with wanting to play over-aggressive and feeding away any kills here. He's playing very reserved and making sure he does not give back any of that net worth he has been taking away from them.
Now, at the moment, Yamsun sees any danger in the top lane as well, just rage TP out. That is one side thing at least. He can kind of sit on lanes, on side lanes, push them up pretty far, and has a rage TP to get himself out of most situations. Gunnar has been seen, though, blink away, but immediately glimpsed. There's a counter ultimate coming out as the Static Storm comes through. Doesn't really land onto anyone, though. And now, Moo, he might have just leaped into his death here with that ultimate, as they'll take down Husky. That'll be the first target. Saberlight on top of Moo as well. Moo getting very, very low. The kisses. Will it be enough? No, it won't. Moo gets away. Well, they only lose Husky. He does buyback here. Gunnar trying to find the puck with the Rolling Thunder. Not going to work, though. And yeah, you can see he's running for it, Fly, but not going to connect. So Shopify, they will just own this part of the map now. Oh, there's a Lifestealer inside the the Ancient. Okay.
Yeah. I guess you can do that. You can steal the HOD of the Lycan. That's one way of doing it. But the moment... Oh, he gets to keep it? Interesting. I didn't know that, because he took a new one on Saberlight here.
God damn, he's like a mech
But he has his own, yeah.
This is some anime shit.
I mean, you get the Radiance burn here, too.
Let's go! What's up, kids?
Unfortunately, they do have a lot of physical damage here. He's going instant silence. He get the rage off.
Whoa, how did they time that? He's trying to get away. The Yasha isn't going to work. Yes, it is. The rage is there, but the physical damage, it's too much. Yamsun with a bit of a clowny death there, has to be said. And now they move over, and they're going to beat down Husky as well. A dive back from the Undying. I think that's going to be a Shopify Rebellion Roche somehow. As Abed's just
not
diving tier
done.
3s.
This is Abed's arc here to start jumping in the base.
Pump the brakes there, kiddo.
Yeah. No, he's chilling a little bit now. Gives away phase shift.
Nope,
Go
Gunner's
Gunner.
now giving it a try. All right.
Yeah, Gunner's.
Everyone gets a turn in the pit.
This is like one of those games, right, where just like, let's do all the desperate shit we can think of and hope something works.
Lelis is just lying dead in the base. It's like... that was such a comedic cut. Just the Rubik corpse face down on the ground.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
There's not much hope for this game. I'm trying to find any like way to give Nouns the benefit of the doubt of how they can come back in this game. It's gonna have to be some serious fountain diving, I think.
Yeah, I
at
was
this
gonna
point.
say. I mean, if there's ever a guy, you know, like they're kind of like sailors at sea, Shopify Rebellion, and the fountain is like the sirens of old, drawing them in. They can never quite resist, but
how does a puck die to the fountain?
Yeah.
RTC is gonna have a satanic butterfly. That build is meant to dive the fountain.
they're preparing for it.
He's gearing up for it.
They're like, right, what's the one way we can lose this game? They're asking the same question, and
Yeah. I mean, I guess Crit does not have an Ag's blink to save people in the fountain, so
all right.
we'll see. Even in the fountain here, I think Arteezy's going to kill at least 3 heroes. Better hope our buybacks are ready if you're Nouns.
Yeah, that's not good. We need to have our buybacks in case RTC ends up in our fountain, guys.
That's your best play option you got right now. And it is what it is.
It is. Yamsun, he sees that ancient creep again. He's like, ooh, well, that's tempting. He's going to go and take some chunks out of Arteezy, but I say chunks, it's more like little thin wafer slices.
That's Infest committed there.
Yeah, has to invest inside Gunner to stop himself getting glimpsed. Rage was on cooldown.
I guess Nouns can always go for the play that maybe Rebellion disconnect and can't reconnect. But unfortunately, the technology's there now where
Yeah.
it just takes a bit of time, but they can get this
Yeah.
game rolling again. So,
A bit of running down mid again.
yeah.
I enjoyed that last time.
Well, we will see, but I think this is just going to be a very much so Rebellion knows the game's over. They're going to walk down a lane, and Nouns are going to have to find something clever. Speaking of something clever,
What? Yeah, all right, it works. They got Fly. Let's see if they can finish him off. The rage there from Yamsun. They're just going to drop down the ultimate on top of Husky to try and kill him off. Moo also disrupting on the backlines, but on the front, it is Yamsun who's in trouble. Arteezy, can he finish the job? Yamsun running away. Look at him go. The Sanjin Yasha doing work, but unfortunately, the Pangolier has fallen down. 2 heroes dead, 3 on the side of Yams. Actually, if the buyback comes through, Moo, he's still on the back, and they kind of turned him as an afterthought. He's going to get taken down by Saberlight as well. Looking like we're heading for the curtains here, folks, as Shopify Rebellion on the high ground, smacking away at the tier 3. Still no GG coming out from Nouns just yet, but they're going to do everything they can to try and stay in this game. Gonna just trying to disarm, doesn't even land that.
as long as they have spells to give, they'll keep throwing them.
Oh, it's not enough. They even throw him into the fountain with the telekinesis, but
Yeah.
Gunner still dies.
They're just too strong at this point. And unfortunately, the net worth lead is insurmountable at this point. The hero matchups, you don't have anything special in your playbook here to deal while being behind as well. They had a strategy in mind, it just unfortunately didn't work out. Oh no, indeed.
That's not how that was meant to go. That's a dead Yamsun. Lifestealer, he's gonna fall. And there it is.
There
Your
it
GG
is.
comes out. Shopify Rebellion with a hell of a start to their series. Absolutely wiping the floor with Nouns here in game number 1. Oh my goodness. I mean, that just didn't go to plan at all. Like from the lanes onwards, there was just no hope. And I don't think we'll be seeing a Dawnbreaker again somehow.
Or a Lifestealer, I think. I understand like the idea now of you can infest the Vikings like HOD, which is kind of cool. And you have the Radiant, so now you have his HOD creep that's really buffed up, and you got the Radiant's burn going at the whole time, but it's really not enough damage. And the laning stage, it's just that bad where I don't think you can afford giving Lycan an absolutely free lane.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And like, it just felt like they wanted to do this death ball thing on the side of Nouns, which they've been doing a ton, right? Like just kind of clumping up, healing up as well. That's the big thing, right? And their big healer this game was meant to be the Dawnbreaker, but that didn't really happen, and it felt like they didn't have any backup options either. You know, once it went wrong, it just continued going wrong.
All 3 lanes went terribly for them. And if all 3 lanes go poorly and you're playing versus Rebellion, I've never seen a team ever come back from that. So work on your lanes next game. All I got to say.
Yeah, this team just seems too sharp at the moment. You know, Shopify just continually, every single time we see them in this DPC at the moment, they've just been sharp, they've been in control, and it's another great. And there was no fountain diving at the end, you know? They were so good. They're
Surprised.
Yeah. Belba gets to keep his belt on, doesn't have to in the bar.
And RTZ bought a BKB. That's the other big takeaway, right?
That's character development.
First
right there.
item, yeah.
Yeah.
Refused to go on the PA, but this game, first item.
First item. Alrighty, well, that's going to do it for game number 1. Let's find out what our panel thinks as we throw it over back to them.
Thank you so much, casters. And indeed, it is Rebellion to take the lead on this series. Nouns not standing too much of a chance, but showing a little bit of promise, just not enough. Mike, Sheepo, this was not Nouns' game to win, apparently.
It really was. I mean, they lost every lane. I guess it goes back to draft, right? Like,
I feel like it goes down to gameplay a little bit. I mean, like, let's be real. This Shopify has always been an incredible laning team. We said that we thought they wouldn't come out ahead. There's probably a team out there somewhere in Europe that would have gone even with them out of the lane. So I don't want to completely blame the draft here. Like, one thing I will point out straight away, and I know Fear had massive gripes with it as well, was Lifestealer didn't go armlet. Like, on top of it just being a really good item for Lifestealer in general, it also allows you to lane better. You're playing with armor against a Lycanthrope. Instead, because you're trying to go for this Radiance build, he's just able to, like, bully him a little bit more than he should have.
that's actually a fair point. I mean, Armlet Lifestealer's it's a classic. Not going that is kind of weird. You know, my thing is, Alex, we're both Dawnbreaker and Joyous here on this panel.
That's true. Very cultured.
Did you feel the impact?
There was a Dawnbreaker in this game?
I didn't feel the impact from this Dawnbreaker either. Like, I appreciate that point. The Armlet Lifesteal, obviously a classic, didn't come out. As well as that, though, like the POS 3, Dawnbreaker, Aghanim's Rush, it just... I mean, the heal was kind of nice in the fights, but you saw Shopify every single time they just kited out. You lack that kind of stun initiation from it. I just didn't feel it. And at the same time, I suppose in the mid lane, Arbet just popped off, as Arbet tends to do. So...
And that is the raid boss that we constantly highlight. Shutting down Abed is a ticket to at least having a proper game. This game, Abed, he was like 1,500, 2K net worth above the next core, which was from his same team and not even from the opponent's side. RTZ might have not had the best time on the Razor in the lane, but really, this Lycan just unstoppable. Couldn't find an answer to it. What... Is there anything that Nouns could have potentially achieved? Is it just itemization, the poorness of the early minutes that prevented them from answering this Lycan in this entire game, Jeep?
I think it was more on the... Well, okay, we could go back to the draft on that one, I suppose. They didn't have a safe lane that really like could shove Lycan out. It was like they were just going to be trading farm. But I do think Saberlight is just really, really damn good at this hero. If you noticed when he got his Helm of the Dominator, for example, he took control of a creep, summoned wolves, and he sent them mid. So he's just farming bot happily with, you know, his armor against Lifestealer. And then his creeps are just showing up mid. And then Puck and Snapfire are already there, and they're able to like push this tower together. And he's, you know, oh my god, he's pushing a mid tower and he's still farming bot. Like, how efficient can you get? And he just does that again with this next creep. And I think that his level of efficiency on this hero is insane. We saw him giving vision all game long with his wolves. There was a funny moment where Rubik stole the wolves and then he dominated one of them with his helm and then sent that and it nearly killed Husky. That was hilarious. Just overall, he was an absolute menace.
Well, I mean, in terms of MVP talk, you could consider Abed, but we've decided to choose Saberlight for this one. His Lycan, once again, proving to be on the board, very active on the micro, like he has always been. You know, we've loved watching him with the body blocks on the wolves. You're getting double kills in your lane when you're basically 1v2ing in situations. Of course, the item build just clicks with the rest of the team. It was an easy performance, but this benefited Abed a lot in this game as well. Abed had a lot more free reign, plus having that +1 for potential taking over the map and looking for kills, shutting down the side of Nouns, and they can't really fight back when you have these two scary heroes. One that is not super reliant on cooldowns, and the other that can just always tune in, even with just the wolves.
Yeah, and I think that point kind of goes into the... Like, I feel like Shopify, when they brought in Saberlight, like they got rid of Nightfall, they brought in Saberlight, I think it was one of the best decisions they made, right? Because even if RTZ has a rough lane, guess what? Saberlight's having a good time, Arbit's having a good time, they'll make the space, and that's exactly what you saw. And yeah, it's pretty rough. Like Dream Call into a bunch of wolves and units flying at you. Like that's not a very fun experience.
He also just played his lane really well on Abed. Like I remember when the camera went over to their lane and Puck is just standing in between the wave and Gunnar, who's just like, man, I might hate my life. I think Gunnar did a pretty decent job though of getting losses despite that. But yeah, I think he played a really fantastic game. He got like a 9-minute Witchblade or something like that, and then he was just playing constantly up and aggressive. And then on top of that, you know, like I said, Saberlight sending his wolves to mid and helping there. So you're getting help. And it's nice as well because like on 6-minute runes, for example, Snapfire is there for him, helping him like fight and contest runes because Saberlight, again, can use his wolves to go drag the waves from behind the tower. Like this guy is he was so self-sufficient on the offlane that it allowed Crit to go help mid. Abed gets an amazing game on top of the game he's already secured for himself, and everything just slots into place.
Well, it does look like all sides are on Nouns at this point. Can they still deliver a possible tie situation, force it out to 3? We will find out after the break. We'll tune in for more. Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the DPC as we are underway with the Rebellion versus Nouns series and heading over to game number 2 with Rebellion leading 1-0 right now. Can Nouns pull off the potential upset at this case? Because game 1, definitely, Sheepo, Mike, did not go their way in any sense. And one thing that I want to kind of talk about, well, at least that you talk about, just bringing up a thing, you know, bringing up things is always fun. Nouns, out of 11 games, 10 times they have opted for the first pick, and they get themselves the first pick. It's been Io, it's been Undying most of the time. Could be a potential Mu hero. What do you guys think? Is this time for change? Do they still want to lock it in or swap to another different hero?
I like them taking first pick. I think if you're at 91% first pick, it's because you really value what you can do in the first phase, right? And it means you're always taking it. Because every other team, they always want second pick and they want Dire. And so that means they're probably just taking it for themselves. And it works because they play with these Leshraks, they play with these Drows, they play with like combination heroes, like even their Lone Druid as well, they've taken on the end of first phase. Like the end of first phase can be very powerful when you just establish a combo that you want and you want to protect protect it with the next bans, and you think it's strong enough where it won't get to like the second phase, right? Because if you have second pick, so you kind of have to be a bit more risky and gamble it. Like say the Lesh, the IO Lesh is your like comfort thing. The Lesh is gonna get banned second phase if it made it through first. So I think they just don't want to leave that later if they have so few strategies, which is why they probably prefer it.
Yeah, and that kind of also puts them in an awkward position of a sense of if you want to get that straight up duo, there's only so few you can actually lock in. If you go for first pick IO, do you just block pick the Leshrac, for example, not letting that combo go through? Or are there multiple options to go for? But at least inside the eyes of Rebellion, Mike, you know, they're a very systematic thinking team.
Yeah.
They go with their thoughts, their meta, their way of playing the game, which is probably at a very higher level than the other teams. So Rebellion probably just sees all the opportunities coming, right? They know exactly what's happening.
Yeah, I think they're taking Nouns quite seriously. Obviously, this is basically a slot to the major, right? So you get rid of the IO because even if they get the Leshrac, it's not going to look anywhere near as good. And IO also works with what? The Witch Doctor offlane, I think we saw. Like the heal can be quite ridiculous. So IO is obviously quite a strong pick here for the side of Nouns. So just get rid of it. Just make it easy.
Yeah.
That's what teams did against Gaimin as well, because they were running the IO Lesh.
Right.
I mean, the interesting thing, at least when I compared like Europe to NA here, is that like I think Gaimin's IO Lesh eventually did get figured out and beaten, and they stopped relying on it as much as they were, and they kind of moved away, which is cool. Whereas here, it seems like it's been working for them against all these other teams, and now, I mean, even if they got it, I don't even know if they would win against Shopify. After watching that game, I think they were pretty outclassed. There were some pretty bad mistakes around the map.
Yeah. Just not on the same page.
Yeah.
So how do you get on the same page? Do you pick yourselves heroes that are forced on a specific timing? For example, you need to know this 1, 2, 3 things need to happen for us to play the game. Is that an approach that Nouns could potentially look at? Ease of execution.
Yeah, I mean, forget what I said earlier about ratting, right? Go back to comfort for the side of Nouns, right?
Yeah,
Like,
don't go back to Neff.
I mean, speaking of Neff, I do have...
All right.
My informant has
Go ahead.
advised me of some stuff. I asked him, give me the juicy gossip. What's going on in Nouns headquarters right now? And he literally responded, I have nothing good to say. It's very depressing here at the moment. So
Love that for them.
so I am kind of worried about the mentality right now of Nouns. I'm not sure how they're feeling. Obviously, it's a lot of pressure. Slot to the major. They've been in this position too many times.
But they don't care, Mike.
Exactly. They don't care. They just want to let it slide.
That's what I've been told.
But ladies and gents, we have a draft ready for game number 2, so let's head on over and see what's going on, because now they don't have first pick, but instead it is Rebellion taking away the Undying as they banned out the other sustained heroes. And
What
of
is
course,
Husky gonna play?
What is he going to play?
What is he gonna play?
New hero.
I'm panicking. Oh my god.
It's probably going in the heads of their team as well. Like, oh boy, we don't have a Husky hero. Do we do something different this time?
I mean, I'm sure Husky plays more than one hero. Come on.
Does
now.
he?
Like, well, you know, to be fair,
This is the time to show what you got in that ace in the basket, or ace in the sleeve, actually.
this is a great guy. I'm sure he's got some more heroes up the sleeve. Let's wait and see. I can't remember if he's chosen anything but the Undying, because it does feel like every game we just see this hero pop up over and over again.
This is where they should pick some like Disruptor plus Death Prophet, in my opinion, or like an Enchantress plus Death Prophet. Some support that's pretty good at trading with the Undying, or just good lane secure in general. And then DP's just a stupid hero that I think should be picked by everyone.
You see the Undying, can you first phase Snapfire?
You could, yeah, for sure. If you want to, I think it's a completely fine way to deal with the Tombstone and just a decent hero in general.
Oh,
This could...
that's the hero that went through.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. My bad.
Swap
Even though you said
the Witch Doctor ban for the Beastmaster, snatching the Disruptor, and it is again an Undying Drow Ranger. This time, it's not bait, it's Rebellion picking it up. So we've seen a lot of this Drow Undying in West Europe, especially. We see it against the Death Prophets. We see it against the Leshrac matchups. We talk a lot about the hypothermia. The timings you kind of match up to the Leshrac and outscale up to a specific point. So what are the benefits you get from this, even if it is against the Beastmaster? It's a Beast Drow lane.
I mean, dude, Undying Drow is like, to me, one of the strongest safe lane duos you can have. It's so disgusting to have to play against as a melee core. And I'm pretty scared right now for the offlane of Nouns, right? Because you just decay, eventually drop a Tombstone with the Frost Arrows, no one's running. I've gotten so much MMR off this duo. It's amazing.
It's oh wait, I'm on
Approved.
NA. I can just recycle my Europe points.
Hey.
So guys, welcome to Beastmaster, the offlaner. Now here's the best thing about this hero: he doesn't care about how his lane goes because
Hey.
what he does is he maxes his wild axes, and then he goes into his triangle where his disruptor has put an 8 stack up onto his ancients, and then he farms them and he's happy. So that is the way that matchup usually goes, and why people are so happy picking Beastmaster in the first phase nowadays, because he always ends up having a game. And you can go multiple builds. I think the most pressured I've ever seen a Beastmaster was when Ace played it, and he was playing against a Night Stalker carry, which made him have to go Greaves build instead of Helm. I did not like that at all. So it would be nice to see that get banned potentially. I know they can't pick it as a carry, but anyway, whatever. Point being, Beats is gonna have a game.
All right, all right.
I wanna go off that point because I agree with what Sheepo's saying, but we have seen some teams, they understand what the Beastmaster's gonna do if it has a tough lane. So what I wanna see now, give Critter roaming support. Let him suss this stuff out. Let him scout out what's
Let him
going
cook.
on.
That
Yeah.
is not
Let
his job. That is Undying's job because they're in the same lane.
All right, Sheepo.
Jesus Christ, you
get
want
my-
Crit to roam the entire
Yes,
map?
I do.
Guys, there are stacks here. There was no way to know this.
You know what? If it happens, you're getting so much crap in the green room. I'm telling you right now.
I mean, he might roam, but it won't be to find the stacks that they know are happening.
How dare you?
Oh God, man.
First time in NA and you dare treat me like this, huh?
Sorry.
I love you guys.
Mike, that was a wonderful point. I can't wait to watch Crit roam and find these stacks.
Well, we're seeing some mid lane bans coming out, several amounts of them. The Pangos, DPs, DKs, Gunner Lone Druid out of the pool, the Bat Rider we talked about as well from Moo, even though there is the Beastmaster technically in the field. Which kind of means Rebellion want to get this Drow a decent game, not only just a better one than RTZ had last game, but how much does that play for Abed? All these big counter heroes towards the mid lane matchups. Is he just gonna pop off once again? Doesn't really care too much about the matchup. Bulba's just yelling out orders and heroes.
I mean, this dude literally played Storm like 50 games in a row. You think they care? You think Abed cares? Of course he's gonna pop. It's Abed.
That's the dead mentality, right?
He's gonna
just
pop
stop
off.
caring, no emotional things. It's just Dota.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Go on, Sheepo.
that's
Give
all
us a
there
great
is.
point.
That's all there is to say.
No, I agree with Mike.
Yeah.
He's so smart.
But there's the Snapfire, but we talked about at least. Not necessarily as a first phaser, because the Disruptor has been getting more and more common, even first pick material for some teams. But you've
There's
got
Bulba.
Hey,
there's
Yes.
Bulba.
my boy.
Do we have the cameras to like the player camera angles to follow where he's walking?
Yeah, follow him at all times.
Yeah,
I don't
just-
want Bulba off the screen. that strikes fear in me. If I don't know where Bulba is at all times, you don't know what's gonna happen. Oh, sheesh. Okay.
Abed Ember.
That's what I wanted game one. Okay, huh. This is my problem with Noun's draft last game, was that they had no way to make plays on the map. It was like, who do you even pair together? You have like a Pango and a Rubik and an Undying, which feels weird. Lifestealer, Dawnbreaker. Like, Dawnbreaker wants to react to stuff, and Lifestealer doesn't do anything. So I am already a massive fan of Noun's draft this game. Like, playing with Snapfire or Disruptor, you have way more ways to make plays. You have so much more damage. And now you're going to slap some mid laner on top that can play with these heroes, and you have so many avenues of doing stuff. We can smoke mid and support somewhere. We can smoke them to the Beastmaster, who's going to always be playing in this like top side of the map. You have some... Nouns are already doing much better for me, and I'm happy to see Shopify return that with their own way of fighting. Like Ember Hoodwink are going to allow them to take fights into what Nouns are trying to do.
All right, I'm going to throw a wild question here. This is fully based on prediction.
Okay.
Seeing the heroes that we have so far, obviously we can add in the 18th from Nouns as he gets it. How many kills are we going to see in the first 10 minutes with these two drafts? Because I feel like it could be brawly. Could
Total
be.
kills
Total kills.
between two teams.
Yeah, in 10 minutes. I'm going to say we see like 7.
That's a good number.
You said Brawley and then numbered 7?
That's a lot in NA.
what is this region? Oh, okay. Now let's pick Ricky. I'm done.
Why?
Because I don't want to see the Ricky.
Oh, well, you're not gonna see him. He goes in this shit.
Oh,
Exactly.
I mean, is this Moo's off lane? Oh, no, he's a Beastmaster. What is this hero? Who's playing this?
10 seconds
I guess it's Lelis then, going back to the... Wait.
No, they have-
No,
it
wait.
could be off-lane
Okay,
snap.
listen to me.
Okay.
Gunner's been spamming the mid Ricky, right? He's
Has he?
played it over 10 to 15 games. He's been
Sure.
pretty successful with it. It is the Meteor Hammer mid Ricky build-up. If Rebellion sees this coming, they're not banning mids right now. And that
Okay.
means it's going to be Gunner mid Ricky.
That's smart. That's a good way to suss it out. Shopify should know.
Yeah, but is
Carrying,
it-
carry ban.
Is it good though?
Don't ask me.
Do not ask me. We actually saw Core Ricky 9 played it literally like an hour ago in Europe.
I don't watch those.
Well,
kind of
that's why
regions.
I'm telling you, because I'm bringing European Dota to the NA panel, because then it just
Why?
makes the panel better, because
No, it doesn't.
Europe is better than NA.
No, it's not.
Oh, you don't want to say that here.
You know
You're
who
too
did
biased.
Ricky
Cut
first?
her mic.
Europe.
Cut her mic. Get her out of here.
Okay, bye.
Too biased towards the West Europe, but at least Lycan is also banned out in Rebellion. They did ban out the Ursa, which also makes sense, but they do think this is a mid-Ricky after all. I don't think it necessarily is a carry Ricky. Not sure if Yamsen is feeling that dirty. So Gunnar getting to play his 4th hero of the tournament, if that is going to be the case. Yeah, Monkey King ban. I am strongly believing this is now a mid-Ricky.
Wonderful.
I mean, why not? I think I actually had a pub game with Mid-Ricky recently, and we did win. So, you know, that's my current experience with Mid-Ricky. I guess it
Okay.
could be strong, right? That 15-minute timing. Maybe have a
It's
shot.
not about the shot, I think. It's, well, yeah, it is always about the shot. But it's let's see, what 9 did? He went Meteor Hammer, he had it by 6 minutes, into Treads, into Diffusal Blade, into Manta, and then he went for Ether, Lens, and an Axe. So it looks like just kind of a normal Ricky build.
He acting like this 9 guy won a TI or something.
I think he did, maybe.
Mate?
Was it in like 2012?
I doubt it.
I don't know. But
2012.
the point is that I can see it being a problem for Shopify if they're playing together, and like Drow's gonna feel pretty pressured. You're playing with Invis heroes, you're playing with Hawk Vision, you're gonna be able to find her and then pressure her. And then the Slark with an Axe is going to be another hero that's going to be able to help get on top of her and take these fights. I actually feel pretty good about this. It's going to have a really good lane into Tide.
It is exactly as it is. It is a Gunnar mid-Ricky. Yamsen brings up the Slark, though. He's got a decent matchup versus the Tide Hunter. You got to see this. It's the 24th pick Slark, which usually is a pretty good one. How does it sit into this game for now? Do you feel like their draft has too many question marks or a lot of pros?
I think Nouns have a really strong draft. I think the Slark last pick was really good. As Sheep already kind of said it, you have a way to catch the Drow. Against Tide, it's extremely strong. You just take Essence Shift stacks the whole laning phase. I don't know if Saberlight's going to be able to recover now. I mean, you made the point that, this Beastmaster's going to go triangle, take stacks. Maybe Saberlight might have to do the same thing. This could be a pretty rough laning phase.
Sheepo, I'm going to give you an option. Do you give me a scenario where Rebellion takes this 2-0, or give me a scenario where Rebellion loses this game from their perspective?
But
You
they
get to
lose
choose.
it? Like, so Shopify wins no matter what in these two scenarios?
As in, Rebellion either wins this series or they lose it from their perspective. Don't talk about Nouns, just Rebellion.
Okay, Shopify. Oh, yeah, we're so good. Despite our Tide Hunter being in a losing matchup, we're going to gush the slot level 1 and press
Yeah.
our Bushwhack with Hoodwink, and going to have a Blight Stone, which is going to go pow, pow, and he's not going to have a game. He's so sad. Abed's going to own mid because he's the best mid player in North America. And then he's going to link up with his supports, and they're just going to run the map, yo.
Well, that's the case, ladies and gents. We're heading over to game number 2. Will we see a Rebellion 2-0 or Nouns tied up? Let's go over to our casters. It is Nomad. It is Fear. Take it over, gents.
Thank you very much, T-Pan and the gang. Yes, indeed, we're very excited to get into this one. It looks like they send a slightly better shot in this one. Nouns, this draft looks very well put together, I think.
I mean, they definitely have a much better draft here, and I think Yamsen is in a situation now where he could solo carry this game if he has a good game. His hero is good against pretty much every single hero in the game right now, and that's scary if you're a Slark here. But will they have that good laning stage? That's going to be the big question, because Abed, he kind of styled on Gunnar last game. Now we're seeing the Ricky mid versus the Ember. I have no idea how this matchup is going to go. It could be really good for the Ember. It could be good for the Ricky. All I know is we're going to see a Meteor Hammer, and that's always fun.
It is always fun. Yeah, let's get into it. Game number 2 between these two teams. I'm really hoping that Nouns can level this one out. We've had these top 3 teams battling it out. Come on, Nouns, it's time to pull it out of the bag.
Yeah, for sure. Unfortunately, I do think Nouns' hardest opponent is Rebellion. Even though every single time TSM is getting that first slot, they struggle the most against Rebellion. They have good series against TSM, but whatever it might just be like nerves in a way, or it just the way Shopify play in general is just a little too hard for them to deal with. So I'm just hoping for a stronger laning stage here.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mental block for sure. And we've had a little bit of insight from the teams from Nouns specifically, about how they're trying to deal with that, just kind of trivializing it, being like, hey, it's not a big deal, just another game, as some other teams were able to do. You know, they were talking about just pretending it was a scrim in their last game. I think that was
Right.
bait, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was bait. Or no, was it bait?
Was it bait?
No, that wasn't. Either way, it was one of the teams. It could have been bait. Who even knows? I do think that this last pick
Five
tied
rounds,
here.
5 rounds.
Yeah, 5 rounds. This tied pick was very risky. You are playing against Disruptor. You're playing versus Smokescreen, and now you got a last pick Slark on you. You don't particularly like playing versus Snapfire either. So the only hero
Fly.
it's really good against. Fly.
The body blocks. Gunner.
Gunner.
He's got the feet. He's got
Take
the
the
feet.
last
Look at
hit.
him go. Oh, and he gets the last hit as well. What a tasty little first blood there from the mid laner. That's how you want to start the game off.
He's like, I deserve that.
Yeah.
Contribution.
Yeah.
1 hit.
Dude, that was juicy. That was some of the tidiest body blocks I've seen in a while.
There's no way Gunner can lose this lane now. Look how close he is to this Ring of Health after that first blood. He is super
Wow.
close. And once he gets that Ring of Health, he is just straight up going to be unkillable here, I think. Unless he gets hit by too many times for that tower. Of course.
Yeah, a little bit of a jump under the tower there. No biggie, but still gets the creeps, though. The chains come out as well, which is going to hurt him quite a bit. So a rough couple of first waves here for Gunner, but hopefully he can get that...
It's okay. He got
Ring of
he got
Health.
the first blood, so even if he gets outplayed a little bit in the laning stage, he has that free gold, we'll call it.
All right, and it's going to be interesting to see how this bottom wave
Abed?
goes as well, of course. Yeah, he's taking a step forward as well. Wow, these guys really enjoying the enemy towers at the moment.
Yeah, they're getting hit a lot by these towers. I'm most curious to see how the bottom lane's going to go. Slark versus Tidehunter, on paper, is very Slark favored. However, if you do have a ranged position 4 that adds a lot of right clicks and harass with the gush spam, it could be quite annoying for Yamsun, because Disruptor is not that type of hero that's going to give you sustain in the laning stage. So if they keep Yamsun low, he will not be able to trade back.
Yeah, that's the key to it, right? Like, there is a way you can turn this lane, and you know, Sableye likes to talk about lanes which people usually think is unfavored and make them favored. As Yamsun takes some hits here, but they get the glimpse back onto the Hoodwink, and that's going to be the kill, going the way of Nouns. So
I just want to applaud Husky there. Not stealing the kill. It's actually a big deal, because I don't think there's anything Husky can buy right now that'll be game-changing, but if Yamsun ends up getting that early treads or an item, that could have huge impact in the laning stage. So I really like what he did there.
Yep. Sailor just comes forward and just starts hitting the Slark as well. Yamsun has to pounce himself away from this. Needs some health. He really needs a bit of regen coming in his way. Husky will deliver, but yeah, at the moment, I mean, they got the kill, so that's going well, but at the moment, Sableye is kind of pretty happy at the moment. When does this lane get bad for the Tidehunter?
Probably when the Hoodwink leaves. Until then, I think it's completely fine. Maybe level 6. So, even then, it's not bad. But the moment Crit leaves, I think even with the Gush spam, Slark won't care anymore. But they're keeping the net worth really good on Saberlight at the moment. He's getting complete free
Little bit
farm
of
here.
trading here. Yeah, these guys just trade. Yeah, and of course we've got our top lane as well, the Beastmaster. These lanes have been pretty boring recently. Like, Beastmasters kind of just don't really care too much. RTZ really giving Moo the what for as he chases him under the tower, but you always have those stacks to back himself up. Have they made any stacks yet on the side of Nouns? Doesn't actually look
Not
like
yet.
it.
What most Beastmasters do nowadays is you max axes, go for mana boots. Sometimes you get the aura. We see he went for the aura, but I think you normally do that if you're winning the lane, which he currently is doing okay. I mean, RTZ doesn't have that much CS.
They're low here, but it's actually the Tidehunter who's going to drop Yamsun. Looking for another one now as they move towards Crit. He's got the stacks. Can he finish the job? Crit, he's stuck,
That's
and he
+4.
will go down. Great maths there, Fit. That is +4.
Yeah, that is +4. I'm from NA, but I can count to 4.
Impressive.
It's 4 permanent agility before 4 minutes in the game. That's also impressive, is it not?
Tis.
Maybe not as
And-
impressive as my math skills, but
No, not quite. But yeah, no, that's a huge start to the bottom lane then. So yeah, this Slark is going to have a great time after that. There's no way things can go bad.
there's no way, right? Words nobody has ever
Not a
said
chance.
before. Basically,
Casters
this is
are very well known for
This is in the bag for Nouns, clearly.
pretty much.
But I think what's going to happen next, where I'm going to keep my eyes at, I guess everywhere at the moment, there's potential kills on every single lane here. But the
There it
Meteor
is.
Hammer on Gunner.
Husky. Oh, that's some big hits coming through. The anti-armor with that, with that Acorn shot is just doing so much work in the bottom lane as well.
Yeah, they buffed up the damage on the Acorn shot, doing a lot of damage now. A lot of players do prioritize to actually max that out now. It helps you farm, does a lot of damage. If you time it up correctly and pretend it's like a Witch Doctor cast, you can get a lot of damage in some of these skirmishes.
Yeah, and with the anti-armor from the Gush as well, it's just really doubling down at the moment.
It is indeed. When's my Meteor Hammer coming? Very soon. Couple hundred gold. All right.
Yep.
But you have to imagine, like, that's not that impactful versus an Ember Spirit. He can always slide dodge it, rim it out.
Yep. And with some players who are like, oh, maybe he'll be able to slide dodge it. With Abed, he will slide dodge it.
Yeah.
There is no doubt about it.
But you can cast it from invisibility, so if he doesn't see it coming, maybe it will hit. And that level 6 is coming soon for Gunner.
Yes, indeed.
So what's going on in this top lane? I actually have not been watching. I just see that RTC has bad CS right now.
Yeah, he's been doing a lot of hero hitting, honestly. He's been chasing heroes down, but
I'm gonna check the net worth.
that has been a bit
No,
of
his net worth is not great either. They are keeping the beast down, so maybe this is a conscious choice by him to like kind of sacrifice his net worth a little bit so that the Beastmaster doesn't have a good game. But what you're gonna see is in the jungle, Moo has his boar ready. You don't stack with the 4 anymore. You just do it yourself as Beastmaster.
Yep, son. He's dead. Oh no, Sableye just got to run him down.
Bye, son.
Yeah, indeed.
And then back to my point, Moo is just like stacking right now, and he's gonna have those mana boots. That's his recovery. Drow doesn't really have a recovery tool like that.
Oh, Abed's got the quicker fingers. He's going to grab himself that double damage rune. Gonna disappointed about that one. But he's got the hammer, and he's just going to run around and drop it on the tower.
Yeah.
Straight away. So obnoxious. Bottom lane, they're going to go for the Tide Hunter once again here, looking for a bit of revenge. Sableye moving towards the trees here, just moving across. Yamsun, is that going to connect with the Dark Pact? Doesn't look like it. When's the pounce? Not for a very long time, and he just says, hey, you know what? Husky, have fun. I'm out.
Yeah, he's got phase boots on Tide. Very different build here. He's going for a Wraith Pact here. Is that good? I guess first the Slark doesn't really care that much because you're just building stacks, but it does make you a bit tankier.
I mean, you're against a Snapfire, right? Isn't that... Can't you just pew it away?
Yeah, you can do that. Okay. So this is a old build. Maybe he doesn't know the new build on Tide. Nah,
he hasn't played the game for the past 3 months. Classic Sableye.
Nah, I mean, I think he just needed the phase boots to deal with the laning stage. So he's just trying to build what he can with it. Going phase boots into Greaves might be a little awkward. Either way, we'll see how it pays off. It might be okay. Might be terrible, but...
Nice caveat there.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Abed's just deciding not to play the lane anymore. He doesn't want to mess around with this Meteor Hammer, so he's just going to pull the green. What is this? What is this?
This is
what
efficiency. What he's probably going to do, he's going to probably pull the wave here into the big camp and farm that with the Flame Guard.
Both the waves, yep. Okay. I'm just going to farm both waves with the Flame Guard and the double damage rune. Okay.
Yeah, he might just go to the big camp after. If I were him, I would consider it. But Husky is on the move. Not the best hero to deal with it. Or he's actually going to the stacks to contest him and kill Moo.
Oh, okay. Well, this is efficiency if he gets this one here, and it looks like he might. Moo's trying to run away. No one's coming to help him. The Beastmaster's just going to go down.
And he's going to take the stack.
Oh, my God.
Or someone's going to take it. Is Fly going to take it? I'm sure he'll be back for it.
I mean, he's got the Remnant down. He can be back in a jiffy. So Fly's like, don't worry, guys. I got this.
Yeah. Gunner's here. Can he hit the blind Meteor Hammer?
That is the question. He's got a hoodwink, the Snapfire coming over. So
he went for the courier and revealed himself here.
Yeah. Hoodwink's actually jumping on Husky in the back here. They will be able to kill off Fly, and Husky has gone down at the same time. Gunner again just kind of watching Abed. Can't really do much about him.
So this is the thing right now about this Beastmaster build. I feel like it's figured out, but does Moo not see that ward? Oh, it doesn't see it. That is so unlucky, just out of range there. But what I was saying is, like, this build is figured out in Beast. I feel like it was super strong because people didn't know what was going on. Now it's just meta, and you see that there's a lot of priority. Even Crit's going to come by now to stop the stacking from happening. And when you sacrifice your game just to play for stacks, and you don't even get the stacks, then your game is in shambles. As you can kind of see, Crit's net worth, if this continues, might surpass even Moo's. But they really need to prioritize getting these stacks.
It's going to be so bad for Moo if he has 2 games in a row
no,
where he
not like this.
can't play. And now the team come moving on in. 4 heroes collapsing behind the tier 1 tower for Moo, and they will kill off this Beastmaster with ease. Oh my God, look at this aggression from Shopify Rebellion. But in the meantime, the Meteor Hammer has done its job, killed off the middle tier 1 tower. So there's your silver lining.
Yeah, that's nice. It does give a little bit more gold, which is fine, and
Oh.
Laylis is potentially done. Yeah, he got a
Yep.
proc there on the ult. Kind of needed that. I think he would have fogged it otherwise, so a little bit lucky. But that's still.
Yeah, still not a great place to be in. And yeah, I'm not sure if he wanted to like kind of clear the area of wards or something afterwards, or just kind of help win back the area because they know that their Beastmaster want to play in this part. But nevertheless, went a little too early, and it just ended up being another log on the fire, which Shopify Rebellion are burning right now. Oh, nice Invis rune on the Riki.
Perfect. Then one of the best runes you could ever get as Riki.
It really is. Never underestimate it.
Never understand. So what can Gunnar do in a game like this? He got mid tower, which is great. He has a Meteor Hammer, which is also great. But what can he do with this? Does he just need to wait until 15 minutes
Yeah.
until he can help? But I'm afraid if that is the play, things are going to get really ugly really fast, because if you're Nouns right now, you might have to bring 5 heroes to contest this stack. And this stack isn't even... It's not even that big right now. It's sort of big. But it's not going to be enough to the point where Moo's not even going to finish his HOD from this, even if he completes it. So it's not enough gold to really get them back into the game here.
Yeah.
So do you even sack it at that point? I don't think so. I think Yamsun, no matter what's happening there, should focus on his game because he
Hammer.
is the hero.
Oh, landed onto 2. Absolutely nails it. And now he's going to go on to bring down Fly, healing himself up for the time being. Jumping back across to make sure he doesn't drop as the rest of Shopify Rebellion coming through. Ravage is here. They want to bring down the Riki, and they're going to be able to do so. Gunnar is dead. Moo still watching from the side as they kill off most of the ancient stack there went to Saberlight even.
They went to Abed, actually.
Abed with the side of fist.
I think Moo got one of them.
Oh, God. And now they are not done. Look at the damage. Oh, no. The Gush with the slide of fist.
I would abandon if I was Moo right now. Like, we gave it our all, but I don't want to be in this game anymore. You really don't want to be in this game right now. Silence?
Uh-oh.
You do with this.
No Dark Pact just yet, but it doesn't last forever. But now gets off the Dark Pact, has the ultimate, just pops it out straight away as the actually gets the Echo Saber delivered to him.
Yeah, there's no sharpshooter there. It was on cooldown, so they didn't have the little bit of damage they would have needed for that kill, which is great for Nouns, the fact that Yamsun's still having a good game, but it's kind of like a similar story.
Yeah, and as you see the esportsbets.io odds there on the screen, once again, not looking ideal for the side of Nouns.
Right.
Mid lane, that's a whiff from Husky. Arbed just walks out of it, no worries at all.
It was an attempt. But at this point, it's the same thing as before. You've got Abed at the top of the net worth. Now, all right, do they got the damage here?
Yeah, I think they do. He's trying to get his way out, but it's not going to be able to do it. Abed's going to go down. Gunnar gets the kill. And that's going to be him in the grave for 30 seconds. Not bad from Renowns. They're finding their opportunities.
They need to find more of those for sure. And I think it will get a bit easier when they do get the shard online for the Riki. But for now, they have a lot of silences, which can lock down the Ember Spirit. We do have the smoke screen, which is going to be very easy to start the silence, and then at a point you get the dart. That'll set up the other silence.
Oh, nice glimpse.
That was a good place.
Yeah,
We'll
they're
get
going to be able
Fly.
to catch Fly here. Easy peasy.
So I can't count past 4. What did Slark get there? What's that?
That is 5.
Wow,
That's
that is amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, he's having such a good game on Slark right now. This is prime Slark gaming. And this is, I'm just going to reiterate it. This is a game that Yamsun can solo carry. He had no chance solo carrying last game as the life stealer, but this game is a Slark, given what he's playing against, there's a real shot.
Yeah, and I'm kind of hyped for that as well, because Yamsun is a player I've wanted to see a lot more from. So they try to make a play onto Arbed here, but he just runs out of the smoke cloud. And yeah, you talked a lot about the shot timing, and I feel like it's more important in this game because you don't really have a support which can throw out a stun for you, or even an offlane. Raw into Meteor Hammer is a bit of an overcommitment, I would say, so...
Right, you definitely need, and plus the Beastmaster doesn't really want to show up. He's in, full recovery mode right now. So he's just going to continue farming all the way to that helm. 14 minutes now, has not completed yet. Going to keep stacking. At least his team is buying him space now to make things happen. And maybe they can contest the stacks of Rebellion themselves here. If they could get a kill and maybe move the Beast. Yeah, Hobbit's in.
Well, moves across here. There's Husky going down. Saberlight's going to grab that one.
But how strong do you feel right now for Moo? Probably not very strong at all. He's probably not in the mental state where he's thinking about contesting enemy stacks at this point. But I do think it would be a good play if they could make it happen.
Yeah, they need to start moving at a team at some point, but he's going to take one more stack in his triangle, then hopefully we get to see some players coming out with that Helm of the Dominator. Meanwhile, Shopify, they're just going for the middle tier 1 tower, and it doesn't look like there's a response from Nouns.
They might just sweep bottom and take the bottom tower now, which is going to kick Yamsun out of the area. Or he might just die here, potentially.
He gets off the Dark Pact. Is he going to be okay? Doesn't have mana. He needs to wand if he wants to get off that ultimate. And that's exactly what he's going to do. Oh, the molly shot does actually connect with all three just about.
Yeah, I mean...
Doesn't matter, though.
Him getting off the Dark Pack is very big there. Good reactions.
Absolutely. Gonna waiting around on the top side, seeing if there's an opportunity to maybe catch out an Ember Spirit. Ember Spirit's also looking for him. He has the dust in inventory, so he sees the hammer go down, and he's out of there.
Yeah, he's not gonna even have the shard at 15, but he will have Diffusal completed, which is something similar. It's gonna give good setup for the smoke screen to do more damage, to slow him just enough so his teammates can arrive, and the shard is coming directly after. So multiple ways to control here. This is the build. I saw Gunnar was playing this hero a ton in pubs with a very high win rate, so I was always excited to see when it would come out.
Yeah, he's been spamming it a bit. And now we finally get to see it in action. They even talked in the interview about how they wanted to pick it and some of their officials, but just didn't feel like it was the right game for it, which is good, you know? Like they're considering the hero's strengths and weaknesses before just busting it out.
Yeah, I think when they saw a Spirit hero, it makes a lot of sense because you do have a lot of control against these heroes, and I think Orbit is going to want to get this BKB.
Yamsun wants to get hold on. They've got the silence off. Yeah. Do they have the follow-up, though? That is a question. They really need to bring down Arbed here, but they're not going to be able to do so. And he's actually gone back in. The Ravage is there as well. Look at how low he is on the slug. Yamsun actually having to back himself away, but the Ricky's in too deep. Gunner's going to fall. Yamsun with the leap up to the high ground. Saberlight still chasing. Lelis jumps actually down onto the low ground. They don't care about him, though. They want the slug. And the little fishy friend is going to get fried up here by the side of Shopify Rebellion. Oh, dear. Lelis wants to stick around and kill off the tombstone, but Arteezy's here, and the double slows coming out from the zombies and from the drow is not going to be able to kill us. He's going to walk away.
Oh, no. Moo TP'd back for that, too, with pretty much no mana. So that means he's not farming at all during this time frame as well. I believe it's smoke time now. If you're all stuck in your base at this point of the game, the only way to get out is to go ahead and smoke. The warding right now from Rebellion is incredibly good. The one in the Dire jungle next to the Ancients, that's been there forever. They got the high ground on the right side too in the primary jungle. And you do have one deeper ward that you can smoke out to if you are Nouns.
You know what's funny about that fight as well? Is that Arteezy did the most damage in the fight at 900 and didn't get any XP or gold for it because he was out of range for the kills.
Oh, sad. But he's not too sad about it. He is the most farmed core in the game now after having... I'm not saying he had a rough laning stage, but he was like the least farmed of the cores outside of the Beastmaster from the laning stage. But that just may just be because of how the laning went. There's a lot of creep pulling shenanigans going on. Laylis was zoning him just a little bit, and he may have just prioritized keeping Moo down over his own farm, realizing later on he'll be able to get his farm back.
Yeah.
And it definitely has worked if that was their plan, because Moo is still struggling really hard here. It doesn't even feel like he's going to get a 20-minute Helm of the Overlord timing if he dies one more time.
Yeah, something has to go right for Nouns pretty soon. I mean, they're all in that similar position as well. You know, Slark, he's doing all right on net worth, but this is a hero you want to play from ahead. You know, you want to be a threat. Maybe not right now, but at least in the next few minutes, you want to see him getting some sort of progression on, so...
He does have the Ags, so... That's something. It's just really hard for him to run into these fights. Like, you have the Wraith Pact on the ground, you have, like, the Ravage to deal with, there's a Tombstone with Fly just healing everyone, getting close to the Force Staff as well. So maybe you get, you know, hit by the Sharpshooter as well. And, of course, like, the multi-shot. So they have lots of way of dealing with him while he's in the Shadow Dance. Even if he does get the Shard, it just kind of feels like no one can go in with him right now. So he needs a lot more items. He needs to get to the point where he probably has like a Scotty to get on the Drow, a BKB, and he needs time because like right now they don't have the damage.
Yeah, and Shopify Rebellion aren't the team to kind of sit around the map and let the enemy team kind of play the game. They like to choke the enemies out. Not themselves. Moo is going to be the target. The strangulation continues, and there's the other death. And yeah, that is going to delay his Helm of the Overlord even further. Moo is just absolutely not a factor in this game, in this series at least, at the moment.
Right. It's like the last game where we saw the Lycan having a free game and taking over the game. If the Lycan would have had a performance like this, you would have felt little to no impact. Beastmaster works very similarly. If you have a bad laning stage, this hero doesn't recover very well. It's supposed to be a momentum hero. It's supposed to open up the map for you, get you a lot of buildings, get you into the Roshan pit. But when you're behind and you can't do any of those, because like Ricky's already taken a couple of towers that you do have with a Meteor Hammer, what is your purpose now? Beastmaster is not a hero that really thrives in teamfight environments.
Yeah, and whilst this rush is going on, there doesn't really seem to be much of a response from Nouns. They're going to let this one happen. And that's going to be Arteezy with an Aegis now as well, so he can feel more confident on the Drow. As Nouns are setting up for a ward bait here by the looks of it.
No one saw that. It's fine.
No, we didn't.
Okay.
We do see them jumping on the Hoodwink here. The Glimpse is going to have to come in to keep him inside the smoke cloud, and it works just about. They get the kill onto Crit. So cute little pickoff. Nice bait there coming out from Nouns.
They could keep fighting. Saberlight has no Ravage. I don't know what happened to that, but they do know about that as well. So I think this is an opening. You have killed the Hoodwink. There's no Ravage online. Make something happen.
You're going to have to spill the beans here, Phil. Why is there no Ravage?
Oh, I mean,
Was there a particularly tasty-looking creep?
No, he tried. He got the Blink reveal. He tried killing Yamsun, Blink ravaging him, but Yamsun already leaped out mid-ravage, so
Unlucky.
just kind of wasted. Yeah, it was not one of those just accidentally hitting the wrong button while farming once.
Yeah, well, Lelis. Oh, Abed actually breaks his tree. That's
He
cute.
did.
Lelis might still be in some trouble, though, as the sharpshooter does pick him off. Nice little shotgun, though. He's bouncing himself away. Oh, the hammer. It's going to land onto Abed. It's going to be enough to bring him down, though. No, it's not. They don't have the follow-up silence or control. Meanwhile, Yamsun, he's in trouble. He's going to have to pop the ultimate on his own high ground there. Couldn't rely on that shot missing, that's for sure. So that's going to mean they probably can't fight for a little bit here now, at least on their Slark. And Slark is going to be a target, for sure. His ultimate's down for another 45 seconds.
Yeah.
So Fireball going to take advantage of that.
They can try, but I don't think Yamsun will let... This Aghanim Slark is really annoying. It's very hard to catch him, especially if you have the heroes that Rebellion have. You don't have that instant stun. The best you have is maybe that Ravage. And Moo. Rest in peace. Did he get the roar off? But that's an Aegis. And yeah, so we just kind of went on cooldown there. Trust me, he wouldn't have used it anyways in the next 70 seconds. Not this game.
What a rough game for him. Can't really be overstated at this point, though. Gunner's looking to try and finish the Aegis on the Drow. Now, this is a pretty high-risk, low-reward play from Gunner, but either way, gonna try and get onto a fit Saberlight. Continuing the harassment here onto this Ricky, but Ricky, he's pretty damn tanked. He's got all this armor.
He is a tanky boy. The issue that you're running to if you're Nouns right now is Snapfire, yeah, you have good AoE. Disruptor's pretty decent too, but that's about it. Ricky's single target. Slark is single target. And you're playing versus Undying, Tide, Hoodwink, and even Ember at this point. All this AoE. It's very difficult for them to 5 vs 5, just given how the drafts are. They need to play a very ratty type of game. They need to make sure Moo keeps... Just don't join a fight. He's not going to do anything in any of these fights. Push the lanes out. Find opportunities. I'd like for him to look for a Blink Dagger next item and just go for the whole rat. However, Rebellion, their heroes aren't really weak at just grouping up and going high ground either, so that's not even a foolproof plan, but I think that's the only thing they can do right now, because 5 vs 5 fights are out of the question, with Ravage being online now. Yeah.
Either need to find a way to keep Saberlight inside that smoke cloud, but even then it's just too much to ask for. You're not going to kill him in that time, so...
And yeah, I think Force Staff is like your worst friend right now, which Fly does have complete. If you get a good kinetic field, you can kind of stop it, but I don't think Disruptor is going to be able to walk that close into the fights. It's mainly going to be Slark and the Ricky in the back lines with some Mortimer Kisses, dropping to them to rely on getting some kills here. But that Force Staff might kill that play.
And again, all eyes on the Slark. Partially the Ricky, but mostly the Slark. He's got to be the one that delivers this game. When this Aegis runs out, we'll see what players are able to make on the side of Nouns. I would like to see them do something, though, when that timing drops. And the Drow does die, theoretically, in these fights. Like, without Aegis, this Drow is an easy target for Nouns. But, of course, you got a Ravage to deal with. You got a Tide to get through. It's a big watermelon bodyguard.
Rebellion with the double smoke, really wanting to get across the map here.
Damn, you're not missing them today, are you, man?
No. I mean, they got plenty to...
Look at this, look at this. Husky is like, yep, all right, take me down. Do what you must. I've already won. They're looking for more, but I don't think they're going to find it. Nouns are huddled in the tree line. Are they sticking around for this? A shotgun. This is greedy, but it might just be greedy enough. Yep. All right.
Just the perfect amount of greed there.
Indeed.
Exactly what they wanted. And now they have to get back in their base. So what Rebellion's going to do is they're sweeping out that area. They're going to push that lane in. They might have another... This is where they probably wish they had that other smoke that they may have accidentally used. No, they got it on their Fly's got one ready. And they're going to cut back across the map again here. And if they ever manage to get a kill, and you have to sit in your base if you're Nouns, then all of a sudden the net worth advantage will get much worse. However, it's only a 3k gold loot. It's not that bad. Slark is getting farmed. The situation compared to last game is much, much better.
Absolutely, yeah. They have options as well. You know, we can see many ways in which they can actually take these fights, and so do they. Smoke comes out from Nouns. They're going to go and look for some action on this map. Who are they going to run into is the question. At the moment, they're running bottom. That is where the Hoodwink is. Not the ideal target.
This is a 5-man smoke. They're going to see pretty soon here that the mid wave, no one from Rebellion's there. No one's on the top wave farming.
Bye.
If you are Rebellion, you see all 3 waves. Nouns aren't collecting them, which means they're up to something. And they know, and they're out.
Yeah. TP out from the Hoodwink. Very, very well done.
Jim on Abed, too. They're kind of like showing that they just want to close the map off completely if they can. Just going around from part to part of the map. You can't buy enough sentries to cover the whole map, not with how much they want to move across the map in this particular game. So they bought an early Jim. I think it's a really good purchase here. And Nouns is going to be in a situation where they have to camp high grounds and try to take the fights on the high grounds here. But even if you do have those high ground openings, you don't have a good way. Unless you can get a roar on top of Abed without getting his BKB off, he's kind of immortal right now.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a bit of a beast.
And I don't think... Yeah, Moo's just going to go for a BKB himself here. Which, it's fine. I really don't think they should be fighting. If this continues the way it is, this is good for Slark. He does have his BKB online, going into Silver Edge. That just might be the timing they're looking for. Some Silver Edge plus Scotty. The Slark needs a lot of farm. He needs a lot of items, but when he gets there, and they keep playing the map very chaotically, I would put Nouns in a pretty good spot here.
So what... Do you really feel like Shopify Rebellion need to start kind of playing the map more and start to choke out Nouns, or are they just looking for this next Roche timing? You know, what are their goals?
Yeah, I think you don't really want to try to do anything crazy right now. I think they're just preparing, setting up for the next Roshan. It can respawn within the next minute here, so we'll have to see. But I think with the next Aegis, they'll have plenty of opportunities to play the map a little bit better. But for now, I think they want to kill the Yams on the mid lane.
Oh, yes, they do. Ravage comes through. This time, he doesn't get the Dark Pact off in time, and there will be no saves coming in for Yamson. He's going to go down. Shopify Rebellion now hunting for more. Abed, is he able to dodge it out? Yes, he is. He's got a Remnant down. Husky's going to be the next target. The chains are there. The damage is in, and the hero will drop. 2 dead on the side of Nouns, but a 1, the biggest target they possibly could have asked for.
Yeah, that was a very risky play from Yamson. He clearly did not expect to get ravaged, as that is pretty much the only stun that they have that could be instant enough. But it's a mistake nonetheless. I think if you do want to pull that mid wave when they're missing, knowing that it could be, tell your Snapfire or something, just pull the wave to you, away from how they can initiate like that. They have a ward ready for that, and they want to make plays like that. They want to kill you on any opportunity where you're farming the mid wave. So you just can't show a hero of value there, and you have to farm it in a more safe spot. That's really a death that you can't really afford if you're the Slark in this game. I understand your task is very difficult this game. You have a lot you need to do because of how badly the offlane went, but if things like this do happen, it's going to make your game much harder.
Yeah, it's the most important kill of the game so far, that's for sure. As the Roar comes out, Yamson's come flying on through here. I mean, he's going to be able to purge off, and then, oh, bye, JK. As they'll look over towards the Husky. Husky's going to fall, and Lelis is going to go down as well. Both supports just getting absolutely beaten down as Abed with his BKB. She's completely uncontested through the fight. Gunner's backing off. They wanted to fight because there is no Ravage, but unfortunately, the angle was just so wonky.
I get it. Like, there's no Ravage. He just died to it. They want to punish it, but that was so desynced. Like, when the Roar hits, the Slark already needs to be getting right clicks off, right?
Yeah.
But unfortunately, like, they just threw off their spells, the Dart, the Roar. We're kind of like off sync as well, to be honest with you. And then all of a sudden, Yamson's ready to jump in, but just a little... Nouns just don't look like they're playing their A game right now. They look a little shook.
Yeah, they're off pace, that's for sure. And he might be in some trouble here. He doesn't have a BKB, so he's just got to play his way out of this one. But luckily, he is able to do so. Gunner looking pretty fresh on this Riki, has to be said.
Yeah, the Rickies looked fine. It just really comes down to a point of what is the purpose of this hero as the game
Oh, Roshan is
goes on.
very low on HP, and Nouns are not in the neighborhood.
They are not.
I'm disappointed, actually. I really feel like this could have been, like, going for Roshan when you don't have Ravage feels like an opportunity for Nouns, but again, just not really having it together. You know, Ricky's busy doing some, like, 420 stuff in the top side.
All right, Fly, you got a high ground tombstone there, and his team's coming.
Yeah, I'm not sure this is actually a fight they want. Yeah, oh my god, where did Husky go? Yamsun, it might be in a similar amount of difficulty there. He's hiding inside his cloud, but when that cloud disappears, he's going to have some trouble. So will pounce his way out to safety with that Ags. He's going to just shoving in the mid wave, doesn't want to find the fight, wants to keep avoiding them. Ravage is now up again for Shopify Rebellion as well, so that big team fighting ability is going to make them feel so powerful.
Yeah, and right now, Fly is making the call, push down bottom lane. Arteezy's making the same call. Just because if you look at that tower, Moo has almost killed it with that golem there. That's not a golem, that's a shaman, an ice shaman, an ancient ice shaman.
Wowee.
Doing a lot of damage to the buildings there. And I think the best way to deal with the pressure on a lane is to just push that lane so they can't pressure it anymore. And they're definitely in a situation where they can. Gunner?
He's got BKB. I mean, Yamsun's coming across as well, but they're just going to be able to take down Gunner
All right.
regardless. And I'm not sure what the plan was there, but, well,
The plan was to kill him, it just didn't work.
thank you, Finn.
You are welcome.
Not respect for
Ravage?
BKB. Ravage comes down here for Moo, and they also might grab themselves Husky on the side. No, Husky's going to be able to get away for once. Nice for him, not so nice for Moo. I mean, is that really the Ravage you're looking for?
I think it's fine. It's maybe not like the dream Ravage by any means, but getting a kill right now, and I think they've already demonstrated they don't need Ravage to fight right now. Plus, they've got a baby Ravage up. Tendrils of the Deep is online. Good enough. And the Hex is coming soon, too, actually, for Saberlight. So this is going to turn more into more of like a net worth advantage where Saberlight can build into items to make it so he's not so reliant on just that Ravage cooldown.
Yeah. He wants to be more than just a Ravage. That's exactly what he'll do. I'm not sure how they can start really taking it. It's getting to the point now where the windows are starting to close for Nouns. They need to find something soon. There is a BKB being popped somewhere in the world.
That was Arteezy.
Okay.
Did he misclick it? He must have misclicked it. It happens every once in a while.
Dad Fear is on the case, always making sure these mistakes.
Yeah, or
Get
he
addressed.
saw a dart or something. I'm not sure. It really comes down to did down see it or not. And even if they saw it, I don't think you can do anything too crazy. There's a Lincoln
An
Sphere.
Aegis Drow.
Yeah, the Aegis, Lincoln Sphere. The Roar Dreams are kind of dead now. You might have to pop it with a Glimpse or something. There's some possibilities to make this work, but if you use all your resources to kill an Aegis, when you come back up, you're not winning that fight.
And also, you know, they haven't been able to kill the Drow without the Aegis, you know? Again, that was before the
True
Lincolns
that.
as well. So now, did they catch him out? He does get it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that he got off the Dark Pack because Artie's just two-shot him.
Yeah.
Jesus.
That's not
All
good
right.
news. The net worth discrepancy since that mid-fight where Yamsun did die to that Ravage has only been building upwards. And it's gotten to the point where Arteezy's net worth is just huge. It's absolutely huge now. And Moo and Gunner sitting at the bottom of the net worth, really struggling like to see what they can participate in this game or how they're going to add their contribution. That's the word I'm looking for. I'm not sure like what their contribution is going to be anymore.
They're going in deep here, looking for the supports, and he might have just found them. Husky's going to take a dive very, very quickly. Moo going to throw out the roar, but there is no follow-up just yet. The BKB's there, and look at Gunner jumping in and just getting shredded immediately. He needs to back himself away. The multi-shot's there. Not going to connect, though. Gunner going to try and make it back into the fountain. Does do so. Nice ultimate out from Husky. Arbed might be caught out here. They need the damage. They will find it. Ravage comes through a little too late to save him, but might still be enough to kill off the Ricky. It is. Gunner to full here. Can they mount a defense on the
Yamsun's
side of
coming
Nouns?
back.
He's back in 1 second. Saberlight still controlled for the time being. The slot comes charging into the engagement. He needs to get to the back lines, though, to stay on top of this Drow, because if she's alive, she might just tear him apart. But Shopify, they're not really backing out that hard here.
I mean, there's no Ravage, there's no Ember. Sure, you have no Ricky. Do you just let your base die here? 30 seconds on the Aegis. I think Rebellion want to get out here too, but you do have Disruptor, or do you?
What is the
He's not
call?
there.
What is the play? The play
Not in range for Glimpse.
just to back away, and there is no fight coming out from Nouns. I mean, was that their moment, Fear?
For whom? is the question.
Well, for now,
It helps. It's still 16,000 gold lead. Did Abed need to jump into the fountain like that? Probably not, but he still did it. He wanted to make a big play there, bought a blink dagger as well, but Husky was there with the silence right away, kind of punishing him without having that BKB available.
wow.
Hex online for the Tide. This is going to be the bad news for Slark.
Yeah, that's another scary thing which he has to deal with. So now, make sure you get those Dark Pacts off in time, buddy. Otherwise, there's going to be a Ravage.
I mean,
it's
it feels
gonna be a
like he
tentacle.
needs like 4 charges of Dark Pact right now.
Is that a talent?
Coming soon.
I hope so.
Nah, he needs like 2 charges. And then
Oh, that's fine.
He might
Just
be
get a
okay.
refresher.
Yeah. I mean, 4 charges would literally be 100% uptime. That might be too OP. Because 2 charges wouldn't be.
Glad you're not Ice Frog.
Yeah, me too.
Well, time for another siege, methinks. Shopify Rebellion about to mount an offense now, so it's time to come up with a plan, or if you do have a plan, it's time to execute it, because I don't think Shopify Rebellion is stopping right now. They don't feel like they need an Aegis anymore. They don't even feel like they need a Ravage.
No, for sure. They just need initiation. Specifically on the Slark or Ricky. I think if they can burst 3 of those with a Blink Hex from the Tidehunter here, it should be good enough.
Yeah.
On the
20
side of
seconds on Ravage, by the way.
Nouns, I don't even know. Something weird has to happen.
All right. Is this weird? Well, the Raw's out onto the Drow, and now they're not able to actually finish the job here. Yamson chasing forward inside the BKB and the ultimate, but so much has been committed, and so little has been gained as Gunner's actually fallen to Abed in the back here. Yamson double pouncing away from the fight. Shopify Rebellion chasing in for more. The Ravage is back, and it's going to land onto Yamson. The fish is dead. Now Yabhead just bouncing around in the fountain. Once again, ultra kill for the Ember Spirit. Nouns
Making a
still
rampage. Let's
trying
go.
to fight, but yeah, it very well might
Give
be.
it to him.
There we go. Abed gets a rampage, and Nouns are firmly put to sleep in game number 2. This was just not a great showing from his team, unfortunately.
Yeah. It looked better than game number 1, so I will say that. However, unfortunately, the Beastmaster got shut down way too hard this game. Poor Moo didn't get to have a resemblance of a game here. Abed just kind of controlling the map like he always does. One of the main factors for shutting Moo down. The Riku is cool. I could see its potential. It got the mid tower. The Meteor Hammer build looked pretty nice as well. The Slark had a good opening into the game as well, having a lot of good things happening for them. But I just think the draft overall just was too single target to be behind that much. I could have saw a world where the momentum could have carried on. They went building to building and really snowballed the game. But unfortunately, Beast getting shut down was too much for them to handle.
It really was. He was in such a difficult position, and this win, it has some big consequences. Shopify now looking likely that they're going to go to the major, but we'll send it over to the panel, Mr. T Panda, to take you through all that stuff.
Well, thank you so much, and indeed, it is a Rebellion 2-0 in the end. Nouns not getting a chance to fight back, and that pretty much, Mike and Cheapo, means that Rebellion almost 100% guaranteed to the major. Still 1 series to play to really lock that in, but this was the challenge to beat, Mike.
I mean, it was the challenge to be, right? Like, if you couldn't beat Shopify, I mean... Well, now, I mean, Shopify have bait, which, you never know. There could be a huge surprise in that series,
knows?
but highly doubtful. So,
Almost happened last tour.
almost happened last tour. I mean, at least 1 game. And regardless, Shopify Rebellion, I mean, they're just Shopify Rebellion. They look like an amazing team as per usual. I mean, I thought Nouns had a much better game. I thought their draft was way better as well. I think they came in to put on a better performance, but they got outplayed. And they got outplayed pretty hard, and there's my boy. I mean, Abed just popped off as per usual.
Yeah, and then also to talk about this Beastmaster hero, which we have discussed multiple times. It either pops off if he has a bad matchup, just seems like the hero doesn't really fall into place. You at least need that 1+2 item, maybe BKB, maybe the blink that you need to have on this hero to have impact. But was Beastmaster necessarily the weak link here in this game, Cheapo? What do you think? Was there any other hero that you kind of saw was a bit underwhelming?
I think Beastmaster is fine for first phase. I just think that he maybe isn't so good playing from that far behind, like, player-wise, because it sucks because, like, Shopify were invading their triangle a bit, taking up that space, and he didn't really get the chance to farm Ancients till around, like, 13, 14
And he lost
minutes.
the stacks.
Yeah, like, losing your stacks, I don't think he knew what to do at that point, and I feel for him. I think that's a horrible situation to be in. Because, yeah, he got like a 15-minute Helm of the Dominator or something like that, and at that point, you're just not Beastmaster. It's so hard for you to have map pressure without this creep.
Can I defend the?
Go ahead.
Well, at least for Lelis, I have gotten more news. As we know, he has gotten an injury from the other day. This is not a joke, by the way. So apparently he cannot sit for long periods of time right now, and he's on heavy painkillers.
Oh.
So I don't want to make excuses for Nouns, but in case
it is
anyone
what
was,
it is. Yeah,
it is what it is. Things happen. A bit of unfortunate circumstances here for Nouns, and still, Shopify was still the better team.
Yeah, we're talking about humans and not robots, but Rebellion, things work as clockwork for the team. Arteezy ending up with the clean sheet, basically 11-0-9. Beautiful KDA to finish up the game as a Drow Ranger. And then you look at the rest of the board. Everyone is doing great in this game. Not too much of an answer from Nouns. Yeah. If we had to choose an MVP for just one guy, are we going to all agree it's Abed, or would you give it to somebody else?
It's my boy.
I'll give it to Abed, I think.
Oh, he's been great. Yeah.
Yes. I think he played fantastic. You're just like able to be so aggressive and do what you want. Like I was so happy with Nouns' draft until the Ricky. And I think you see how Ember Spirit is able here to exploit Ricky's weaknesses because, for example, like Shopify are just playing really condensed on the mid lane. Everything's gone well, the heroes can come together, and when you're a group, Ricky really struggles into that. He wants to fight, but he can't. He's playing with a meteor hammer, right? How much of this game did we see him playing in the trees, trying to sneak waves with a meteor hammer? Meanwhile, Abed is just doing whatever he wants on the map with a big group of people around him. I really think Nouns needed some playmaker hero so that they could actually make proper stuff happen.
Yeah, and there was also like talking about Saberlight, how he opened up the map as well with this Tidehunter. The solo kill that he also found in that lane, that was a bit unfortunate on the eyes of Yamsen. And Yamsen, he didn't really show up onto the pedestal either today, which was a bit disappointing because I feel like he's been getting better game after game. And in the series that really mattered, didn't. But we're not going to answer that. We're going to talk about an interview, and we, of course, have ourselves Mr. Crit. Welcome, and congratulations on your win.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
You guys are on a roll, and you've basically, you could say 99, 95% guaranteed your spot to the major. I want to talk to you about your team. What, in your opinion, is the best thing that you've adapted as a team this tour?
Oh, I think it's definitely mentality. And we also had, obviously, for all the teams that were at the major and teams that are going to play ASL and stuff, it's pretty busy right now. So it's been very much about just trying to avoid burnout and stuff. And it's been a bit of a struggle for us, obviously. I think it has been for a lot of teams. So I think that's the biggest thing.
Yeah, I must be feeling really happy beating out Nouns as well. But the thing is, looking into the future as well, you still have one more series to play. But there's also a league starting. And are you guys going to be focusing on playing less scrims with the upcoming league before the major? Are you dropping the workload a bit?
Yeah, we are. I mean, it's impossible to stay on top the whole time. I think that's what we realized in this DPC. I think, and if we're going into ESL, we're definitely not going to be focusing as much on that as we will be for the major. That's our main focus. So ESL will be a preparation for that, and then we will take things as they come for the league.
All right.
Cool. Congrats on the win. I just wanted to ask, like, on the topics of like international LAN and stuff. How do you guys how do you approach scrimming when you are international? Do you try to play against teams from other regions that you haven't had a chance to play against? Do you have people in mind that you intend or want to scrim or be scrim partners with? And then how does that process happen?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a fine balance because we would obviously prefer to play on low ping. So the best options for us are EG and Beast Coast, and we've been scrimming them a lot, historically as well. For some reason, TSM doesn't want to scrim us, so we can't scrim them. So that's a little bit rough because we played them first series. I feel like we could probably teach each other some things, but they don't want to scrim us. So we scrim EG and Beast Coast on US East, and then we play European teams on European server, which has its downsides, obviously, but they're also the best teams in the world. So we try to learn while not getting too tilted by the ping and then take it from there.
Yeah, but I mean, when you go to, let's say you go to Berlin, right? You make it to the major. Mm-hmm. Then, is it, we still want to scrim with, Europe teams or teams that we're scrim partners with, or do we want to scrim, China and C and stuff?
I think you try to get a good balance. I think at the major, we tried to play we played LGD. I think we played Geek Fam before we started the tournament. And I think for ESL, it's going to be a bit different because the teams will be there for a longer period of time. But at the same time, the league is also going to be very condensed. Like I think every team is playing every day 2 times, so there's not going to be much space for scrimming. So basically, it'll just be like the time period between the league and the major, where it's basically like a major boot camp where every team will be in Berlin. So at that point, obviously, every team will already have played each other in the league, and then I'm not really sure what's going to happen. But I think in general, it's good to get some difference in there, like trying to play the teams that you haven't maybe watched as much. Like I personally haven't watched China this season at all, so I wouldn't know much from their meta, and then I think it's good to get some data in from that.
I got you, bro. It's Enchantress. Enjoy.
Oh yeah, I mean I've seen that.
Yeah. Okay. Then obviously you're coming off a win, but how? If your team is having conflict and problems ever, how do you guys really deal with that?
I mean, we definitely had conflict during the season. I think it's been hard, honestly, to just like avoid burnout and still like try to focus on your scrims, because you want to play the scrims and do your best, but at the same time you need time off. Like it's a really hard balance to find. So there has been conflict, obviously. I think we have a good system of like after each day we have a debrief. Like we talk to each other. Like if anything's bothering somebody, like we talk about it. And I think most stuff is usually resolved on the same day as it arises. So I think we just have like, after we joined the SR, we basically just got a new system that helps out a lot, I think, in terms of like internal conflict not building up, and you don't build any grudges because you talk about it fast. And I think it's just been very helpful.
Okay. That's good to hear. And then my final dumb question is, do you watch any trash TV shows?
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm a sucker for reality TV, so I watched like all the Love Is Blind and all that stuff. You know, that's definitely my guilty pleasure.
You a Love Island enjoyer?
I have not watched Love Island, but that's just because it's just not been on my streaming sites. So
Okay.
yeah, but I would definitely watch it.
You would? Okay.
I would love to watch it.
party.
I run an annual watch party for Love Island. You're invited, brother.
I'm in. So,
Let's go.
Crit, you guys placed 4th at the last major. I just wanted to ask, going into Berlin, what improvements do you guys think you need to make to challenge that first place spot?
Oh, I think that's hard because I think last major we improved a lot throughout the tournament. I think we had a really good group stage. We learned a lot, and compared to TI, where we kind of just cruised through and we didn't really pick up too much, I think last major was much better. I think that's like the ideal group stage you can have. Like we had upper bracket, but we lost games that taught us stuff. So I think probably just some consistency. I think we have some concepts that we didn't apply in some of the crucial games, especially like the last couple of series. We were a little bit. I think for example, in like the Liquid series, like we had a game with like a big lead that we could have won. I think we had the potential to beat everything that was there. So I think there's just about working on the consistency and understanding the concepts that we're trying to apply.
Okay, that's fair. Obviously, in your previous games during the NADPC, sometimes against lesser teams, you guys tend to take it pretty easy. It feels like have a bit more fun. Was Bulba kind of instill that kind of like, hey guys, take this game seriously against Nouns, or was he pretty laid back today?
No, I think we don't have any problems with respecting Nouns. We lost to them in the BTS before the last major, so I think for them specifically, there's no slacking for any of us. Like we respect them a lot. We know that they're a team that can beat us. So yeah, for them specifically, I don't think it was that much of a problem. I think for the rest of the teams in NA right now, they're pretty bad. So it's only really TSM, us, and Nouns. So that's just the reality of it. Other years or other seasons, like last year, it was Nouns, Wildcard, us, Quincy, TSM. Like there's plenty of good teams. Now it's a little bit worse, which is obviously sad. But we tried to make the most of it, and I think the biggest thing for us was just to avoid the burnout this season.
No, that's fair. Last question to you. So there is a new patch coming out very, very soon. If there was one change you could make from this current meta, what would it be?
I hope they just, I would say remove the aura items, like just remove every aura item, like Crimson, Greaves, Spy, like just remove it. But I think it's a little bit too drastic. So I hope they just make something so that it's not as necessary. Like it's just way too big of a part of the meta, and I think it's just been the same way for too long. So I think some decrease in the amount of aura items and their strength would be nice.
All right, thank you.
All right, I have 2 more questions for you, then I'll let you go, Crit. How do you keep Saberlight in check? We just saw he was not in check a moment ago behind the camera, but how do you keep him in check and get the best out of his performance in lane?
I think for this series specifically, we had good communication about our plans in the lane. I think that helps a lot. It's mostly between the draft and the game, so it's like you have a minute or 2 where you can talk about it. And it's very fine detail, so sometimes you're going to get it right and sometimes you're going to get it wrong. I think me and him have a good system, and I think obviously, I mean, he has sometimes some crazy ideas, and I think I have a lot of experience to kind of direct it so that we can use the best of it and not the worst of it.
All right, and finally, tomorrow is probably one of the worst days in my year calendar. It is April Fool's. What do you have planned for tomorrow?
Oh, I'm just gonna stay off social media. I think that's my biggest plan. I already saw some Reddit. I saw some Reddit stuff. Like I'm just gonna avoid it. So yeah, we also have a game tomorrow, so we have stuff to focus on. And P8 has been looking good this season. So.
All right, just staying in hiding and preparing for the game tomorrow. Congratulations on your win today, and hopefully tomorrow you get to close in that major spot as well. Congrats, and see you later.
Thank you, appreciate it. Have a good night, guys.
Bye-bye.
And there we had Crit on the side of Rebellion, and as he said, you know, April Fools, I absolutely hate the day, and he was kind of staying on the same lines, not do anything extra, just focus on the Dota, avoid everything else. How do you guys spend your April Fools?
Good. Did you see
Online.
Reddit? New G2 roster?
Oh yeah, I did see that.
Holy
That was stupid.
pog. What, stupid? What do
Yeah,
you mean?
Stupid.
Anna, Jerax, Yaps. This is going to be an amazing roster.
Yeah.
My favorite April Fools is not horrible little pictures that mean nothing. It's when like Reddit makes the, you know, they did the pixel thing. I can't remember what it's called anymore. But you know, when everyone gets put 1 pixel every hour or something like that, or 10 minutes. That was so fun. When brands and stuff actually make interactive, cool stuff that you can play with is like the sickest stuff ever.
Yeah. The only thing that was missing from that team was Matumba Man coaching it.
Well, that's true. That's true.
That's the one thing that was missing, and whoever made the meme, you missed out on something, but it was a good
Yeah.
attempt. However, let's take a look at the leaderboard and see where Rebellion is right now, and most importantly, where is Noun standing, because Rebellion goes up to 5 and 1 more series to play, and if they win that one, they are through, because Nouns can no longer contest with them unless something happens in their final series and Nouns is able to get back in, and Bait pulling off something miraculous. But that is for later. We have a second series today. It's going to be TSM versus Felt as the second series. We kind of touched upon this topic, guys, already, but primary thoughts, quick thoughts before we throw it to break. What about you, Sheepo? Who are you? You were saying Felt, but are you feeling
positive now.
Felt?
Be positive.
Of course, Felt's gonna 2-0 TSM. It's not even a contest.
Spicy.
Man. It's
Love that.
Not even close.
What about you, Mike?
I mean, I predicted Phil.
Yes.
Of course they're going to 2
We both did because we know more.
Giga chance.
We're so smart.
That is a stupid question, T-Panda. Of
I
course
know.
Phil's going to win.
I know. I'm a silly man, and you guys know exactly what you're talking about. But hey, ladies and gents, it's time to throw it over to a little bit of a break and get ourselves prepared for the final series of the day. TSM Felt is right behind the corner. So without further ado, let's head over and see you guys in a little bit.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. You are watching the NA DPC First Division and the third last day of the tour as well. Once again, as your host here, T-Pan, joined by the same panel, the great personalities of Mike and Sheepstick. Welcome once again as we head over to the second series of the day. We did wrap up our Rebellion versus Nouns. It was a kind of clean, quick 2-0 in a sense, but now looking towards the future. It is TSM and it is Felt. So coming into this series, TSM obviously looking like a bit of a hot team in a sense. Felt, not so much. What do you think about Felt lately, Mike? You feel like they've been improving in any aspects?
I think that they have been improving. The first thing we noticed when the tour first started is they just didn't look like they were coordinating very well as a team. Like, I didn't really have too many problems with their drafts, but I felt like Felt as a team, maybe the coordination was a bit off, maybe just lacking some strategy. I think their laning's probably their strongest suit, but after that, it's like they get out of the laning stage and then it's like, well, what do we do now?
Yeah, they've had some rough times with some of their drafting execution, like Fate, for example, not have the best Beastmaster games.
Right.
The Enigmas, which he's super comfortable with, haven't been working out either. Shippo, what do you think about this offlane duo of Fade and Solji? The hero combinations they come up with. Solji, kind of the ex-mid player, forced to play 4. He's played Morana, Rubik, Tiny, and then Fade. He's got like a lot of these micro heroes, but what do you think he should be performing on in a series like this versus TSM? Do you think he's going to comfort or something else?
I think the heroes you brought up, the micro stuff for Fade, is always his best by far. And I think he's solo carried many games off of the back of it. Anytime in Div 2 when I watched him play and they would lose on their offlane, I think is when they looked the absolute roughest. I honestly was surprised more teams didn't target ban Fade and his beast. Like anytime someone lets his beast through and he gets it, I'm like, this is a good game. So to hear that they're not having a good time is kind of sad. Especially since it does seem like he is getting his comfort most of the time. I guess obviously the competition is much harder going to Div 1. So that's just a whole stepping stone. But I guess that's the problem for me. It's just that the other teammates never really felt like they stood up the same way Fade could.
Oh, I mean, Fear would disagree with you. Fear's been so toxic towards this poor Fade offlane. I mean, it's...
That's because his expectations were so high.
Yeah. Or it's just Fear being, Fear's being Fear.
Grumpy old
Gets jealous of these new pro players, He just has to gatekeep all the time. That darn Fear.
Yeah, I mean, he gets to play against offlaners, so I mean, he's the ex-carry player. Playing going against these offlaners is probably his biggest grudge, but I don't think there's a big grudge going on the side of TSM currently, because I think all of the individuals in this team have been showing in either a particular game, one individual rises to the occasion, or the whole team works as clockwork. TSM's been looking really good this season, just like last tour, and they said themselves they are an online team. Cheapo, do you think this streak is going to continue with this team just dominating the online stage?
That's what people said about Tundra last year, wasn't it? Oh, they're an online team and then they go to LAN and choke or something. I think that's true. And then they won TI. So, I mean, TSM for TI.
Easy.
Yeah, easy.
That's all I have to say. They won.
I mean, it is a very strong point for sure. We'll take that into account. But Mike, TSM looking at an opponent that is probably not at the very high seed. They came from Division 2. TSM's been, you could say, very, very profound, very kind of locked in on specific styles of play, and they don't want to maneuver too far away from that comfort zone. Do you feel like TSM might just walk in with an open jacket into this series and just have fun? I don't think you never would, but is there possibility? Do you think TSM could be one team to do that?
I think they could. I think they're definitely a less memey team. I think Coach Moon would not have that. It always has to be an absolute stomp if it is TSM, of course, and I'm not sure. Maybe they take it easy here. I mean, obviously, they've kind of already guaranteed themselves a major slot at Berlin, so it's like, why not have a bit of fun here with Felt? But I have a feeling they're just going to try and just finish this very quickly. I don't think this team messes around.
I was wrong, by the way. I think Tundra performed on LAN, so this is unfortunate. I think it's unfortunate. Whatever, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't really matter. But hey, TSM and Felt, when we put these two teams in comparison, we already mentioned that Felt is one of the teams that do like their first pick ratio is pretty high, 77% or something like that. But it is about getting a strong comfort here to open up with, usually the Nature's Prophet, which allows you to fight a lot, get a lot of kills around the map. He also had like a 6-game streak going on the hero in competitive games, which was pretty solid. But as you can see, it doesn't really convert that much to actual building damage. 16k is an average at this length of the tournament. You'd be expecting a bit higher.
Are people shutting down Fate super hard? Because he usually plays these tower hitters, your Beast, Enigma, Brood, Lycan. And then Hitmune is also playing the like Nature's Prophet. I feel like this should be turning into tower damage. But I guess if you're losing your games, you're going to be doing less building damage anyway, right? So maybe this is actually quite high for a team with 3 losses.
But what I found is I feel like it goes back to the laning stage because sadly for Felt, like the games that they're having that I've casted personally, they just seem to lose lanes pretty hard, especially the off lane. I got to be honest.
Unlucky.
Yeah, Fade's just not had the best time, and I don't think it. Like it's always like he plays Beastmaster, but the Helm of the Dominator comes way too late. Overlord timing is late, and then they just fall apart.
Yeah, well, you got at least double Zeus coming in from the offlanes, but talking about the mids, I think is one of the most important aspects all coming into this series. Braille, absolutely one of the top NA mid laners out there. And then you have Kits, who's trying to get to that same level. He's had good performances on several different heroes. You could say he's not doing too bad, but he's not doing great either. You know, they have 2 wins on the board, so something has gone right. But when you look at these 2 players, what's the biggest difference maker between the 2? Is it the activity? Is it the hero pool? Is it the other one picking more control and stun above damage?
I think with Braille, it's purely he's way more consistently just good, right? Like I like to always compare him to Arbid, right? Like if there's one thing you can expect from Braille, he's always consistently going to be great in the mid lane. Kits, on the other hand, look, this guy has been the shining light for me in this Felt team. Like I feel like Kits is constantly really carrying a lot of load for Felt. Is it good enough in the end? Obviously, no when you look at the score, but
sure.
I think Kits has the potential to be a really great mid laner from the side of Felt. Against Brawl, I think it's going to be a really hard matchup though. I think Brawl has proven in NA that he's arguably the best mid. Obviously, again, against Arbed, it's you can make the argument, but he's in the top team. So.
Yep. And the team effort usually pays off, and that also shows in, for example, stacking numbers on the side of TSM, absolutely the highest compared to any other team. That leads into 12.2 stacks per game. They love to stack for Braille, they love to stack for Kasane, and Kasane might be even doing it himself. Ari and Whitemon spending a lot of time in the triangle, but also being very active. And you see that Rubik over there? That's also one of the heroes that they absolutely love, and it is, of course, Ari who just spams the hell out of this hero.
So let's say, how is that possible in this tour? Because he's played 4 different heroes, so that would imply that he's played like what, 1 game of the other 3, and then the rest are just Rubik. Because Whitemon hasn't played a single Rubik game. What the hell?
2 primals, 1 monkey, 1 crystal, 9 Rubik, 78% win rate.
Wow,
Jesus Christ, this guy's crazy.
Going back to the stacking point you made as well, this is Whitemon's experience back from T1. Yeah, I don't mean to put him under the bus. Cuckoo had a few rough lanes back in T1, back in SCA, and Whitemon naturally had to get into the damn triangle, start stacking up those camps for the famous Cuckoo Mancer, as we like to call it. And I know you had to experience.
Don't mention it, man. Come on.
How many times did I tell you this was a garbage hero?
Broadcast. You can't mention that here.
Well, talking about stacking, this is your chance to start stacking up some free tokens for yourselves because our sponsor, esportsbet.io, they have a campaign right now where you can get 3,000 free tokens, which is roughly about $3 per hour, which you can get by watching Dota. Simple as that. Make yourself an account, jump in, and start making those tokens for yourselves. esportsbet.io is the place to go. And before we head over to the draft, I think there's still one spicy thing we should definitely be talking about. Already kind of touched upon the matchup between TSM and Felt and some of the individuals. Felt is playing to avoid that possible relegation battle with 5-4 staff.
Yes.
TSM needs a win to secure 100% to go to the major. That will be uncontested at that point because Nouns and Shopify, well, one team already has 2 losses. The other one might pick up 1 as well, but it doesn't matter anymore at that point because then they just lock in the top 2 teams. TSM has a stake on this and Felt an even bigger one because they want to stay in this division. Mental pressure, is it too much? Is it something you can deal with? Can Felt overcome that? And does TSM crack under pressure? What do you think?
I'm going to go ahead and say I think the skill gap is too big for them to overcome with any sort of, hurrah, we can do it, gamers. So I think this is just going to go slide in TSM's favor. But if Felt are able to go even, I think it's like even if you get relegated and you go down, or even if you get into like tiebreaker situation, if you can make this series look competitive, then I think that is a really good sign for you as a team.
for sure. And Felt, they definitely want to start off with at least maybe even a map win, get some of that pressure off of you, and feel really good that, man, we just beat TSM. Can we do it again? Can that happen? Let's look at the draft and see how things evolve in game number 1 with TSM versus Felt. The stakes are high, and now you need to survive. It's all about just sticking in there and getting the victories under your belt. We're going to kick things off with an IO ban on the side of Felt.
I mean, Iron Man just makes sense. Broken hero, especially when you give it to Whitemon. I just wonder, do they ban this Rubik? Like, are they really going to give it to Ari again? It's not worth it.
I think TSM should ban Brood here at least. And then Felt banning DPIO makes more sense. Oh, they are going to leave Brood in. Okay. I would like to see Felt take it so that TSM don't get it. That's more important than a Rubik, in my opinion. But yeah, the Rubik is... I know some teams like to ban that hero, but it feels like there are other stuff that's just more like pressing. Like, IO enables too much and DP is too much of a, like, abuses their lanes and probably their heroes. I think Felt like to first phase Pango a lot. Okay, wow, we're not gonna do... Okay. Maybe they feel like they have a really good 8 response to Brood if they do take it.
Yeah, this Disruptor has been a stable first pick to open up the draft on many teams, getting more and more love, as we can see. We talked about that in the previous series, about the Disruptor coming more and more common. But yeah, now there's the question of Brood Mama. Are we going to let TSM have it? Kasane Brood, yet to be seen this tour. He's played the Lycans and the Beastmasters we know he's performed the best on. So yep, it is a Kasane Brood. What do you think about this, Mike? Is it all over?
I think it's concerning. Obviously, giving Kasane this comfort Brood's always a bit of a problem. You know, very lane-dominant kind of hero. I hate the fact that you can easily scatter these damn spiders across the map now as well. Like, it's just kind of sickening how much information you can provide for your team. There's a Tusk out as well. Why the hell not? I don't know. I mean, Felt, it's very confident to give this Brood Mama away. It's concerning.
They need to figure out now. Well, there's no way they wouldn't have taken it for themselves. Is this like a lack of confidence thing? Like, we don't feel like we can execute a first pick Brood Mother into TSM, so we're not going to bother. But now you have to come up with the answer. And I think most teams can't. I know Slark was one idea that people had against her. Like, he is meant to be good. Ooh. Instead of talking about the hero that was picked, actually, I'd love to tell you about Team Spirit, who picked Anti-Mage first phase in response to a Brood Mother in one of their games this DPC tour. Well, it went really well, actually, because Brood Mother relies on having the mana to use her Q and E to trade with you well and win the poke wars, and Anti-Mage takes that away from her, so she becomes more of a creep in the lane. The Anti-Mage had a pretty free game and just won. It was honestly very cool. Slark is not so much that, but he will... still win the trades with the Essence Steel with a strong support. It's a pretty good matchup, to be fair.
You dare bring up AM while I'm on panel sheet?
Do you hate Anti-Mage that much?
Excuse me?
Against Brood? This is like the lesser of two evils, no?
No, not really. I mean, I'm a Brood enjoyer.
You're a Brood enjoyer?
Yes, I am, Shaper. There's nothing I liked more back in the day. You buy a Necro book on Brood and you just destroy. I mean, it was so nice.
God, you're such a horrible person.
And
like,
I used to get so mad.
Every time I flame you, I feel like a little bit bad because you have a happy look about you. You know, that's like, oh, you feel like you're kicking a puppy. But now I know you're a sick piece of shit.
I'm a real sicko, Shaper. Trust me.
You're a sick freak, Mike.
Production, we're going to need some help here. We got a Brood enjoyer on the panel. All right, heading into the second phase, smart choice to get rid of the Beastmaster. But since we already see the Brood Mother come out, Kasane Beast was one of the heroes that we've highlighted being absolutely insane, topping or actually keeping up to carry Alchemist's net worth by only a couple hundred, staying far behind. But he's playing the Brood, and you've got the Stark matchup, which we kind of talked about. What kind of offlane is Felt now looking for? Are they looking for a playmaker, an aura carrier to buff up the rest of your cores, something that just wins the lane, like Viperish, something like that? What's the right choice here for Fade?
I really like heroes that allow Slark to keep fighting, like the auras you talked about, because I feel like when Slark looks really weak, it's when he has like a net worth advantage and he has everything he wants, but he jumps in and is instantly like rebuffed. Like the enemy's able to just kind of turn and look at this Slark and go, "You are dead, son," and just starts, forces ult instantly. He has to run away. Like, you want to be able to get in there and poke, force spells, force BKBs, get out, go back in, poke. So if you can keep sustaining with heroes like that, it's good.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree. Auras are pretty broken right now, so I don't know, because Fade loves these micro heroes.
Speed, what was it? Game Leap enjoyer?
Oh, of course. If you don't watch Game Leap, I don't know what you're doing. Speed.
No, I'm just saying, like, they're broken right now. So
I mean, they are very, very broken, these damn auras. I mean, you heard Crit say it last interview as well. That's what he wants to change. Get rid of these damn auras. Does Fade play LC? I know this is really off topic, but does he play LC?
I wouldn't know.
Is he an LC enjoyer?
I only have his hero pool of current tour, and I'm not super familiar with him outside
I think
of
we
that.
also saw only one LC last tour, but
Unfortunate.
it is an idea against the Brood for sure.
I mean, it's a terrible pick, let's be honest.
It
right?
is kind of terrible, but it's been used as an option either in the mid or the off lane as an answer to the Brood because it amps up your farm by a little extra bit before the auras come into play and your overwhelming odds just kind of falls off in a sense. But like the idea, however felt, double pick one's going to have to be the support. They bring out the Lycan, so we have ourselves a bit of Zoo going their way. But what does Solji play? He's played Mirana, he's played Rubik, and he's played the Tiny. Rubik is in the pool, and I think Tiny is also there. And so is the Mirana. Which one would you like if he goes back to that? He's spamming that Mirana in the pubs at least.
I would like to see damage, so if he can only play a very small pool and those are the heroes, I would like to see the Mirana. Ideally, it would be something like a Snapfire. Oh, it's banned. Oh, that's so sad. Okay.
How embarrassing.
Ideally, something like a Hoodwink? I don't know.
Wow.
That sucks, man. I feels bad when your hero pools are so small that you don't have the, options to go elsewhere. But Mirana with max Starfall is, I guess is the best you're doing.
Rutroll, that's a TB.
Yeah, I think Felt are going to feel bad this game by the fact that they don't have very easy setup for each other. They have to rely on just glimpsing people back. It's kind of like, okay, we're going to pop Lycanol and run at you. But I think they will struggle against the fact that TSM will be pressuring their map very hard with both the Brood and the TV.
There's a potential for wordplay here. They felt bad. Whoa, I was just... No, hear me out, out. They felt bad in the draft, but not in the game.
What?
What?
Is this a... What? Oh. Is there a drum set here? Can we get a drum kit in here,
I'll just hide behind the draft panel again, I'll just...
Going back to this Mirana as well, I know a lot of analysts...
No dry humor enjoyers.
I know a lot of analysts I've spoken to would say the same thing. Where's the arrow setup, right? You've got glimpse into arrow, that's basically it. I don't want to even hear that Pounce is a setup.
No.
It's not.
It's okay, but it's not great.
No. I don't know. It's okay, you got your Mirana. It's still not good. Just because you can Starfall the Spiderlings doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it's usually Mirana's not just arrow, right? It's ult and stuff too. It's her ability to lane well. But I'm
Invis Heroes and Invis Wolves.
Yeah, well, I'm guessing that they'll want to use the ult to try and just hunt people down because they are going to be split, right? Brood will play one side of the map, TP will play the Ancients Ancients or something, and then there'll be these two supports on TSM plus mid that goes around and do stuff together. So I'm guessing Felt will want to make sure that they are not giving them those plays that they want to make, and they'll use the ult on Mirana to hunt the Brood or Terrorblade and get that pick off. So I would like to see here a mid that has more burst damage that can play in those smokes.
Well, Kits, he's not going to get his Pango because that was banned in the first phase, so his hero pool has been narrowed down by a lot. So I believe the ones that are open that could maybe synchronize a bit would have been, I would have said Shadow Fiend.
That's good.
But the Ember Spirit is there, and this is a classic versus the Brood, right? Infinite Slate.
Yeah, as well as that, Kits loves playing Ember. Pango's not available. He just takes Ember Spirit practically every time, so... bit more arrows set up. Like you said, the Sleight of Fist very good against the Brood Mother. Question is now, is he going to be able to actually win the lane against Brawl? Because this hero doesn't feel that amazing if you're playing from behind.
Yeah, Brawl just pick Huskar. Let's go.
Brawl Husker.
Why you gotta do that too?
Do it.
It's not a fantastic Tinker game, but you could opt to go for this hero too here. He's not necessarily going to win the matchup versus the Ember, but, he would provide a lot for the team, at least buy some space for the TB. Is it still too greedy with a Terrorblade? That's the thing that I'm a bit worried about. Do you just want a straight-up playmaker? Invoker?
Invoker's banned.
Oh, Invoker's
Can't
banned,
have
actually.
that.
True.
It would have been a nice pick, though, obviously.
Something on the lines of that. What about Bat? Is Bat in the pool? Bat's in the pool. While Bat is scary.
I'm down for any playmaker. I'm probably not a fan of Bat into Slork, but I still want Huskar. I just want him to be a horrible, horrible human and make Ember regret his life.
Somewhere around the world, Quinn's smiling right now, hearing those words. Just pick Huskar.
Oh, Brood enjoyers, Husker enjoyers. Who am I stuck with here?
It's a revolting panel. I'm not gonna lie. We are disgusting people.
You could also put the Tusk on mid and then pick another support.
Could.
Something like Shadow Demon could be alright if you want to enable your TB even more and play this Purge on Undispellable Purge.
Oh my goodness. It is a
Holy.
Husker.
Husker.
Last pick for TSM. All right. You've ranted about the Husker. Talk to me about the hero. How does it sit into this draft for TSM? Why are you so happy about it?
Well, what he does is he walks mid and then he throws spears that are on fire
Chuck,
at Ember.
chuck, chuck.
And Ember, being a melee hero, can no longer last hit. He feels very sad and he cannot lane. And then you take that, you snowball, you get an early armlet, you take your Roshan, and then you go win the game because there's nothing Felt can do.
No.
You're playing like, okay, we're Lycan, we're gonna go on you with all of these all these little animals, and he's just gonna make you disarmed. Like, I think it's very hard for Felt to really do damage to him with the advantage he will get from mid.
Give me the drafting odds here in a 50-50, Mike.
I mean, with this Husker last pick, man, I'm going like 90-10.
Oh,
honestly.
wow.
No, because the thing
90-10.
is, like, what are they going to do against him? They've got literally no counters. Maybe the Slug does okay later on. I don't think Brawl's going to care. I think Brawl's just going to armlet toggle his way and just... I think it's pretty rough, man. I think we're in for a very quick game.
I
Well-
think they win their lanes super hard.
Yeah.
Let's see if that is the case. Let's head over to the caster desk. Do we have any Husker enjoyers in the cast? Maybe Nomad and Fear?
I certainly hope not, but no, good.
Yeah.
Okay,
An
great.
alignment.
Yeah, we're clean in here. We're clean and excited for the series. Everyone thought that the previous series was going to be the exciting one. They were all wrong. This is a series to watch. Felt versus TSM is where it's all going to go down. Isn't that right?
It can't get worse than last series for sure, right? It can only go up, right?
It can only go up from here.
Yeah.
I hope so, mate. I hope so. Yeah, it is looking a little bit tough. I mean, are you dooming as much as our panel are about this Huskar pick?
I mean, it's definitely a big problem. This is a matchup that Ember oftentimes has to go to jungle at minute 4. And that's not where you want to be as a mid laner. You want to get runes, you want to be able to gank, participate in the game. You don't get to do that. And then on the other side, you have Tamadu, who's playing his, I'm not saying his signature, but he does like playing Terrorblade, his versus Lycan. That's free as well. And then you got a Broodmother. So this draft could end up in a situation where they kill a lot of buildings really quickly, take Roshan with the net worth advantage. This game definitely has promise to be a very short game if things don't go well in the laning stage.
Yeah, it's feeling like that could be the case, but the any silver lanes, if we get somehow to the late game, is there hope for the side of Felt?
Yeah, of course. I mean, Huskar is a hero that definitely falls off a lot in power as the games progress. But it's going to take a very long time, and Ember also isn't... There's not a lot of control for Ember this game. So he does have a relatively free game outside of the laning stage. But they do have to get outside of the laning stage. This is TSM. This is a team that will crush you in the laning stage, know their timings, take Roshan in the games in 25 minutes if you're not careful, basically.
Yeah. Felt need to come with some serious plans for this early game. They need to make sure that they're doing something not to let this game just fall out of their hands. It's going to be tough. They got to be on their best behavior, at least for the first 10 minutes. And maybe they can start to loosen up a little bit, but I'm very, very worried. Kasane on the Brood as well. I mean, he's had so much success on the Beastmaster. Just generally, these unit heroes seem to be so in his wheelhouse that I'm expecting big things.
Yeah, his Brood is normally permabanned. It's his... I don't know if it's his best hero personally from like the Zoo collection he has. However, it is the best hero of the patch right now. And he does know how to play it. And he is an incredible micro player. So all those things, putting it together, giving him Brood is something that nobody has dared to do yet.
And of course, we got my fellow Brit, Ari, on the tusk this game, helping him out up in that top lane. A very brutal combination. The 4-man disarm from Vryle's just going to allow him to sneak in and grab that bounty rune. And then the snowball's going to stop him being dragged back. Very cute. Is it enough? Looks like it is. Wow. That was nice. That was a beautiful little snowball there.
Yeah, and Solji has leap level 1 there, so just to get out of a bad situation. That's really going to hurt his laning stage even more, too, because, like, Lycan's already a weak laner. Add a Miranda that has leap level 1 to the equation? Unless there's some idea here of, like, leaping to kill the rocket.
Yeah.
That's definitely an idea. Will it be good enough? We'll find out. Here's the rocket.
This is one of the ideas of all time.
Didn't work.
Okay, all right. Unfortunate.
Unfortunate indeed.
Well, dream will remain a dream. At top lane, they did actually do a pretty good job on just, like, harassing Kasane. They actually didn't let Kasane come to the lane for the first couple of... It's the first couple of seconds, so, starting off on the right foot. Can't ask for more.
So here's the deal. Bottom lane is lost for sure, and it can be really bad. Mid lane's lost, and it has potential to be really bad too.
Okay.
However, Felt, they could win top lane, but I feel like they can only win it marginally. So that's kind of the situation with the laning phase right now, which doesn't look great for Felt. They just need to be on the other side of the spectrum where it's just not really bad.
Okay. Damage control then.
Yeah,
From
pretty
minute
much.
0. What a great position to be in.
I mean, you can't expect to win this Lycan versus TB matchup with a Mirana with level 1 leap, and you definitely cannot expect an Ember to win against your like Huskar mid. So it is what it is.
My question from that point is then, when it comes to the early mid game, how do you control the tempo of the game on a Slark and a Disruptor?
Slark is just going to farm, so he's not really going to do too much
Okay.
in that type of like situation. Disruptor, you're just going to have to find a way to... Honestly, it's just going to be a game where Albino Zebra goes to the mid lane, leeches the XP, while Ember probably ends up jungling because he can't lane versus Huskar. That's probably how their early game is going to look.
Yep. And also, we're just going to say it now. This might be a bit painful for you guys to listen to. I'm an enjoyer of Albino Zebra. Fear likes to say...
Albino Zebra?
Yep. So we're kind of different ends of the spectrum on that
That's
one.
just how you say it.
Unlucky.
We're in America right now.
We are in the NA region, so maybe I should adjust.
Yeah, you need to get adjust to what's going on here.
Albino Zet. No, I can't do it. I can't do it. Just get
Say
stuck
after
in my
me.
throat.
Albino
Albino
Zebra.
Zebra.
I can sell albino zebra. It's not hard.
Oh, there you go.
It's just not the right way.
What's the language called again?
American.
Anyway,
Anyway.
Solji getting his truffles ruffled a little bit up in the top lane as Albino Zebra
There we go.
getting jumped a little bit up at top. Just a bit of trading going on, but doesn't look like it's favorable for TSM at the moment. Just when they have that tag team up, they can kind of just go for a bit and have the advantage. When they don't, and it kind of feels like it's more felt favored up here.
Yeah, for sure. I think the top lane they're marginally winning, but the big issue mid lane, it's done now. Like, this lane is actually just over. Bryle, he's level 4 now. That's all he needed was some levels. He's 15 and 6, still winning the department and that. Kit's gonna see us where he can with Sleight of Fist, but that's gonna be just about it. Bryle, he has Glyph available. He's gonna dive. There's a high chance that he'll use his Glyph to try and punish Kits here. As long as Kit's allowed, I mean, Bryle gets a couple of right clicks off here. He's thinking about it.
Kit's being a very cautious kitty. It's okay. Bryle's showing respect.
No, he's just gonna take the CS. Either way, as you can see from Kits here, he can't do much here. He's gonna bring a salve, no bottle. Bryle, he's gonna free farm all the way home here, and it's really gonna be a problem for him, a very big problem. Even Whitemon's coming to steal a water rune to make sure there is no like hope whatsoever here for Kits in this mid lane.
Okay, so outside of the draft, okay, how do you answer a Huskar? What are the conventional ways of like controlling this hero or maybe shutting it down?
The conventional ways of shutting Huskar down, it's pretty much being able to kill him before he kills everyone. So buying things like Halberd can be nice, buying, if you can get to it, a Scotty at some point on the Slark. Vessels can be useful as well.
Used a slide. That might be Kit's in trouble.
No,
Oh, in comes
Soldier's
Solji. Oh, where did he come from? I mean, he's still going to get the kill, but that's Bryle dead.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big positive here is the fact that Bryle didn't get the first blood gold. It doesn't really save Ember's game whatsoever, as he's the one that went down. But Solji got a nice chunk of gold, and you can see he is going to be going for the Vessel. So getting that little bit of CS here and the kill might help him a lot here, getting to that early Vessel timing.
Great rotation. That phenomenal rotation actually from Solji. And this is a guy that doesn't really play mid too much, but down at bottom, Fade's actually getting blasted down by Whitemon and Tomato here. They're going to try and dive the tower for this Lycan. Do they have the damage there? They need a couple more hits and they are going to find it. Tomato will not be getting the kill. Actually, he goes to Whitemon, but regardless, now he might be in some trouble. Solji's in once again, and Kits is going to be able to bring down the Terror Blade. Felt they had to do something drastic to make this laning phase not go absolutely terribly. And so far, so good. They've made some nice rotations.
Yeah, that was really good. I don't think Tomato had to die there. He could have let the Lycan live. Been in a situation, I guess he didn't realize that Ember was level 6, or maybe he thought Chains would have been available. But looking at his build here, neither of those are available. And Tomato just kind of died to kill the Lycan there. If he would have survived there, that would have been so much better for TSM. But either way, for Felt, this is what they need. This isn't... It's still bad. It's still 2K net worth, a sub 6 minutes, but they're making things happen. It's not a shutout.
Yeah, let's see what they can do here at the top link. Sane's getting away. Albino trying to chase. Snowball's going to come in as well to hit immune, and that might be the end for him. A couple of hits will be required from Art, but he's got the shards. And actually, Sane's going to be able to come in and snake the kill away with the Silken Bowler. Very nice.
Yep. Turns out he is not hit immune after all.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Stun comes out.
Saving that one all week.
Yeah, really.
Solji, though, dies. Kids, can he make some type of player? He does have phase boots because he actually ended up killing Tomato there. So him getting any sort of game whatsoever to get like these pickoffs or even have phase boots at this point is fairly good for him. It's not the worst thing.
Yeah, no change though, so no kill onto the Gyrocopter there. White Monster's going to be able to calmly fly away.
But the networks, though, they are definitely bad. This is a situation, even though some misplays may have happened or felt just surprising them, it hasn't changed the overall way this draft is going for TSM. And it's winning all 3 lanes, even the Slark lane, TB free farming, Huskar free farming, and Ember struggling as usual.
Yeah. TSM are very much on track to hit their timings, regardless of a couple of tomfooleries coming out from the side of Felt. It's going to take a lot more than that to take TSM off that game. And right now, things are on track for this team as expected.
But you do have timings if you're on Felt. And I think one of the big timings is going to be, well, top lane. I guess we'll wait for a second.
Yep.
He
I'd
has
be
no
very
lead.
patient, actually, with the... now he has no lead. He is probably just going to die inside of these... ice shards, although
Ari got blocked, so he couldn't actually participate there. Very interesting. But I was going to say the Lycan Hod timing, they need to make something happen with it, and maybe killing Brile is the best thing they can do with that Lycan ult, with the Hod available. Ember as well. He's already level 6 right now, so I would like to see that type of timing, because TSM's lineup, they don't have the control. So this Mirana, this Ember, this Lycan, they actually have free reign over this game because your only stun right now is a rocket and a snowball, and you're not catching any of those heroes with that. Even a Slark, I guess. All 4 of their heroes have a lot of mobility, and I think that's what they're really contemplating on this last pick Huskar is we realize we have low stuns. If we go in for this Huskar, we're going all in for the fact that we're just going to crush our lanes and want to end the game. So far they are, but if they do die a couple more times here and there, they might find themselves with a situation where they don't have enough catch.
That's true. However, I would say they have a couple of options in the late game. The Huskar Ags can be really, really annoying to play against for most of these heroes.
Yeah.
That can be really strong. Maybe the Brood Ags, but honestly, you don't really see that being an effect in team fights too much. More just an annoying thing to throw out around the map.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And also, if you have a big enough net worth lead, you can just buy Hex. It seems to be a common trend. A lot of offline players we need something for some catch. I'll just buy a Hex. I'll just farm for 15 minutes and I'll get it, no problem.
Indeed. Always a way to itemize against low catch lineups. Even Atos from the Gyro might be a consideration, but right now, Whitemon, he's fighting in the enemy jungle. Kits is coming in to fight this. They really want to catch this Disruptor, though. Ari's on top of him, just going to try and smack him down, and Albino's, he's kind of being left behind by Kits. Kits really wants to kill. It's not going to find it. Ari still chasing. In comes a glimpse, but those shards are very, very good there from Albino Zebra. Oh, and there comes a connect kill.
Oh, just gave it to Brile.
No, just
There you
waited
go.
all that time for Brile to come and sneak it up. That's not ideal.
Truly is not ideal indeed. So timings now for Felt. 4,000 gold at 10 minutes.
Don't worry about it. It's
Don't
fine.
worry about it. It's fine. Yeah. Okay. So basically just bring your Hod bottom, get a free tower. That's a start.
Yep.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that. From there, make a rotation to the mid lane. Try to kill this Huskar. He's going to be playing low HP. There is a possibility where he can die if you manage to get the right creep. Maybe exchange the Dark Troll for something else. But after you get the glyph from the tier 2 bottom, ideally, if you can do it. But it looks like TSM won't even let them have that. They're going to take over their jungle again here.
Yeah.
It's a little strange that they actually just let Lycan have that. I suppose it's because that was all that skirmishing that was happening on that top lane there that Lycan just kind of got away with the free tower there. So yet again, something decent that's happening to Felt in this early game.
Yeah, it's fairly, minor things which might make the difference when it comes to it. We just got to see what they can pull out in these fights. Maybe it's a team fight can go their way, outmaneuver. But right now, they just got to stabilize the game a little bit, which to an extent they kind of managing to. How do those chains connect with the spiders around? It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to sit here in lane versus the Brood, and oh, that was a good kinetic field, actually. Very good. I will say, Felt, I'm not saying they're outplaying them here, but all these small things, like getting bottom tower for free, denying top tower, nice kinetic fields, these are all cool little plays and things are going well for them. It's just the laning stage just went so poorly. They're still down 5k, even though they're making these small macro plays that are pretty nice.
Yeah. And look at this even from Soldier here. He comes middle, he arrows the catapult, and then he doesn't leap away when Ari throws out the shards, you know? Very, very patient. Very, very...
Yeah, he knows this game is in the bag.
He does.
He just has to not throw it.
It's all part of the Zebra master plan. That's what it is.
Yep. And the mid lane, here's the rotation
kill,
we
right?
talked about.
Yeah.
Certainly this is a kill.
Guaranteed kill onto Ari.
Yep.
Down he goes. Kit's going to be scooping up that one. So again, important that this Ember gets something from this map.
This is just going to be a waiting game to see what happens around the Roche pit, pretty much. If TSM get it uncontested, there's going to be big problems. There's going to be really, really big problems because I think their timing's going to come on really quickly here. And Tomato, he's free farming. He is by far the most farmed hero on the map here. And he is also by far the hardest carry in the game here. So that's also not really a good thing here. You really just have to go back to the point of like, can TSM itemize to make up for the weakness in their draft, which is pretty much just not having catch. And I think they can. So you can't just be okay with this.
Ryle, he jumps in actually, tries to turn it around. He is going to pick up a kill into the Mirana, but will also go down himself. Kill also goes to Mirana once again. It's down in the bottom lane. Yep, indeed. They're going to look towards the Beastmaster here, and they do have the damage to bring him down. So, Beastmaster, that's a Lycan. Whatever.
Beastmaster.
I'm still stuck in last game.
Yeah, I mean, similar heroes, right? One has boars, the other one has spiders, the other one has wolves, whatever.
Spiders?
Yeah, top lane, that one.
Okay.
That one has spiders.
Yes, it does. A whole menagerie across these games.
That one is also still free farming.
It really is, yeah. There's third, now second, now third in net worth. Really jumping around here. That's because all three of them are so goddamn farmed.
So for what it's worth, I guess something's going to happen here. Or not. Oh, maybe.
Yes, yep, you're correct. Fear's never wrong. That's what I'm learning here. Kit's trying to fight up into this. He's stunned up.
Rocket hit him.
Where did that come from?
The rocket followed him the whole way. He's trying to play that one cute.
Yeah, too cute, unfortunately. As Fade's looking for a kill on the side here, but that won't be happening. Xan's just going to back himself away, and now he needs to leave, but will not be able to do so. The wolf form is out. Doesn't make a difference. Whitemon will fall at the very least, but Zebra being chased underneath the tower does fall as well. No arrow is going to save you there, my friend. It's another death for the Disruptor, and the tower's fallen down as well, and TSM showing absolutely no signs of leaving this part of the map.
Yeah, they brought 5 heroes for that, used their meta. Got the kills, farming enemy jungle, farming their jungle, farming everything, 7k, 8k net worth advantage, 14 minutes, and a pause. Nice, now we get some time to really soak this in and figure out what's going on. I will say, Bryle is having a worse game than I thought he would have.
Yeah,
if that is a possibility. Like, we're really looking for nice things to say here, but it's pretty brutal. Like, you often don't see AK advantage at 14 minutes. And how do you come back from this? You need to get hero kills. You're not going to farm your way back into it. But how do you get hero kills? I think TSM has to overplay their hand by quite a lot, and they're being really patient and not doing so. They say they brought 5 heroes to the mid lane, so they wouldn't have any, what we'll call throw. So very disciplined play so far by TSM.
Yeah, very. They're being very, like, not Shopify Rebellion, how they've played against worse teams in the same position. You know? They're not under towers. They're just playing it like they're playing any other team, and it shows. Very, very disciplined. And I think like it's important in this game as well. Felt is showing us that, you know, if they do make mistakes, they are capable of punishing. They're not just rolling over, which is nice to see. But the game's getting harder and harder by the minute. I think a win is maybe still a very optimistic outcome. But nevertheless, they'll try and play us out regardless, as unfortunately Soldier's just going to get run down by Kasane. Very difficult to get away from this Brood. You can leap over everything you want, but the Brood's just going to follow.
Yeah, for sure. But Solji as well, that death kind of hurts because he is not that far off Vessel. And the earlier he can get it, the better. So him dying there and slowing that down is definitely quite painful for him there.
Yeah, and Ember unfortunately still quite a long way from that Maelstrom, which would be pretty big news. You know, it gives you some more options, helps you clear out the spiders a little bit easier, clear waves, stay on map, all that good stuff. That's the problem. It's just not super profitable for him to be following this Brood around and clearing off the spiders, but it's necessary.
Yeah, if you don't kill them, it's just going to be free farm for Kasane in areas, building damage. They don't give you a lot, and it's kind of why this hero is so strong right now. It's like, you can kill them, as much as you want. There's a
Oh,
glimpse.
move on to Tomato here.
All right,
This
Tomato,
could be
it's a
big.
big boy.
He has got a Manta, but what can he really do with it? And the answer is not a whole lot. They'll take down the big boy indeed. And now TSN come in from the side, but are they really sure they want to fight this one? It's actually Felt who are on the chase at the moment.
Oh, this Disruptor, not enough move speed for the glimpse.
Yeah, they need him to get in range, and he's just so goddamn slow. Shard's going to come out. Fade still chasing. In comes a cooldown from the Gyrocopter as well, forcing back the side of Felt. They did manage to catch out Wildmon, so they'll get a nice little extra kill here, but all the while, we had Bryle inside Roche, and he's going to get himself an Aegis.
Yeah, I mean, I think killing Tomato, they're one of the best case scenarios there. You don't really bring back any gold deficit because he was literally farming their jungle as Bryle was Bryle was farming his triangle while Tomato was farming the enemy triangle at the same time. So even though you kill him there, you don't really make up for the net worth disadvantage. However, you do punish him for being super greedy. But now you have an Aegis to deal with in Bryle. We'll see what he chooses to do with this.
Yeah, we'll see what the decision is. Probably play all the sides of the map, try and get on the side lanes, get out on the side lanes a little bit more. I mean, how good are these heroes really at kind of, you know, playing on the map and shoving in waves like this? On the side of Felt.
On Felt, they're pretty good at shoving the side waves. They're absolutely atrocious at 5-man team fighting, and that's where things are going to get really interesting. And we do have the reason why support Gyro is picked online now. Shard is available. Look at that damage.
Wowee.
That is like 80% of her health almost.
Okay, very cool. Meanwhile, Albino Zebra's getting jumped by Bryle inside the base and will get killed off by the inner fire there in the end.
All right, we'll see what happens in the mid lane here, but we do have Guardian Greaves online.
Okay. All right.
TB is farming, but if they really want to, they could go high ground soon. But looks like they won't because Lycan's split pushing. Tomato, being a carry player, wants to hit some more creeps instead of end the game.
Respect it.
Respect it. He's probably just waiting for his Scotty timing, I would imagine.
Yeah, that feels like...
Oh, no.
Probably.
We got the line. Whitemon
okay.
just told Tomato, come and join us right now.
Oh, no, he's being naughty. He's stopping for the camps.
Oh, no. I mean, he just drew a line straight up from Tomato all the way to where 4 of them are in the mid lane. What could that mean?
Yep, and he's like, okay, I'm coming. Just got to do this camp and this camp, and then, yeah, stop and do this, and then...
Honestly, the right play is to keep farming right now. I don't think going high ground is good, but they'll go on Bryle.
Well, they want to try and bring down the Husker, and they will be able to do so, actually. They're down very quickly there indeed, so that's going to be something. And there is there's a neutral item on the ground, but I think Bryle just sneaked that one up very quickly, and now Kits needs to back himself away. Kasane's waiting, though, trying to catch him on the rebounders. Albino Zebra, close, is getting beaten down pretty hard. Bryle trying to chase him, and we'll finish him off once again with that inner fire.
And Tomato's joining, shoved out every single lane, coming to the mid lane here. I don't think you go high ground here. I really don't. I think they're just making space right now so Tomato can keep farming, building their net worth advantage. I'm just a little surprised that Bryle's not going to go for BKB. He's going for like the catch route, but we have seen that he has been killable.
Oh, hit immune. Very quick reactions there on the ultimate. Is it going to make a difference, though, as he runs towards the trees, trying to waste some time at TSM? Oh, a little bit of time with the dart pack, though. Snowball connects. The damage is there, and Tomato turns him inside out. Kasane picks up the kill.
They don't have a wave, though, so there's that.
There is that, yeah. Brawl. The kid's getting kind of low there in the middle lane. Thought he was just going to tick away. They're going to try and bring him down again there. The arrow, oh, that was very early on the arrow, though. Soji tried to predict it and ends up getting dropped instead. And now Bryle just jumping forwards. You come for the king. You better not miss. Takes down 2.
I'm very curious on what the play is now. Do you just go high ground? I think you probably do. I've been waiting for like this one fight where Whitemon might actually die here. He's
all right, he will.
But if you can kill Fade in return, it's definitely worth it.
Yeah, all right. He's going to need a little bit more, and here comes a little bit more in the name of Bryle, scooping up another one. Always around just to finish a hero off. He's done this so many times this game.
Yeah, I mean, that was really close. I was going to say Ari should save his punch to cancel the TP, but perfectly timed as Bryle just got there in time to get that kill.
Yep, UK player. Doesn't miss.
Calculated for sure. Just stressing out Americans.
Oh, yes, Sissimune gets to claim dominance over this camp. Very nice. He's farming now.
All right. Sane is also just chilling up there.
Yeah,
he's going back for the Wraith Pact as well. We're starting to see more of these Wraith Pact pickups against the Slark.
does seem to be the case, yeah. That was both games.
It's not terrible. Of course, you have the tick damage during the Shadow Dance, but also, like, Slark isn't a hero that wants to, or has the time, rather, to hit a Wraith pack, so it does make sense.
Yeah, yeah. And this kind of feels like, you know, how this region has been developing recently. Crimson Guards, for some reason, started picking up popularity, and now people have kind of said, hey, why Crimson? Why not Wraith Pact? And history is repeating itself.
Yeah, could be.
Roll forward onto Solji. Solji just going to try and get to a slightly safer space, but in comes Whitemon as well, and it looks like they're going to be able to bring down Solji. Hit him, you go for the TP out, will be able to escape with his life just about.
I mean, as much as I want TSM to, like, end this game right now, I think what they're doing is very smart, because, like, getting an advantage is this foolproof way of winning this game. Going high ground, throwing to some buybacks here and there, that's how you throw the game, right? So I do really believe that what they're doing is really nice right now. Tomato, he can just finish up his BKB if he wants to. We have the Ags available on Bryle for the catch, probably going in for BKB next. Probably not, though. I'm not sure if he's going to give that type of respect to this game. Just going straight in for the damage. But they are at the high ground now. You do have Maelstrom available for the Ember, so that'll help a little bit, but do you have buybacks available? Because one set of your life is not going to be enough to defend this push. You're going to have to probably die, buy back, and go at it again.
Yeah, I think the timing here was the Slark ultimate as it was down, so they went for the kill, and now they'll be able to pick up another one. Albino Zebra does fall to Bryle. God, it hurts to say that. And onto the middle lane we go.
The hardest series you'll ever have to cast.
Don't forget to check out the Watch to Earn platform from esportsbet.io. Also just on your screen for this game as they go further for more. It's going to be the Mirana next. Bryle trying to back away here, but does turn around just to pick up the cheeky little kill onto Solji here. It's starting to come a little bit untangled here for the side of Felt. The plan is falling apart. Kit's doing what he can, but what he can is not very much.
Yeah, it's definitely... It's weird to say, considering how stompy this was, but Felt did a good job playing their draft.
I agree.
Yeah, they made a lot of rotations in the game. Things went better than I thought they would go for them. But at the end of the day, the draft was just too hard to come back from. Sure, they have one set of barracks left. Maybe there is some hope in some alternate universe. But it looks really difficult.
Yeah, they can hold their heads high. They might not feel that themselves. And also, you know, they forced TSM into picking Huskar Brood, you know? It's
Oh, there's like they made them feel dirty.
Exactly.
You had to resort to this to beat us.
Yeah, you
Who's the real winner here?
Come down to our level.
Interesting to see what they'll do here, because the tier 2 tower is still up and their wave is all the way bottom, so they're going to keep cutting waves. And I don't believe they want to just go throne, even though they could.
Here we go. I believe in Felt. This is a play. They're going to take down Bryle. No, they're not. He's still absolutely fine. He's going to turn around, hit him. You just sitting invis right next to him. Bryle with a sliver of HP just turning around and fighting. In back they will go, but Solji, he's out of leaps, and that means he's out of life. Donk is going to take him out. And
yeah, I mean, you call it after that. You give everything you have to kill this Huskar. You're not even close.
Yeah.
What do you do?
The Slark flat out cannot join a fight. He can't look at a fight. He can't think about a fight if he doesn't have his ultimate up.
Right.
Oh no, he thought about having a fight. Ari's on him in a flash, and now they move forwards. They'll try and chase him down. Look at the Huskar go. He slides off to the sidelines there, chasing the Slark all the way into the fountain. And Hidimune is going to get brought down. And now Bryle, is he overextended? No, he is not. There's no such thing for this man. Yep, okay, they might bring Bryle back once again, but I think that might just mean it's a dead disruptor in front of the fountain, still fighting up. Surely he dies. Surely they could do something, but the answer is no. They can do nothing. All they can do is call GG for game number 1.
Well, I would be lying to say if it was close, but it wasn't even close. 24 minutes, they managed to survive it. Maybe jinx them a little bit at the start, saying it could have been worse than the last series as far as stompiness, but it was. There was actually nothing close about this game. TSM, with a really good draft, completely... I don't even want to say they outplayed him, because I wouldn't even be... That doesn't feel accurate. I don't feel like they outplayed him. They just outdrafted him super hard, had a very cheesy draft with Terrorblade, with the Huskar, with the Brood, and it just worked, and this is kind of how these lineups function.
It is what it is, and you know, at the end there you saw with TSM, you know, just straight faces. They were just like, well, we did what we had to do, almost grim, almost like the headsmen, the executioners felt for game number 1. We're going to throw it back to our panel and see what they thought. Over to you, T-Panda.
Thank you so much, Nomad. And indeed, a wise man once said it just works. And in this case, it was Huskar and an outdraft in the eyes of TSM, but Felt didn't really stand much of a chance here, Mike and Sheep, as I mean, it wasn't really much of a battle, was it, honestly?
No, it was sad. It was very sad.
A grim fate to live out.
They darn well tried, honestly. Like this, this was a crowning moment. Look at this. Oh my God.
Wow.
Oh, what a rotation. This was sick.
Soldier loves his mid lane.
Yep. I mean, unfortunately, Ember dies too, but what can you do? Good reset on the lane. He really just, it went as expected. Huskar crushed him. All 3 cores were at the top of the net worth. You really can't, it's very hard to come back from this.
I think Fierce said it pretty nicely. Like, he doesn't necessarily think it was outplayed, just outdraft completely. Like, they had a Brood off lane, they had a Husker mid. It's just one of those games is felt where you look at the enemy draft and you just roll your eyes. And you know you're in for a bad time, and it's like, well, boys, let's try our best, but you know what's coming.
Indeedly so. And this was just kind of handed out as well in terms for Tomato. He's playing the Terrorblade. He's, oh, boys, they're doing a lot of work here in this early game. I can just tune in for the Metamorph and push down some towers, and the game's kind of in the bag, right? So it doesn't need to worry about me being the ultimate late game player to just take the team on my shoulders. Felt they gave it an effort for sure, but back to the drawing board in a sense, like we always used to say here in the NA, as we see some outdrafts happen. The Brood went through the draft. They did not decide to go for the first pick Brood. Probably suspect that it's going to get countered right away. Maybe not the comfort coming out from Fade to pick the hero, but was it a mistake to leave it in the pool, not to ban it, not to pick it?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
A woman of few words.
It is a question that only requires a short answer as well when you put it that way.
I think the thing is knowing Felt. Like, you know Kits is either going to go Pango Ember, right? Like, that's his main hero pool that we've seen in an ADPC. So you choose Brood. They're going to choose Ember mid because you banned out the Pango, and guess what? We have a pocket Husker ready for you. So, you know, outdrafted is the way to put it.
It's hard when you have first pick and you don't get to pick the counters because you can only ban a certain amount of counters. And I think Ember, Huskar is one of the biggest ones. And it's just, it has such a massive impact on the game because look at how Felt have to move around it. You see, we saw the Mirana getting the first blood, but why does she have to be there in the first place? It's because this hero is so dominating. And then you constantly see Felt bringing both supports mid to try and make plays, to try and do anything to kill Bryle. They get the second kill on him. That's where, you know, the kills on him end. But like, they're trying for that because they have to stop this hero that's just gonna like peak really hard and just roll them over if they don't. And as a result, Broodmother's farming. She's taking your top tower. She's taking your jungle. Tomato's farming. He had a free lane. He's like top of net worth. He's getting everything he ever wants and more. It's like you have to give up so much to deal with a Huskar.
Yeah, it's basically you're at a space station, you're getting status report, and you're getting errors everywhere, and it's basically what's going on with this lineup. So you got to choose an MVP. Well, Bryle, you kind of got drafted a hero that is going to earn it. So it's a team MVP. You got the cheese. You guys were asking for it before today for the side of Nouns. We got to see TSM pull out the cheese this time. So Bryle, congratulations. Doing the work that he was required to. However, moving on from that subject, there is a couple unanswered questions now for Felt, and obviously maybe the pressure did get the best of them at the start of this series, maybe a bit of nerves, but they've warmed up now. Are we going to see a more competitive game too? We hope for it, but how does Felt achieve that?
Do not get outdrafted like that. Like,
that's step one. All right. What's step two, Sheep?
Okay, step 2 is just give up, go down to Div 2 and expand your hero pools and come back. I'm not joking. I'm joking a little bit. But like, I'll be real. It's when we saw that Lycan Mirana is when I knew it was over. When they went for so hard comfort that they left too many holes in their drafts, I'm just like, I feel bad. Like, I don't know what they're meant to do here. I think Kits gave it a good run though. I mean, he still did like a pretty respectable amount of damage on the Ember. It's just maybe they can shift things around so they don't get hard countered by Huskar, or just make sure they're aware of it.
I mean, why even go back to Div 2NA when you could just go to Western Europe?
That's true. Yeah, that place is absolutely god awful. Have you seen the state of Div 2 Europe, especially? Old G, Team Bolt,
All right, well, going with that and heading over to a break, but before that, a small shout out to our sponsor, esportsbet.io, and of course, reminding you about that Watch to Earn feature. Log into the platform, onto your account on esportsbet.io, and you can start earning some tokens while you're watching your favorite matches. So might as well do it on the side as well. You get 3K about an hour, so $3 roughly, somewhere in that area. So make sure you head over there and start watching some Dota, because we are going to be taking a break. You are watching the NA DPC. We'll see you in a bit.
Has been killed. First blood. It was ours all.
I hope that you are stocked up with your snacks, your refreshments, all that you need to get yourself ready For game number 2 of TSM versus Felt. Is TSM leading the series currently, but can they hold on to that lead? Sheepo and Mike, as we head back, we were talking a bit about Felt's hero pool in general. They are currently the second lowest, but Sheepo, do you have anything to add on top of that? You know, do they survive with that lower hero pool, or should they increase it? What do you think?
All right, first of all, I'd like to apologize for my earlier comments. I didn't mean it. I don't think Felt should go down to Div 2. I was getting lost in the sauce for a moment. I do think that the hero pool needs drastic improvement, but I think it's good for them to get experience here in Div 1 and figure out what doesn't work. Because it's like, you know, if Fade is crushing everyone from the offlane in Div 2, right? And then he moves to Div 1 and now he's the one getting crushed. That's going to level you up in terms of learning how to lane, right? Because suddenly you're playing against all these guys that are like last hitting and denying together or something with their support. And it's like, what the hell? This is like so annoying. But yeah, I think they're very straightforward, and you are like predicting what they're doing in their drafts, right? Like this Pango and Ember mid, you're just like pretty much 100% guaranteed to see it. We saw last series, like I know it was Nouns and they're like a higher tier team, but it's still like this IO Undying that they had every game. It was when you can read a draft, I think it makes it easy for the top teams to punish you harder.
Congratulations on being the first Dota 2 player in history to actually apologize. That's we've broken a record here, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Sheepo.
Absolute pleasure to be paneling with you in this
So
historic
humble,
moment.
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like, I mean, small hero pools, at the very least, Feld are improving. They're not the worst team in Div 1 right now. Right?
That
They're
is
2 and
very
3.
true. That is very true. And of course, they're playing the 2 out of the 3 top teams to finish off this division. And then it's out of their hands. Does Fibrad win their last series and force the tiebreaker? If they lose, Felt's going to stay in Division 1, accumulate that experience. So in a way, they're in a pretty good position. But how much experience do they walk with from the specific series? Hopefully it pays off. Right now, still waiting for the draft to begin. But with this Game 2 setup, are we going to see something very different to open up? Is something on the side of TSM? Okay, so from the eyes of Felt, but from the draft of TSM, we saw the Brood, we saw the possibility of Husker, which can fit into the mix. Which one do you think is worse that you should be getting rid of? Husker ban is kind of hard to time as well.
You don't have to worry about Huskar ban, because it's only if you're going to pick Ember. If you're going to pick Ember, you should probably ban the Huskar. I think the Brood is a bigger issue because it comes out in the first phase. I don't think they dealt with it very well. I don't think their Slark was an answer. Maybe it could have if they executed better. I didn't see how the lane went in detail. But that didn't work, so I would ban it. IO or DP, I think one of those you should probably let through in replacement of it, or just take it yourself.
Potentially, yeah. Well, the draft is live, so let's see if that definitely does happen. Still waiting for the first ban to kick in on the side of TSM, but that also means they will have first pick this draft. Felt, I think this is the route of banning the Brood. TSM probably takes rid of the Nature's Prophet because Hit Immune, like we talked about, it's one of his most successful heroes. He only got it 3 times, but he won 2 out of the 3 games. And of course, the streak he had prior to it. So potentially, yeah, there we go. They don't want to let TSM have it either.
I think Hidden Immune's best hero is easily the Prophet, from what I've seen anyway. So I think just getting rid of that comfort's really good. And well, the kid's Pango again, I think arguably his best hero. So get rid of that as well, TSM. I appreciate the fact that they're taking this team very seriously as well. Like, I kind of mentioned it earlier, but I don't think TSM wants to waste any time. I think they just want to get this over and done with. So I can respect the fact that they're respecting Phil.
I feel like
Very respectable.
We get that. Yeah, so respectable. I feel like we get that from every time we interview any player ever in any region. It's like, do you prep properly for every single team? And like 99% of them go yes. Or you have the case of like Southeast Asia Tour 1 where they're like telling like, yeah, we didn't really, we thought we'd just breeze through, and then we lost 2 series in a row, so we decided to actually get serious. It's like, okay, that's what happens when you mess around.
Well, TSM going to bring up the Riki, and Ari in Tour 1 was he was infamous with this hero back there. Everyone hated the Riki when TSM was the team that you were playing up against. It was a valuable, even phase 1 ban. We saw a lot of Mirana Rikis kick in, even with the 5 Miranas. And now that they start things off with this, we're going to get Fade on the Beastmaster, who doesn't seem to be too worried about it. One of the most stable offlane duos that you can get, the Beastmaster and the Rubik. But then there's this hero.
Let's go.
Which is great against the Beastmaster, especially itemization-wise. So you feel like TSM has a massive edge already in the first phase. That is a scary sight.
Yes. Helm of the Overlord creep, Helm of the Dominator, gonna do nothing this game. So this Night Stalker's just gonna ruin him. With a Ricky as well. Like, how much vision game have you got as TSM now? Like, how
a lot.
annoying is this draft already?
I sort of felt, to be fair, between Hawks, but okay. So you said you didn't watch Europe, right? Does that mean you didn't see Aui's interview
I
earlier?
watched Europe, but no, I didn't see Aui's interview.
You're gonna love this then.
Go
so
on.
Tundra have been playing Carry Night Stalker.
What?
And they asked him, why you been playing Carry Night Stalker? And he said, I took it from 23 Savage.
That's right, he did. You're goddamn right, he did.
God damn right, that
You've-
man is a
You
pioneer.
finally made a good point, Sheepo. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Mike. Your approval is all I care for in this life.
Speaking of apologies, Savage made one today as well.
Oh, he
Okay,
did.
let's not talk about that one. Okay, that's enough.
Maybe too many apologies for one day at least. But then again, heading over to the second phase bans, only one more to go. And Felt, they have the second pick, so 15th, 18th, and last pick. I feel like they have a bit of an advantage to try to respond to the Night Stalker. You're going to get at least one good matchup for yourself. You can potentially get even two good matchups. But what are those heroes for Felt? How they can try to upset the balance from TSM?
Do you actually want to know what one of the funnest, or back when Night Stalker was in a lot of games, the counter was Lina. It was, people would pick Lina, they would rush a BKB, and then they would be able to stand there and fight their ground when Night Stalker came at
Stand
her.
and fight, yep.
So obviously since then, Lina decided to go absolutely freak crazy with power. It all went to her head and she just lost control, ruined a major, and got put into the ground. So I don't think
Yeah.
she's quite as viable anymore. But a hero like that
Yeah.
could be quite good.
That is true. That is true. Like a great pub mentality as well from people playing against the Night Stalker is they're afraid of it. They're like, oh, Night Stalker popped Dark Ascension. Now it's time to run. But the fact is, if you actually fight the Night Stalker as he approaches, you're probably at your most strongest because he's going to be like, oh, they're actually fighting back. I lost my advantage.
I'm going to channel the spirit of John X-Fire. Because John makes his point every single time Night Stalker is
ahead.
picked up. You said Dark Ascension's scary. John always says, just pick Phoenix. Pop Supernova, turn it to daytime again. Genius.
What happens when you get blinked on by Night Stalker? and
That's why
he's-
John's not here at the moment, Sheepo, right? Like these recommendations not necessarily the best, but you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good to know. We should just never listen to him.
Absolutely.
So now you just pick yourselves like Luna carry. Let's make the night longer.
I mean, they chose Lich, which is... I thought Luna would be okay as well, except it's a interesting hero right now, to say the least. Lich, though.
It's okay. I like.
have your mana.
Wow, that was really good.
Thank you.
I mean, it was
Fear
acceptable.
didn't get it though.
Sorry?
Fear didn't get it though.
Oh,
in the
let's
pop
not,
quiz.
let's not bring that up.
Oh yeah, that's. Well, the the Lich is a cool pick because it delays it delays the death of your cores and teammates against Night Stalker. Like if Night Stalker wants to stick on someone and manage to kill them within like the duration of his silence, usually Lich is gonna make that much more difficult. So I do like that pick for that. What I don't like for it is I feel like again they're struggling to have an identity of like playmaking. I need something here that is gonna want to smoke towards like Beastmaster. I said this last time we saw this hero. It just doesn't happen. TSM are gonna be like a lot scarier.
Yeah, I felt slow on time too.
Wait, who's laning where? Like, they've got an
For
off...
who? TSM?
Yeah, TSM. Like, is this like...
It's Carry Night Stalker with
Okay.
I'd love to see that.
Undying, I think, and then off lane Lycan, and then maybe Ricky mid.
Who was the player? Who was the player who played Lycan carry lately?
Nobody's played like
Not sure.
have they?
Sorry.
There was one Lycan carry that I saw
From this region?
from this region, probably last tour.
I don't remember.
All right, I have a vague memory that I saw Lycan carry, but probably not the case. If you think about the laning matchup, would you do that swap? Night Stalker, he's probably
Against-
fine with the Ursa if he goes 3.
Really? I don't.
He doesn't enjoy a majority of the matchups anyway, and you're laning with a Riki double melee anyway, no matter how you put this. You've got a 4 melee
That's
draft.
why I just said you could put Ricky mid.
You could make Riki mid, yeah. So
I don't think they should,
Okay.
but they could.
The hot question is, do we get 5 melee heroes for TSM?
Yes.
Sure, do it.
All
And
right, let's go all in
make
for
them
it.
blue green adjacent. Not adjacent, just literally blue green.
It's a very manly kind
Blue,
of...
green, red.
No red. Okay, I'm trying to look at this TSM lineup. What do they want to do? They're quite slow, honestly. They would need like 15 for a shot on Ricky to like set up for fights, because right now they have no real setup, which is a bit shit. So I'm like, okay, what can they do instead? They can run at you. So during this nighttime, if they have the Lycan ult, they can kind of just go at you, kind of buff with healing with Undying. Honestly, I'm not liking their lineup that much. I think they lack damage. I think it's hard for them to play, especially into Lich armor.
Yeah, the Lich armor has definitely been an idea against physical damage drafts, but you have potential nullifier builders now with an Ice Stalker and the Lycan both could opt for it.
There
we have
it is.
we have a bit
Alright.
of everything on this TSM draft, and it's unfortunately not a melee hero, but it's a techies, and I saw Mike's eyes just lit
Dude,
up.
This hero is so damn good. I mean,
Yeah.
I remember Slacks was complaining about the changes, like, oh, it's not techies anymore.
Wait,
Change
no,
it.
dude, cute. Do you see the Reddit thread yesterday? Oh, I feel so bad
Look
for
at the numbers.
techies players. They got reworked.
It's been a while since we've seen the techies.
Techies
here.
Techies
is so fun.
So fun. This hero, the rework, awesome hero. Love that for him.
All right. Felt gold for the Ember Spirit. They have a very, let's say, meta-ish draft going their side. Is it better than game one?
It's offlane techies. Oh my Pog.
That's Pog.
That's Pog. That's Pog.
That's actually pretty damn cool. Like against Ursa as well, Ursa Lich, I don't think that they're going to have the greatest time. You hit the level 3 timing with level 2 remote mine. Or what's it called? Is it remote mine? The Q, the first spell.
Yeah.
It's pretty damn annoying to play against.
It is. I think it's a little weird
Proximity
though,
mine
because
or
usually you
whatever,
just
yeah.
play with like you play techies with like something that can go in, and then you assist that go in with your E, your blast off. But the problem is he's playing off lane, so he wants to be farming. So it's a little harder for him to utilize blast off in this lane, because I don't think Ricky's like super strong, and Lich should be playing back to be able to protect his Ursa when they do jump on him.
Right.
So maybe the lane is Ursa favored. We'll see. I mean, this is a new matchup for me. I'm just guessing.
Yeah, Sticky Bomb is a very annoying ability, at least, because it works straight
That's
away
the
from
one.
level 1. But you said 90 to 10 for TSM last time. Has your mind shifted towards your Felt prediction?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely.
I think Felt's lineup is honestly better, but I also think TSM's better, so I'm curious to see how this plays out.
Nevertheless, what happens?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we have a very fun draft on the side of TSM, but will Felt have as much fun compared to the last game? Let's head over to Nomad and Fear to take over game 2.
Thank you very much, D-Panda. Yeah, very intelligent panel, and Mike,
Yeah.
very good. Ray had some fun, Fear?
Yeah, of course. I'm definitely ready for some fun. And it looks like TSM is as well. So we'll see what this game has in store for us.
Absolutely. I mean, how does this techies Ricky lane go in your experience?
Haven't seen it yet, but
No?
it could be okay. Like you slow them with the blink strike, and you blast off,
Sounds sick.
and then they're
Sounds amazing.
silenced, and then you can silence them again with Ricky.
Amazing. Yeah. We got some weird stuff coming out from these guys. I mean, Bryle on the mid, Lycan as well. You
Yeah.
know, that was probably the most sane out of their picks, to be fair. Seems kind of cool.
Yeah, I mean, it used to be a thing back in the day, but nowadays don't see it as much because you have the option now of buying a bottle and continuously refilling it with water runes, which is really nice for a lot of heroes. And Lycan isn't a hero that needs that. Would rather go for the helm. And I'm curious to see how it's going to go. It's versus Ember. It's actually a fine matchup. You do really well as a Lycan in this matchup. So he should have a good lane, but all eyes are going to be on the techies lane. Like
Absolutely, yeah.
how is this techies Ricky lane going to do versus a Lich Ursa lane? That I do not know. So we'll have to watch to find out.
Let's get into it. The reverse sweep starts here, right?
Yep.
Yep. Great.
This,
great.
I mean, it has to. Otherwise, it's never going to happen.
I mean, how wild would it be if Feld did actually take a win over? Because that would just mess up the whole region. Then everyone would be 5-1 at the top, 6-1 at the top, and it would get spicy very quickly. We'd have a 3-way tiebreaker. So you could do it, Felt. I believe in
could.
you. I'm fully supporting Felt this series.
And then they could just, for fun, play a first place decider with Rebellion, right? Because they have a loss on TSM now.
Yep.
It's a win-win for everyone.
Oh yeah, Nouns have 2 losses, don't they?
Yep. But no matter what happens here. So
Yeah,
technically, TSM could give us more amazing Dota.
Yes, very possibly. We might
It's in
see
their
it.
hands.
Would love to see it. Or maybe they just do more stuff like this against Shopify Val. The ultimate disrespect.
Wait, Ari is Master Tier Ricky. Did not know that.
Yep. He's
Disgusting.
yeah, he's spamming in his pubs. You know, he's literally the highest. Well, at least a couple of weeks ago. I don't know about now, but he was the highest ranked support player in the world for a while. So that's pretty cool, and that's what spamming Ricky gets you.
Apparently. Gonna have to try that.
Give it a go.
Even the new Ricky, it's been nerfed a little bit, but they're actually changing things up a bit. Ari is playing core. Ari is
hell
playing
yeah.
mid Ricky. Bryle's in the off lane, and Kasane is playing pos 4. So we're still going to get our offlane techies a little bit, but it's going to be a support. And this changes things. This is different. This is definitely... We're having fun if we're TSM.
Hell yeah. UK Dota in the middle lane. That's what I love to see. Let's go.
Yeah, he's going to lose really hard, isn't he?
Absolutely not.
He's playing with ping as well.
That is true. He has mentioned struggling on ping a little bit.
So know what I think when I'm struggling with ping and I'm lagging? Let's play mid.
Yeah,
that sounds fun.
Mid Ricky nonetheless. I mean, at least Meteor Hammer takes a long time to cast anyway, so.
Perfect. All right, we'll see what happens. White one gets the wave back. Fade. He loves playing this Beastmaster. One of his signatures. Has not been very successful on it, but I think his laning stage should be okay this time around. Night Stalker is not a hero like the sniper that we've seen him really struggle against. So his lane should be a little easier. Just Night Stalker does have like a bigger power spike because you do eventually get the shard and you shut down the whole Helmet Dominator play, which generally forces the Beastmasters just to leave it at the HOD and then build into other items earlier on in Kasane.
Yeah, this is some spicy trading here. The Lich does do much more damage than the techies at this early stage, so you got to respect that if you're Kasane right now.
So what do you think the logic was for Bryle to play the Lycan over Kasane? Is it just they had to have a techies?
I mean...
So then Bryle can't play techies.
I guess so. I guess like Kasane is just wanting to be the techies player, you know? If they kind of felt like they just went into that draft going, hey, what do you want to pick? You know, we're pretty fast and loose right now. We can do what we want. What do you want to play? And Kasane said, I want to play techies.
And then, but we need to be somewhat serious, so we're still going to pick the Lycan. And then ended up with Ahri mid. I don't know. It's kind of strange, but Ahri in the mid lane, doing well. Tied up with Kits. Kits is an actual mid laner who practices this role every single day. Ahri
True.
probably doesn't play that much mid, but still
Not
showing
anymore.
he has... Not anymore, so he used to be a mid player. Showing that he has some skill here, still as a mid laner.
Yeah. So he used to be a mid laner, then he was a carry player, and now he's the position 4. So
Yeah.
he only started playing, I believe, in 2019. Mr. Ahri has not been playing for very long, and he's already pro. So all of people like me have been playing since like 2012. Just know that our time is wasted. We've just been styled on by this kid. Feels bad, but I think he played Heroes of the Storm before Dota, so you know some MOBA experience.
Don't make excuses for yourself.
No, I won't. I'm not trying to.
But anyway, Bryle, a mid laner, showing that he still has the CSing skills even in the off lane. Winning versus the Ursa right now with a very good CS score. Like 16-3, maybe not winning versus him, but doing really well. Has some denies, pretty much free farming, as well as the Ursa's free farming too. And White One with the first blood.
Alrighty, down goes Mr. Solji on the Rubik. Fade also taking some heavy hits here, but that is surprising. The Night Stalker lane gets first blood in the daytime. I guess that's the undying factor.
That is the undying. Oh, Bryle, showing that he has the micro. No, he doesn't.
Oh no, Hit Immune went forward and actually tanked the mine, which was looking like it was going to head to the Zebra instead. Unfortunate. That's going to be a death for Hit Immune down here in the bottom lane. And once again, these lanes looking like they're off to a really good start for the side of TSM.
They are, but it's definitely looking a little closer this time around. And Kasane and Bryle going to go on Albino Zebra here. But they're just going to fall back for now as he's a little low on region. Hidden Mew dying there was really big for TSM. This Lycan plus Techies lane, not really a lane you would expect to see, and Kasane actually just misses here.
Okay, all right.
Enough damage?
Down he goes.
Nope, not enough.
That'll be a kill going the way of the Lich.
And on top lane, we've
denies
got-
himself.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good trade to make here. So when's this Meteor Hammer coming online? We still got a little bit to go here.
Yeah, he started with normal items. He started with like a full inventory of items, so delaying it a little bit, unlike in the last game we saw Ricky mid, where he kind of just rushed it, went for the bottle rush, but then just went for the Ring of Health instead.
Yeah, he got first blood in that game too, so it came a lot faster here.
Yeah.
So I'm currently still trying to figure out Kasane and what he's going to do with this. I mean, he missed a blast off, which isn't a good sign for a Techies player. Just saying.
That's true. That's true. I mean,
So he probably doesn't play this that much, I would imagine. This is truly just like wanting to play some Techies, just having the urge. When it hits, I guess. I was going to say, normally when you pick techies, you pick something to set up your blast off. Generally speaking, like a stun into like the silence, into the damage. It's normally really nice. Not something that Lycan particularly uses very well as having a techies in your lane. They don't complement each other, I guess is what I'm getting at here. So it's a strange combination of heroes, but it still doesn't seem to matter that much. Bryle is free farming. They did get a kill. Sure, Kasane left one kill there, but Bryle might be in a little trouble. Oh, mid-jump.
Oh, nice catch from Albino Zebra there, making sure Kasane doesn't land with the explosion. And that's going to mean that Hidamune just kept on chasing Mr. Bryle there. As over in the top lane, Tomato gets a kill onto Fade. It's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, this must be like the undying factor at this point, because like there's no way Beastmaster versus like this hero should have this hard of a time.
Yeah, it's kind of worrying for Feld at the moment. You know, feels like there might be a bit of mental damage left over from game number 1. Still not going as badly, but you know, I think we can say that a lot this cast if we want to. That can be our fallback.
I mean, it's really hard for it to go as badly because the outdraft isn't there. That was the same as present. Plus, TSM have 2 players, just 3 players actually, playing completely different roles right now.
Yeah.
Like their whole mid lane and off lane, every single player is not playing their original position, which is bizarre to see. And normally, some teams might be like that. As we do see, like, which team was doing that a bit as well? It was
DogChamp?
Yeah, DogChamp. They switched up their offlaners and carries, but that was an actual strategy.
Well, they had to do that because they had 2 offlaners in there.
Right, yeah, and then putting Kasane not on the Lycan, very bold choice here.
Yeah.
Bryle's going to pick it up just so they could get... You know, let's put it this way. Was it... They had to do all this because getting the Ahri mid-Ricky, was that important?
I think that's it.
Yeah.
I think that's it. He's like, hey guys, let me cook. Let me cook. I got this. And now we see the first meteor hammer of the game coming down right on Kits' head, right on his melon. And he's not going to be too happy about that. 1 of HP. So I love that mortar spray in the middle lane. That is gorgeous. Good job whoever drew that.
It is indeed. So what are... I just want to look at some timings real quick. I suppose we're going the Radiance. I did see Skeeter do this earlier in the European West region, playing the Night Stalker with Radiance against the Beastmaster.
Kits with the creep blocks to make sure that Ahri doesn't get the
hammer?
meteor hammer on the creeps. You'll have to see it. As down in the bottom lane, they try to chase down Bryle once again, and they have the link to come in. Is that going to be enough to finish the job? Hit does not look like it. Hidamune will be left empty-handed, or empty-pawed, or clawed. Once again as Bryle, Tomato and Whitemon trying to find Fade up in the top lane, and I think they've got it. No response from the Beastmaster. This hero has just not been looking great recently. It's in the mid lane. Oh no, down at bottom. Albino Zebra's going to fall again as Hidamune backs himself away, and that's going to put an end to the action, at least for now.
This top lane is going so bad. Tomato is at 52 and 21 to the 14 and 5 of Beastmaster. I've been on a rant for a while about how Fade on this Beastmaster has looked really bad for a very long time, and Hidamune will die again, but like, how do they keep going back for this? Even though every single time he plays this hero, it's a disaster. I'm very confused by this right now, but like, this top lane is more than a disaster. It's a liability.
Uh-oh. This is actually one of the worst lanes I've seen in a while. That wasn't better than last game. This isn't better than last game for the top lane.
Yeah.
That's a bad sign. That's a very, very bad sign.
Very, very bad indeed. And this Ursa, even though he is in a matchup that is favored for him, does have a couple of deaths to his name now, slowing down his farm quite a lot. And Bryle's online now. He has what he needs. He's got his hard timing. What is he going to make use of this? Is he going to be able to play like the Lycan to like Kasane's level? Maybe Kasane's just live coaching him right now, probably. Say, yo, Kasane, what do I do now? And he's like, just go here and then go mid with your next rotation. All right, easy.
Thanks, bro.
Let's go.
I hope that's what's happening. I hope Raj is getting a masterclass. He's like, hey, you know what? I want to learn something today.
Oh, that tomato clap, not quite there.
Yeah, not quite.
Kasane is level 6 now, by the way, so he has his ultimate available before 10 minutes. What can he do with this? Let's see how good this techie is.
Again in the top lane, Fade getting jumped upon. There's a
we don't look there anymore. We don't
too
look.
much damage. Yeah, take us away. Take us away. I don't want to see this.
I want to look at Kasane trying to make things happen here. Oh,
Ahri.
Ahri.
Watching Kits actually getting killed. This is intense. One more hit, and he finds it. There we go. Ahri brings him down. Bryle with the tip as well. The Ricky gets it done.
That was all Kasane right there. getting him low HP, forcing him to the Remnant, and Ari just
actually.
finishing it. Yeah, actually, that is what happened.
Oh, okay. We were watching top, unfortunately.
I was watching everything.
This man never misses.
It's true.
You should see him. He's got 6 monitors and 6 keyboards, and he's just like all the time bouncing around all over the place. It's like a stock trader.
It's true. And Fade.
Fade again.
His
All right,
stock
let's-
is definitely not going up after this game.
Oh, the stolen Night Stalker ultimate. I mean, I guess it gives him travel, but
It gives him
unfortunately,
not enough.
yeah. I can fly away, but you can also fly. So if everyone can fly, no one can fly, and
Bye-bye,
Albino Zebra is
Zebra.
gonna die.
The Albina Zebra.
Nice.
Practicing.
Hit immune. Yeah, considering turning around on Bravo. Basically just the go away roar rather than the actual I'm gonna kill you roar. And those odds do not look good. 15.36 for the side of Felt, 1.00 for the side of TSM. So if you had any money on TSM, you will not get any money back if they win. But at least you can feel the thrill of maybe losing it.
That is... Sometimes you just want to feel alive, you know?
Exactly.
Just one of those situations. Alrighty.
Which we do not.
All right, we're going to move on Ari now. He's level 10 now after completely decimating his mid-matchup 1 versus 1. The pride of UK. Going up to
yeah.
Fade. This is just a low blow if they kill Fade again. Like, you can't be doing this.
No, they'll show mercy. They go for the sport instead. Bring down.
Yeah,
Soji.
but it's not going to be just one person dying here.
Yeah, that's true. Down he goes again. Whitemon gets a double kill on the Undying. Just punching people in that Flesh Golem form. Ari, scouting for more here. Sees Mr. Kits. Kasane, I mean, he's kind of baiting him in here. Do they have the slows to keep him inside the smoke? Nope, they do not. Kits is going to be able to back himself away. Whitemon is still kind of, I don't know, lumping over to him.
So if you check out Night Stalker's inventory, he has Sacred Relic at 12 minutes. Why not? Along with
Wow.
Phase Boots. These timings are kind of unreal.
Yeah, this is wonky. This is a wacky game.
Sure, on paper, when I saw this Ursa come out, I was like, this is good. This can work. It's good against all these heroes. I mean, it's hit or miss against the Night Stalker because you don't really enjoy being silenced. But when you have BKB, Basher, Blink Dagger at some point, the matchup's fine, but okay.
Oh,
Soulji.
Smoke Cloud Solan. Oh, he doesn't get a life to use. Oh, he did use it. Okay, cool. Well, that guy's silenced for the time being. And Albino Zebra tries to go for the play onto Ari, but unfortunately he just gets a wolf running down his throat. And now, actually, the silence does just about connect, but still that Ember Spirit's pretty fast, so Ari won't be able to finish him off, but nonetheless.
Next time when he has a shard on techies, that'll be the setup.
That'll get him.
Yeah. The shard gives you a stun on the blast off, which will be perfect setup. All right, we got the roar on Dari.
Okay. He'll sit still for a minute then. And now back to business, chasing down Kits. Kits gonna have to jump himself away. Chains is gonna land, which is gonna slow down Ari just a little bit. Probably keep himself alive for the time being. As Hit Immune moves across towards Kasane. This Techies might actually be a kill here. The Stomp's not gonna save him as 4 heroes jump down the Techies. And if anything, this is a therapy kill. You know, this is killing a Techies always feels like 3 or 4 regular kills.
It does feel that way, doesn't it? But also killing Roshan when you're losing the game really badly feels great too.
Yeah.
Will they give this away? Yeah, I think they will. Tomato's bottom with no TP. Unless there's going to be like some crazy... No Lycan ult either. You got nothing. This is going to be Roshan going the way it felt.
Well, well, well. Fit. Do we have a game on our hands?
Yeah, we always had a game on our... This is Dota 2. This is a game.
Okay,
That
that's
we are
exactly what I meant. Thank you for clearing
currently
that up.
enjoying right now. But this has changed the overall game state? Not really. Do you think they're going to have an issue killing this Ursa twice? Probably not. However, if they can use this Aegis in a manner in which Ursa baits all the spells, they overcommit, they kill the Aegis, and then they can get kills in return, that could be really good for them. Because I did mention before, I still do believe this Ursa with 3, 4, 5 slots is the strongest hero in the game. But you can't be behind and too much net worth, pretty much.
Yeah, there's always conditions. And those conditions are currently, you know, not exactly being met by Fel, but they're getting there. This isn't terrible. And now Kit's even coming in with a double damage around the side, just trying to poke as they approach the tier 2 tower. So
Radiance is up by
it's like
Tomato.
a preemptive defense from Felt, but yeah, that Radiance could make a big difference here as they move forward. So Ricky doing a lot of damage. Kasane's the one getting very low, but hit immune's the one who's going to drop first. Down he goes. Did use that ultimate on the first life, so could be in some trouble. The bomb's already set. It's immune trying to get away, but look at the damage coming down. The teddy bear, he gets his stuffing removed, and now they're going to look over towards Kits. Ember Spirit trying to run away. Remnant out, but the wolf is already chasing. It's like my dog with a ball going on the tower, and Tomato finishes the job. That'll do it. Another fight successfully taken by the side of TSM. The moment there's a glimmer of hope for the side of Felt, it just gets stomped out on the ground.
Yeah, so when I said he needs to use that Aegis to bait so they overcommit and
exactly
get a lot
what
of
you
kills.
meant. Yeah.
Him dying, his mid laner dying, everyone else dying, only kill the techies was not, unfortunately, not the condition that they needed to hit.
Unlucky.
It is unlucky, but there's always more chances in the game of Dota. Just like White Mon.
Oh,
Might give a
tough.
freebie here.
Yeah,
But
okay.
will, he
Isn't
actually...
going to die for it, though. It's down in the bottom lane. Ari going for the
that was
kill
a big
onto the
stick.
Rubik. Should be able to bring him down and up towards top. Fade trying to bring down Bryle, but it is Hidamune who goes down to the backlands to Tomato. Kits is killing himself forward. That's more important. Fade trying to bring down Bryle, who's on the run.
You get Tomato?
Yes, they can.
Albino Zebra, however you want to call him. With the clutch play, this Lich is fat now.
Yeah, that's important for their team, right?
Bryle might die too, actually, so...
Yeah, it's death by 1,000 cuts here, but he's getting there.
Yeah, they got him. All right, so those are streaks going the way of Felt here. Of course, the most important one going the way of the Lich here, and Kit's getting the secondary. Might get close to his Maelstrom soon. After getting that kill, farm up a couple camps here, he'll have Maelstrom. So he's starting to have a resemblance of a game here. And Tomato, I looked at what he has queued up. Probably not going to go for that. Moon Shard next. Seems a little bit
Somewhat questionable.
too much fun.
Yeah.
Maybe after that death there, he'll reconsider.
Maybe a BKB might be a consideration. Or maybe not.
It's not that good, this game. It's okay, this game. Taking off root, you know, Lich, he kind of showed you what he can do in these fights is decent.
He got hands.
Yeah, I feel like over Moonshard, if you want to go greedy, you go for... Okay, so Tomato just ate the large camp. No, he just ate Bryle's creep, I think.
The next tech. Oh, Ari tries to go for the meteor hammer onto the tower and does get caught out. The poison chalice, that tower, it was way too tempting. It's a honeypot. And, well, Albino Zebra thought that he could get away with going up the high ground there, but he was wrong. The kill on Ari does not free up the game for you, my friend. And now, Solji, this is an ambitious TP.
And from downtown. There we go. Yeah, Tomato, like, unironically, I guess there's a fight going on. Hold it.
Well, once again, Hidamune looking for the freebie onto Whitemon. These are the ones he's been collecting, but this time might not be so lucky as he gets baited into oblivion. And again, now they'll look over towards Fade, who's just turning up and dying, honestly. I don't know what this Beastmaster can do. What's his... How many deaths has he had?
How many deaths is... he is 0-5. It's not that bad.
Okay, all right.
You probably expected worse. I like how Bryle shows up to the fight with no creep, because Tomato, make no joke about it, but he is intentionally griefing Bryle right now. Might need to be reported.
Maybe. We can hover that. It's Kits. It's going to get brought down in the mid lane, caught inside the nasty little smoke cloud with the diffusal blade slowing him down. Means he can't quite escape.
Bryle had to resort to taking a melee creep instead of an ancient. It's the life he lives now.
Very poor. Look at it go.
Look at it go.
Surely this one won't get eaten.
And we did talk about how Night Stalker's the counter to the Helm of the Dominator. Just,
Apparently that applies to either team.
Apparently, I mean, Tomato didn't get the memo. He's like, I was told this is the counter. I see hot, I eat it.
Yeah.
He is actually going Moonshard. So I was going to say the better item he can go if he wants to go greedy is definitely a Nullifier this game. You are playing versus Lich, you're playing versus Ursa. Still good damage, not much survivability. But that doesn't really fit the theme of, like, Tomato and I, we're not on the same vibe right now.
Dude, it doesn't fit the theme of Night Stalker, right? Like, it's a nighttime, it's called a moon shard. It gives you extra vision at night.
That is true.
It's very cool.
It has more lore, that's for sure. I will agree with that. And then Tomato...
Oh my god, is Kasana just getting a solo kill here? Not quite. Maybe. Try to guess it. Oh, changes out. Kits. It doesn't have... Not using Remnant. Is he trying to, like, counterbait or something?
He was trying to... It was a man fight.
Oh, okay. He was just respecting the rules.
Yeah, he thought it was a gentleman's agreement there, but then Ari came in and, like the little rat his hero is, and broke the pact.
Also playing up to his hero. Very important you do that.
Very true. We've got a lot of lore in this game. I mean, TSM's having some fun, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah. No doubt. Eating each other's creeps, all that shenanigans. Okay. Whiteball's just going to get blasted down by Albino Zebra as he gets caught between the shard. And the ultimate just takes him out, and that's what happens when you give this man the kill streak, as they'll turn around to look towards the Ursa. Thought he could pick up a free bounce to Kasane, but instead he's going to go down as well. Brawl takes him out, Raw comes through, Fade, game impact, he's going to find it as he brings down Kasane.
He's on the board.
Can he get out with his life? Of course he cannot.
There's a gem on the ground. Whose gem is that? Wait, whose gem is that? Pick it up.
Oh, he's trying. Struggling.
Okay, it is Fade's. Fade bought that gem himself.
Okay. All right. Well, that's a grief.
So Fade doesn't have a helm at all. He just has a blink dagger and a gem.
Blink dagger and that used to have a gem.
That is his net worth. If you check his net worth right now, he is about to be the 10th poorest person in the game.
Wow.
Oh, there we go. He did it. 10th poorest player in the game as the offlane Beastmaster, even lower than his own POS 5.
That's an accomplishment.
That is
I've
something.
never seen before.
I don't know if I've seen that. I may have seen it once or twice, but
why did he buy a gem?
There's a Ricky on the enemy team.
It's not an answer.
That is an answer.
Not.
Desperate times call for desperate measures. Now Fade has bought 2 dust, a smoke, and observer wards and sentries.
Oh no. He's accepted his place at the bottom of the pit.
This man has given up on this game. He's like, you know what, Albino C, bro? That one play where he got a solo kill on, who was it, the techies or was
a
Undyne?
trade is being offered. Wait.
Okay.
A trade deal is being suggested as little Kasane is running around.
Oh, and a cosmetic
Oh, has he been
trade.
wolf bitten? Was he just wolf bitten on?
Yeah, there's an Ags on
Oh, okay,
Cryo.
cool. So you wolf bite the techies, of course, naturally.
Yeah. So how bad does your game have to be where you be like, yo, Lich, stop buying wards, I'll be support.
That man was moving. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Lich got the kill streaks, gold, so that automatically pushes him up a rank.
Yeah, okay.
That's how it goes.
Because normally it's like support to support, you know, I'm POS 5, I'm getting close to an item. Yo, POS 4, can you cover this so I can get my blink dagger or something? It's like, yeah, sure, bro. But when your POS 3 is like, I'll buy the wards. You finish your 4 staff.
Yeah, we need this full staff online.
It's not great.
It is not ideal. Maybe he's just that guy that pings, we need wards. Who knows?
Could be.
Well, Hiddemune's still playing the game. He's trying, you know, he's got some money in the bank.
He might be the only one in this game.
It's possible.
It is quite possible.
I think Kits is still kind of... Kits is vibing, you know? He's not... He's doing his best,
Yeah.
I would say. With the hand dealt. It is a tricky game for him, though. As, oh dear, that's looking pretty bad for Mr. Rubik. That's going to be a death for him. Ari picks up another one. And now we'll presumably control the top side of the map for a while.
Yep.
Roshan is not respawning for another minute, but both teams know it's going to be soon. And the Raw comes out. They're just going to use this to get the quick assassination onto Whitemon. But who's the wolf this time? Is it Kasane again? No, it's not.
No, it's Night Stalker. Look how funny he looks.
Wait, what?
That's supposed to be a wolf.
Okay.
But he's walking funny.
Everybody imagine it's a wolf. Sometimes the imagination...
I see it now. Thank you for helping with that.
You're welcome.
I thought the twitching that he's doing right now was his wolf.
Very wolf-like.
He's on all fours, right?
his arms are kind of
what is this?
stretched down. Yeah.
See, if we didn't have fun games like this, we wouldn't know of these interactions.
We really wouldn't. Anyway, that was 3 heroes down on the side of Felt, and TSM now taking to the high ground. Roshan is up. Do they care about that? Do they just want to end the game? It does look like a high ground attempt is on the cards. Meanwhile, Kits is doing some rat action, but Kasane, he's waiting.
Night Vision, Enjoyer, 666. I mean, to be fair, he has a lot of night vision with the Moon Shard. It is quite a lot.
That was the plan. I'm telling you, that's the plan.
It is, yeah, for sure.
He sees everything.
It's also, if you look at how Night Stalker functions as a hero, his ultimate gives you an absurd amount. I don't need to watch this. Do we dart into silence into death?
Yeah, it's a death on Kits. I was gonna let you finish your point, but
Yeah, there's just the fact of his ultimate gives you a lot of raw damage. So the most efficient thing you can buy on Night Stalker is just attack speed. So outside of lore, it is very greedy.
All right, well, they're going to try and take advantage of the fact that he has no defensive items and just try and bring down Tomato, but actually that Radiance Mist chance coming in huge there.
And smoke screen, both.
Ah, that was up as well.
Yeah.
That suddenly helps. I was like, damn, Radiance is stronger than I remembered.
He was just the most unlucky Ursa of all time.
Yeah. A bit of slow mad. But Immune is going to get out though. Nice blink up. Gets away as Tomato is in the wolf form this time around. And we see it this time, which is nice. So that's cool.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. And Albino Zebra saw it as well. And wolves do kill zebras in the wild as well, so that's accurate.
That is very true.
Sane.
And
tries.
hit immune is so dead.
Yeah. Rats don't kill bears though, so that's not correct. Tomato jumping in, chains are out. Oh, the sleep dart. It's going to slow him down. Fade, run, get away. There is no escaping.
But what if the rat is cornered?
That's true. Rats do fight back when they're cornered. Entirely changed the matchup.
Indeed. I think with the interaction with the Night Stalker ult might be he has to have his ult running and then get wolf bitten for him to look funny. Because the other one he didn't have ultimate on, so it just was a normal interaction.
Yeah, he just kind of limped a bit. It was very strange.
Most indeed. So I've been a little underwhelmed by this Kasane techies, I must say. I was expecting like some grandmaster performance here, but this just seems like a normal techies to me.
Yeah, it does beg the question why they decided to pick this hero, but I don't know. I guess it's on their score sheet now, so when people are doing their research on them, they'll be like, oh, these guys play techies.
That
Be
is
careful.
so true, actually. That is genius. And you know nobody's going to actually load into the replay and check either. They're just
No, it's
gonna
far
be
too much work.
It is indeed. Like, wow, offlane techies is on the cards for Kasane now, as far as everyone else knows,
Exactly.
except for us. And this is why you watch an A Dota, so you don't get behind the curve of the meta.
No, you wouldn't want to miss this.
Of course not.
Kasane up to the high ground, doing his duty. He has now decided to become a ward. And I, for one, accept him
Oh,
for what he wants to be.
he couldn't even kill the... Oh, he got the burn.
Oh, he still gets it. Yeah, the projectile disappeared, but the damage did not. And Roshan also disappeared, and they deny the Aegis. Okay.
White Mon.
Well, do you remember? I love this part in the panel. You know, Mike was going on this little rant about how I respect that TSM respects Fel. Mike, you're an idiot.
And then Zebra, they're denying their own barracks right now.
Oh, wow.
Albino Zebra hit it like 5 times.
Didn't even finish, couldn't even kill that.
Yeah.
And now, well, there's a lot of damage being taken by Tomato here, but he's just going to get healed up massively by that shot. Now looking forward to turn around the fight. Is that going to happen? They're actually just calling GGG before anyone has died. So, fitting end to one of the games of all time. TSM versus Felt. This series will go down in history as a true NADPC series, I'd say.
Yeah, today has been one of the stompiest days we've had in a long time here in ADPC. I guess it's getting towards the tail end of the season here. Teams want to have some fun, or teams have kind of given up, maybe in the case too. So when those two things collide, it kind of gives you an interesting game.
Yeah, a perfect storm of chaos, of memes, and of a bit of clownery coming out from those guys as well. I don't know what's going on there at the end. Like,
Both teams are having fun. Only Hit Immune was the only person trying to win that game, I think. And he was trying his best.
yeah, he really was. We had gems randomly being dropped. We had Raxus being denied on one side. We had a Techie's Wolf bitten, which is probably the first time I've seen that happen. Will probably be the first time.
We had our first Beastmaster not build HOD. So
Yeah.
that was fun too. Yeah,
Yeah.
He went Brown Boots, Blink, Dendy style, and then went to Gem. Classic build.
Indeed, the 10th net worth Beastmaster, indeed. Well, lots to talk about this game, I'm sure. Panel, good luck.
What on earth did we just witness? I mean, it's a 2-0, but we weren't expecting anything like this, to be honest. At least drafting-wise, maybe gameplay-wise, this was TSM series to take, but in what fashion? Was there any fashion?
Was there fashion? Of course there was fashion. It was fashion found in the role swaps of the players. Ari going mid on his Ricky and winning the lane. It was greatness to be found in all lanes except top, which was a little,
Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I think...
Are you just petrified about what you just witnessed?
Fear and Nomad said at least both teams had fun. I don't know how much fun Phil had this game, I'm going to be frank. I think TSM were having all the fun, and I think Felt were just suffering through it.
They were all chatting, Mike.
I mean, yeah, they were, but it's, I think there was a few tears inside, maybe. I'm not sure.
I mean, maybe a few tears, but I think they enjoyed themselves. They were trying to trade their arcane boots for a gem. No, they were trying to... Yeah, they were just... Yeah, yep. They weren't calling GG for ages. That's the sign of a team that's kind of like wants to see what will happen.
Yeah.
That's fair.
I guess it is some kind of, pub mentality. It's sub 30 minutes in your 5-stack, and you just can't type GG because the game won't allow you to. But, I mean, there was a bit of everything in this game in terms of items, heroes, play styles. Was there anything memorable to you here, Mike? You got to see your techies.
Yeah,
you were
there was an
excited
offlane
for.
techies. That is very memorable.
How did you take that off the offlane techies? Was that
It was pause 4 techies, guys. Relax.
Whatever it was. I mean, don't start using it in your pubs. Let me just keep spamming it, all right?
Yeah.
Nobody else uses it.
You were savoring the moment at least.
I was. It was a nice to see the techies come in. I appreciate it. I mean, obviously TSM knew they were kind of an outmatch here for Felt, so
Yeah.
bit of fun, and like you guys said, respect to Felt, good sportsmanship, having a bit of fun with them. Obviously still going to be a bit of a rough series for them overall, but happy days.
Yeah.
We all had a laugh.
Yeah, for sure. Stats board-wise, Ari with a 25 KDA to finish it off. Bryle made it even better with 28 on this Lycan. And, of course, Tomato had a bit of fun with that Wolf Bite, Night Stalker, Wolf Stalker, Night Lycan, whatever you want to call
Twilight.
it. Twilight in a
Twilight.
sense. All right.
Yeah.
We're just going to head over straight to it. Production, reveal our MVP. Who's it going to be? And drum roll, please. It's Ari with
That
the
was a
mid
terrible choice. Terrible choice. Should have been techies.
We should have chosen better.
No, I'm down for this. I think he played a nice mid lane, came out ahead of net worth, used the meteor hammer to take that mid tower and just farm up his items, played the diffusal blade, found people on the side lanes, got the kills that way. I think the supports and everyone sort of were able to come together nicely for all of their moves. Just overall, I think, yeah, you're having fun with it. It went well. You were kind of able to just run them over with this aggressive lineup. We saw again the Beastmaster. They can't go the Helm because of the Night Stalker. What does he go? Blink Dagger. I think it feels bad when you're rushing a Blink Dagger on Beast.
He did what he had to do.
He did what he had to do.
It's about as much as you can say about that.
The situation was kind of already grim, so you got to make the best out of the worst situation in a sense. But a victory for TSM, but that also means, in the eyes of Felt, they will stay at 2 and 4. Meaning it is still out of their hands. Can they avoid that tiebreaker situation? They have one more series to play, but before we talk more about Feld, we'll head over to our interview, and let's see, as we see the man himself who played some Ricky, Ari, is on the interview. Moon Meander told us, and he actually promised us, we should be seeing some dead inside Dota players with no feelings, but you guys were having too much fun. What happened?
Yeah, I mean, he didn't really want us to do this strategy.
I know.
It was mine and Kusane's idea.
All right.
And then the Bryle and Tomato kind of warmed up to the idea as well. So we kind of overpowered Moon in this series, and we got to have some fun.
Yeah, you got to have some fun. Well, was it fun actually playing that game too with that draft?
Yeah, it was lots of fun.
All right, well, so that being said, Sheepo, you have anything on your mind?
Sure. All right. Obviously, it was nice meeting you at Lima Major. I would love to know what you think you have taken from that event and taken through this tour too that you think will make your results at the next major even better.
I think as a team, we've gelled a lot better since then. We were like really uncoordinated, didn't really know what we were doing together. And now we kind of got like some key concepts down, some like ways we want to play, or heroes we want to play, how we want to play together. So we've like gelled a lot better as a team. And me personally, I've learned to be more humble and open to criticism. So it's a lot easier for me to learn now. And I improve faster this way. And I learn more from my coach and my teammates as well. Yeah, I say those two main things.
If I could pry slightly, you don't have to answer if you don't want to. What do you think was something that you were a bit resistant to before in terms of like flaws in your gameplay that now you're like, okay, yeah, I was pretty shit at this. Let's get better at it.
The one that really sticks out is stacking camps, and sometimes camping runes as well. Like sometimes someone will show me a replay and they're like, "Ari, you really should have like been on this rune or stacking this camp right now." And I'd always have an argument because I'd have a reason why I wasn't there. Like, oh, I'm using DP's exorcism in my lane. I don't want to be there. But so then I don't really hear their point of view properly, and I can't like learn other ways of playing the game. So now I don't really do that so much, or at least I try not to, and I try to be more open.
All right. And overall, tour's about to come to an end. Who would you say is the like MVP of your team this tour? Like, who do you think stood out the most and did the best?
I'd say either Whitemon or Kasane. I mean, I say Whitemon's like the rock of the team. He's like really consistent. He doesn't mess around. He always makes calls, even if the game is miserable. And I think Kasane like really stepped up this tour. He's like saying a lot more when he wasn't really saying anything before. And he's like trying to help us activate his hero by telling us what he needs and stuff. So I say like it's kind of shared between those two.
All right, Ari, we were speaking to Crit earlier in an interview, and Crit said to me that apparently you guys refused to scrim Shopify Rebellion. Would you mind shedding some light as to why you refused that?
I mean, truthfully, I actually don't know anything about that. I'd love to scrim them.
I was hoping for a
Because any reason not to play on ping, I'd love that.
That's fair. Well, Ari, let me ask you this then. This meta's been kind of stale for a while. What do you want to see changed in the next patch? Because it is coming rather soon.
I guess the biggest thing is to make auras weaker in some way, because that's like the defining feature of this recent meta. It's just like buying a bunch of auras, stacking up, and being unkillable. So that'd be like the main thing. I think if it changed, then the game would be very different and fresh. Yeah.
All right, Ari, I wanted to talk a bit about your character and your preparation for games. Do you have specific routines you personally execute during the day? Like preparing for games, do you play an X amount of pubs? Do you just play, arcade games, like just getting yourself warmed up to play something that has like a reactionary game outside of Dota that helps you warm up your fingers and stuff? What do you do pre-game?
So let's say today I've got my official at 2 a.m. So I would probably play like 10 pubs during the day, like really build my confidence up and feel mechanically sharp. And then I'll like take a break so I'm relaxed. And then I'll have coffee so I don't fall asleep during my 2 a.m. official. And then like right before the game, I'll play Magnus in Overthrow 3.0 and just skewer people into my fountain. That's my way of having fun and loosening up before the game and like getting my hands warm and stuff. That's my routine.
All right, interesting.
And I wanted to ask, obviously you're a competitive man of many games. What is your favorite one you've played? Is it Dota? What do you love the most about Dota? Like, how would you compare, like what stresses you faced playing professionally in different games?
I mean, overall, I'd say Dota's my favorite, and the reason for that is that the skill cap is so high, and the level of the highest players is so high that it like really pushes me to be the best possible version of myself. And even if I give it my all, it'll still be really hard. Whereas Heroes of the Storm, it was competitive, and it was like really fun. And I like that the games were shorter, so you're not locked into some miserable 50-minute Tinker game and stuff like that. But it was kind of too easy for me to be the best, and I didn't really like that.
All right. I see you're a bit of a, focused personality, but is there a trickster looming somewhere? What's the best April Fool's prank that you've pulled off on someone? And have you planned something for tomorrow? Because technically we're already on the day, but you're going to wake up tomorrow. Do you have something planned, or do you have something in your memories?
To be honest, I really don't like April Fool's Day. It annoys me.
Thank you. I'm collecting a real collection here. All right. Well, that's pretty much it. Ari, thank you for coming into the interview, and congratulations on your victory. You're 6-0, one more series to go. I'm pretty much locked in for the majors, so congrats. See you later as well.
Thank you.
Thank
Have a good night.
There we heard it from Ari. He's also a kindred spirit to me. I appreciate that a lot.
What about the panel? I want to know about you and your April Fools.
My April Fools.
Like stuff you've done. Have you done anything in the past?
I have such PTSDs of the day that I'd rather not share.
Really?
But you know, there's always that. I'm a person who believes easy, right? You know, you tell me a story, I'll get intrigued about
He is
it,
gullible.
and then I cannot. Yeah, I'm gullible a bit, so I can't get the hint where the sarcasm lies somewhere. And then I'm like, I'm going to be super disappointed at some point because they're just pulling off a joke on me. And that's so, I just shut myself away from social media and everything for April Fools. What about you guys? You have a pretty special story actually behind it. You just told me off stream.
What's that, P-Panda?
I hear
Yeah.
it is your birthday on April Fools.
no,
And that
is
is
it
not an
actually?
April Fool's joke.
Oh,
just
I'm
so you know,
Googling, I'm
happy
Googling.
birthday, Michael Phoenix. Turning another year older, how does it feel?
It feels amazing. One step closer to death. I mean, what can I say?
Oh,
It's,
that's a grim take on that.
I mean, I'm born
Oh my
on
God,
April
it
Fool's Day.
actually
What do you
is
want me
his
to
birthday.
say?
Wow, that's
Yeah.
so sad.
That is. Can we get some happy birthdays and some easy claps for Mike in
Happy
chat?
birthday.
Happy birthday, Mike.
All right. I get it. Finish it off, P-Panda.
All
What are
right,
you doing?
let's go and look at the leaderboard and see how things are shaping up at the moment because, as mentioned, TSM pretty much closed in for the major, and the same situation is not for Felt. They are still sticking with their hands in the mud, or their feet in the mud, or in this case, they need to get on the move, avoid that relegation threat. Currently, if they cannot win their series, it's out of their hands. On the last day, 5-Rat versus Wildcard is going to be playing against each other. If 5-Rat wins that and Felt doesn't win, it's a tiebreaker for relegation. But TSM pretty happy sitting at the top.
Oh my God, they're so good. TSM, let's go.
They are.
Another 7-0 is looming currently, but let's take a look at the schedule for the second last day of the NADPC here in Division 1. We're going to kick things off with a good old grudge match. I love this. Rebellion versus the Dendy stack of Bates. We've got TSM taking on DogChamp. Yet again, another Division 2 team for them to face. Ex-Division 2 team, I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
And followed by Felt versus Nouns. And Felt kind of need a win, but for Nouns, well, even a win in their case can only score them more DPC points pretty much. Bates could tie up for DPC points.
Wait, hold on a minute. Is there not a situation where Nouns can still possibly make it? Like if Bait was to miraculously win against Shopify, don't they still have a chance?
Yeah.
That's the thing. That's the hook.
The power
Are
is
you
in
going to take the
Dendy's
hook?
hands.
I've located the Rebellion boot camp. We're gonna take a couple bats in the night.
Oh,
And
boy.
yeah.
Yeah, Bob was going to have to keep the boys awake, you know, like we're going to be on full awareness of what's going to happen.
Dendy's got the power, dude. Dendy could do it.
Dude, remember like C last year when the electric lines, you know, for Boom's boot camp just got Donzo and he lost that series? That's what we need.
Yeah. It might happen. You never know.
Yeah, just cut them electric wires to the boot camp. Easy game, easy life.
Yeah?
All right, well, we're done for the day and done for the night as well. So thank you, everybody, for tuning in for the North American DPC Division 1. We've got 2 more days to go, right tomorrow and the day after. So do not miss out on the final days of North America. My name is Panda. Was glad to be your host. And from all PGL and from our panel, from our casters, we welcome thee with a good night's sleep. So take care of yourselves, everybody. Good night and bye-bye.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.